Hello. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello, everybody. Let me turn on. Uh, yeah, likewise. How do you feel? I heard that you were feeling low energy. Don't worry. But that's okay. You can't be at 100% all the time. We're only human and part fish. I will. Let me just tell my chat. They can't hear you, so I'm like, uh-oh. He's lost. He's lost in the ocean. How? Don't worry, Cariños. I'll fish him out. But to introduce myself in the meantime, hello everyone. Soy Melinda Esperanza, your local demon slayer and warrior of hope. I also do Bible study streams. I play horror games to fight darkness head on, and just do a lot of variety stuff. So thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate it.
It's great to see you all here. And hey, Seraph, good to see you as well. God bless you too.
Yeah.
Durkad from YouTube chat says that your character is pretty.
Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. And now, Cariños can hear you. Do you want to introduce yourself? An exchange?
Absolutely. But those of you who may or may not know, my name is Samson. I'm a Christian variety VTuber fishman. Yeah, I just kind of do everything. I'm scared of Subnautica because that game's really spooky. Other than that, I work out a ton, and that's kind of about it.
Yeah, let's go.
I also made a short that where I said paper boat, and that's my claim to fame. So
yeah,
for me.
people. I forgot who put it on Instagram. Someone was like, "Samson's on Instagram."
Yeah, I was like, oh wow, someone just put my. All right, cool. Like I had no problem with it. Just I was like, oh,
he's famous.
he's also scared to fight Simon. Yeah, I'm not scared. I need to come up with a game plan. There, Christ is king.
Kickflip him. That works for me. Let me make sure.
All right, let's see.
Let me hop in the Discord, the the Minecraft world. Oh no, it got smaller.
You're good. Oh no!
Don't worry, we're good. We're good. Hi, Alistair. Hi, everybody. I'm making chat a little bigger. Glad you can be here.
No, I hear you. Yeah, I've always wanted to collab with it. And I know we kind of collabed already before. We played Repo with a bunch of people before.
True, we did. That can get kind of chaotic since it's like a lot of people at one time. You're like, there's Samson. And then it's like, oh, there he goes.
That's me? What happened?
Oh, no, like in Repo, it's like, there he is. And there he goes.
Yeah. Just kind of chilling out there. Oh, hey, Crimson. Good to see you. Crimson's in the SMP here.
Oh, nice. I forgot how to log into a Minecraft server.
No, it's okay. I was taking care of that. I'm talking to Melinda, Crimson. She says hello.
Hello. I have the music, Minecraft music.
Yeah, I've been here before.
I've been in this place before.
What's it called? We are... What is it called? Melinda, we are in... I think it's version, what? 1.210 or something like that? Like, I know we upgraded or something to that degree.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know if that helps.
Mayhaps.
I was spending all of today trying to figure out... oh my gosh, I fell off of a tree. I did it on purpose, though. Oh.
He's playing it cool. Hi, Ark.
Exactly. Hey, Ark. Good to see you. Yeah. The Warrior of Hope and the Buff Fish.
Yeah.
That sounds like
you're
a
also a warrior of
buddy
hope.
cop signal.
We're good cop, but we have like a high aura,
Yeah.
so none of us need to be a bad cop. We're just like really intimidated and they'll tell us anything we want to know.
Yeah. I like that. And thank you for the hydrations. And fun fact, Melinda, my hydrates, I have to pick up this 26-pound coffee mug.
What? Wow.
It's pretty heavy.
I was like, how did you find a 26-pound coffee mug?
I saw it on a YouTube video and I was like, oh, you know what? That'd be a fun twist to the redeem where it's just like, hey, every time you get me to hydrate, I'm weightlifting.
Whoa. It's pretty cool.
I'm all
I
about
like
it.
that.
But speaking of aura and all that stuff, if memory serves, you playing D&D and all that, your main class is a
do.
fighter?
Yeah, I'm mostly a fighter. No surprise there.
I was going to say, we're kindred spirits because I am big barbarian.
Oonga boonga. My husband always calls me a barbarian because he's like, you're not a fighter. You're always just trying to punch through things. I'm like, actually. Hey, see, there he is. I called it.
Hey, is that him? What?
Yeah,
oh,
that's
Wise
my
Sakari?
husband. Yeah.
Hey, how are you, buddy? I don't think we've ever met. It's good to see you.
To my barbarian. Wow, honey. Amazing.
I was
Can't believe
legitimately
this.
about to say, and I was gonna make a fool of myself. I was like, "Hey there, Wise. I'm a big fan of your wife," and I'm like, "I don't think that sounds the way I think it sounds." I think my girlfriend would be really mad if I said that.
Your wife, she cool.
It's
That's
pretty good, but
funny.
it's true though. I've been a big fan of Melinda for a while. I love your streams.
Well, thank you. It's wild always to see like a chatter become a streamer, and then they're like, "You were my inspiration." I was like, "Oh, I'm just doing I'm just going where the Lord calls me." See, you know, we all make an impact before, even if you don't know it.
No, of course, but that's what I mean. It was like when I was first introduced to streaming, I fully did not know like what to expect, what to do. And
Yeah.
so I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe I should watch these other like streamers. And like I saw Christian VTubers were really kind of becoming a thing. And so like I said, you were one of the OGs where I'm like, oh, you know what? Who's this? She looks cool. She looks like a warrior. Like I like that. And then
Wow.
before long, I just like would have your streams as I'm working on stuff because they were just very nice and cozy.
Oh, thank you. Wow, it's wild. Just how time passes, and now you're out here repping the Lord and helping other people carry the weight that they're struggling with. You know.
Definitely trying. Because like again, you've helped me very like even I don't even know if you remember this. It was so long ago, but there was a time where when I was in your Discord, I gave a prayer request because I was really kind of going through it, and I believe you sent me like an 18-minute voice message. And you were really
True.
like I could feel the Holy Spirit coming from you, where you were like, you know, hey, like this and that and all that such, and it really did help me at the time. I was like, oh man, I gotta keep going. Like,
Yeah. Amazing.
So-
See, chat.
so personally, on a personal level, thank you for that. It really did help.
You're welcome. I'm glad. That's amazing. I do leave long. Anytime someone has something really deep in the prayer requests, I will send like an 18 to 20 minute answer. I don't know.
That
I
is
just,
completely okay.
yeah. Just what the Lord puts on my heart that I hope that can reach other people's hearts.
Well, you definitely have. You've reached my heart. You've reached so many, I'm sure. And
Yeah.
Zena, thank you for the subscription. I really appreciate that.
I'm trying to
Any
find.
whoosies?
I'm locked out of the Minecraft world. I'm so bad at
Are you?
Minecraft,
Oh,
I can't
no.
open the door. It's
Are you
okay.
in
We're
the
chilling.
server?
I am in the server. It just doesn't remember the server, so I'm trying to figure out what's the direct connection address again.
Well, let me take a look at something then to help you out. So I remember I couldn't log in
Yeah.
to the actual server, and I guess they like changed something about it.
True.
So here, let me see if I can find it.
While you do that, I'm gonna put a PNG of you since you're just a fish. I mean, you are a fish, but
Yeah,
I need to show
you like my reactive?
everyone your majesty.
Just a hyper realistic salmon.
Yeah, they'll never see it coming. Amazing. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the land and Crescimento. We strive and grow. I hope you enjoy your stay.
Let's see, where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
You can tell we're professional streamers. Professional.
Yeah, you could tell that we do this.
It's funny because I told my husband I'm not really good at Minecraft, but I was like, no, this is the turnaround. I should stop saying that I'm not good at something and be like, I might not be good at it now, but I will get better. So that's why I joined the Christian Minecraft server, because I was like, this will be my push of like, I am gonna get better, and I'm not gonna leave myself always saying like, oh, I'm just bad at it. I've been saying it for too long. I could have been good at it if I didn't be so hesitant about like, oh, not playing it, you know?
No, I completely agree with that. That's kind of like that's like my approach to everything, right? Like you can ask the chums here if there's ever something that if there's ever something you can't make me guilty of, it's being someone who likes to give up. Like I will fight, like what was it? I was playing Expedition 33. And by the way, the thing I just sent you, that's the server thing. Because
Okay.
we're now in, what is it? We are in version, let me find that one for you real quick while I tell this story.
Tell
We're
the
in version
story.
1.2110.
Okay.
That is where
Oh.
we are currently. So you might have to like update Minecraft and all that such and then put that into the server thing.
I will do my best.
No worries. There ain't no rush here. We're just yapping.
Yeah, we're yapping. We're chilling. Cool.
But what was it? I was playing Expedition 33. And in that game, like you can fight against big monsters and all that such. And I kept fighting bosses that I was like way too underleveled for. Like way, like I should not be fighting these guys. But I still would because I'm like, oh, I could just learn their attack pattern and then slowly but surely whittle them down. Before long, I'm killing super bosses like 20 levels under. And it's like, yeah,
Well,
I don't like to walk away. I'm like, nah, I can do this. I can win.
me trying to fight bosses. What was it? I was learning to play Night Rain. I actually thought I would not be very good at it, but turns out I'm actually pretty good at it. I was like, well, I'm a prodigy in the making. But
Ooh, you play Night Rain too?
I have played Night Rain. Oh, that's right, you were playing Night Rain.
Oh, I love Night Rain. If you can't get in Minecraft, we could go to Night Rain.
we could do that. We could yap in Night Rain. How are you feeling about it, chat? You ready? Night Rain?
Yeah. What would you think, chums?
I love Rain at Night.
What
Me too.
character do you play?
I like Duchess so far because I went through the first guy, Ryder, and I was like, yeah, he's pretty good. And then I did the more gruffier guy because my husband was like, you like to oonga boonga. I was like, listen, I like to throw down, but with like skills. That's different. That's different.
That's different, man. I'm
Yes.
elegant unga bungaing.
Yeah, exactly. I'm eloquent, you know. So then I tried Duchess, and I really like it so far. They buffed Raider because they were
That unga
complaints.
bunga. They did actually recently. He is my favorite though, the big unga bunga man, Raider.
Yeah.
He is my favorite because I love just throwing down.
Yeah, thrown down. That's what I was saying. I was trying out. I've tried Raider, and I was like, I don't know. Like he's got the strength, but I'm also like, I don't know. He just wasn't fast enough. That's why I really like Duchess, because I was like, whoa, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Duchess is very like very skill based, pop in, pop out. Um I feel like a fighter would like that.
Yeah.
Because like in D&D, fighters have like a ton of utility. Like, isn't that their whole thing?
Yeah, I love being a meat shield, so that's the only reason I became a fighter. I mean, like, I like fighting, like, darkness and evil. That's always been an MO for me, even since a wee lass. And then, I don't conserve stamina. I mean, listen, I'm, in my mind, I canonically just keep going without losing a lot of stamina. Not by my own means, but by through the lords. That's my headcanon for my own, like, Melinda
Exactly.
fighting. But
I
I
was gonna
was,
say, no, that would make sense.
yeah. I just like being
Because
strong
like
enough to defend people.
I like attacking enemies through their own attacks. Like in base Elden Ring, I made a build where I wouldn't dodge, I would just tank hits and I would hit back. And I'm like, yeah, dodging's for sissies. I can do this. Like, I just start hitting them hard. And hello there, Gary Bean. Good to see you. Do I have any? Oh, enemies? I do. I have plenty of enemies. Lots want to take down Defish. That's for my lore, which I'm still writing. So
The
I'll have to
lore.
tell you all that later.
In my own head, like, was it like if I ever like face the spirit of despair that like I've never heard of Belinda, it's like, well, yeah, they've never lived long enough to get back to you.
Ah, that's awesome! Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Hold on a minute, like it's just like triggered the like warrior in me, where I'm like, oh man, that's epic. Pineapple, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Hello, Saffrine.
I'm trying to spell Elden Ring.
Elden Ring.
Elden
Oh!
Ring.
Ow! This guy's throwing tridents at me.
That's no good.
That's no bueno. I'm not about that. That's not me living my best life.
I remember when I played with friends in Minecraft, the first, I like roughly around the very first time, I was just like, I got shot and there was an arrow through my head and I could see it and I was like, what do I do? I'm shot and the arrow's still
Do I take it
there.
out or do I leave it in?
What do I do? And they're like, you're fine. Are you dying? I was like, no. But now there's just an arrow in my head. What do I do? Ah.
Help me! And thank you,
Okay.
Ocean Princess. I forgot to change the category. Boom.
It was okay. I was literally doing the same thing. I was like, oh, I should update my blah, blah, blah. Now chat can hear the epic, awesome Nightwing music.
Oh, are we playing Night Rain?
Oh, I can't get into Minecraft. Unless you're cool, like we both feel like on two separate planes.
Oh, let's do it. I like unironically love Night Rain. I'll play Night Rain.
Let's go. Impromptu Night Rain. Oh, I need a controller
Heck
for
yeah.
this.
Well, boom. All right, Minecraft for another times, chums. But for now,
We're crafting through the night.
oh, please tell me this game doesn't go full screen. Please don't do it. Big Bill Nelly says, Melinda be like, with an arrow in the head, you missed my vital organs.
So true. I still need to finish my lines for the calling, but there's like witty banter or something, and I can't remember. I think I just like I do like I don't even say any words. I just like you're just not good enough to fight me. That I have no words for you. Got him.
My game went full screen. No, why would it do this? Here, let me do this. Let me fix things.
Oh, I moved myself. My bad. My chat has not seen me do any Elden Ring, so I'm very excited to show you the skills I have learned.
Ooh, all right. I was gonna say I'm not the best at it either, but I love playing it.
Yeah, we can grow together. See, we're still growing. Our whole point was like we're not very savvy in Minecraft, and we're gonna grow and do godly apps. But now we're growing in Night Rain and still doing godly apps.
Exactly. Well, that's exactly it. It's like, look, what's it called? I've said this before on stream, but like people are way too, due to the world and all that, they're way too focused on trying to get it right, so to speak.
Oh.
But as I've said before, the Lord's purpose for us was never to win or to be a success. It was always to be faithful. Like that was what our calling is. So it's not the question about like, you know, am I a success or am I a failure? It's more of just, was I faithful?
True. We were just kind of talking about that in chat yesterday, where at least there was a point where I was like, you know, there's some people that will say like, you should be doing this and you should be doing that, and why aren't you doing this, or blah 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 blah. And I was like, you know, I'm not here to appease man. I'm not here to appease what someone thinks I should be doing or not doing. But if the Lord calls me to do it, I'm going to fulfill what the Lord calls me to do, because I'm here to appease God, not man, you know.
Exactly. Oh wow, my frame rate is dying. What happened?
Oh no, he's plunging into the night.
Yeah,
Right,
let
well,
me fix this.
use.
It's probably that NVIDIA thing. So
Oh,
I downloaded
no.
that like NVIDIA thing to optimize my games, but it seems to only ever like mess things up.
We had that when I was first doing Night Rain the other day. Thankfully, my husband was still over because he's still in school, so he had to go back to his state because we've been long distance for a long time. But he's gonna finish this semester. But he helped me launch Elden or like Night Rain, and it was like chugging. I was like, this is an engagement computer, because he bought it for me like last year around December. It's a tank to like play VTube Studio and games, but it was like chugging, and so we went through this whole like backflip on the NVIDIA. I was like, what is happening? I don't even know.
No, I really like the game should be fine. Hey there, Thrax. Been a hot minute. Go ahead and go get some sleep, man.
Have good rest. Oh, thank you for hydrate. Hi, everybody. I'm glad you could all be here.
Yeah, thank you for being here with us. Should be fine now. Like, cause I've played Night Rain on PC like a lot, so it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be too bad.
It's because of my overwhelming aura that your game is shaking in its boots. No, I'm just kidding.
The game's like, oh my gosh, it is the Melinda.
True.
Email reports of performance issues on the latest version of Windows. I've been avoiding the update a while now. Well, that definitely makes some sense, because it was working. Take care, Thrax. See you next time. Hello, ZMart.
Hi, Zach. Hi, CT. Hi, everybody.
Here, hold on a minute. Let me restart it.
My compulsion just
because it shouldn't do that. Maybe it really was just a new update, like absolutely. Huh. Let me see.
All right, chat. If you play Night Rain, who is? All right, Chums cutting you. Who is your main in Night Rain? Do you have? a main.
Yeah,
I
let
like
us
that so
know. Who do
far.
you like fighting the night with?
Yeah.
Speaking of, I think that's my only boss I have yet to beat, except for the DLC guys. I have to fight the
Oh.
actual Night Lord.
Whoa. Sugoi.
Yeah.
Also,
Let's see.
Amai, thank you for the sub, and thank you Teodoker and Pose. Clap. Amazing. Thank you for the follows. Welcome to the land of Crecimiento. We strive and grow. I hope you enjoy your stay. If you did not have hope before, you have found the right place to find it.
It's true. Join our Discord. It's a beautiful place to be.
True. Mine is it's point based. Go mini. You use the pitch black mage lady? I have not recognized. I have not memorized anyone's names. Let me go look at the character thing to be who is this person?
Yeah, they mean the witch, the lady with the big hat.
Big hat. Recluse.
Yeah, she's very magic user. Safrine, my boy, Raiders for life.
So far, like Wilder and Duchess. I haven't tried the other people minus Raider. I should try Guardian at some point. It's literally the Cariños. For those who don't know, my chat mascot is a golden dove of hope. But look at this guy. Guardian is like a Cariño giant.
If you like, oh my gosh, it went full screen again. Why, Night Rain? Why are you doing this to me?
We're not indecisive, Ted. It's I couldn't get into Minecraft, and now Sam's gonna get into Night Rain.
I'm gonna figure this out. No way. No way it's giving me sass like this.
That's funny.
Right here, hold on.
It is not our indecision. It is things just not letting us.
Yeah, it's the game's fault. It's not ours.
True. Oh, I changed person. Whoa. I didn't mean to. I'm this dude now.
But you might actually like Guardian, I think.
True. It was kind of funny. And my first go for the first boss, I got to defeat the boss with my husband and my friend Rez, and that was pretty cool. It felt pretty epic. They're both birds because they're like your cariños, so we're gonna play as your cariños. And I was like, oh, that's cool, and then we did it. And I was like, woo! Iroh lore of Melinda and cariños go into war, or spiritual warfare.
Why is my game's freaking
We'll be
out?
playing tic-tac-toe. I don't know, man.
Oh
Updates.
my gosh.
Or maybe lack of updates sometimes.
Have to return to the title menu. All right, hold on.
Is my PNG freaking out on your screen? Are you throwing me into a wall?
No. That's and easiest cashew. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the river. No, Night Rain is, for whatever reason, when games go full screen, I can't see the transparent chat.
Ah.
And so I'm like, all right, I have to do borderless window. But for whatever reason, Night Rain just keeps wanting to go full screen. I have no idea why. Trying to figure it out. Let's see.
Don't worry, I'm just like defeating
And so
you
when
all.
that happens, my VTuber model starts like just flying everywhere. All right, let's see. I think this should work.
Whee!
Okay.
I walked into the stream. I tend to do that. The way you phrase that, Ruben, makes it sound like you just went into the river like, ah. Classic me.
But you might actually like Guardian. Guardian is like the paladin, so to speak.
Yeah.
His whole thing is that he has a shield and high survivability. He's all about like blocking, defending, and like retaliating.
Nice.
So you might like him. It's a very, very Let me see if
Very
this works.
Melinda coded.
Wow, I don't know what update they did, but it absolutely messed with everything. It's fine though; it still works, and that's all that matters.
Woo!
Right, there we go. Sometimes the apps force its settings. That's what I'm thinking, French Toasted. Maybe I should. Let me try one last thing, and then I will just deal with it.
The wall.
Hey there, Gazelle. Give me 1 second, Gazelle. I'm fixing things, so I'll have to take that hydrate later. Let's see. I'm sorry, Melinda. I'm sorry all this is kind of going on.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's a-okay. Sometimes it happens, and it's chill. We're just chilling. We adapt. We overcome. If Nightmare doesn't work, we'll just figure out
Absolutely.
a third one, or we just chill. Let they break.
That's true. Either way.
I'm gonna scroll back in chat.
Let's see. Order list. That.
Oh yeah, Amis, you said that you also love horror games. My fun fact about horror games that I talked about a long time ago, or maybe it was my part of my Vangeli, like debut newsletter, is I play horror games because like I like overcoming darkness. And the majority of horror games, even though there's a lot of darkness and difficulties and all these things that are happening, in the end, like for example RE4, Leon is supposed to get to the end. He's supposed to finish the game, and bada bing bada boom. So playing these horror games is like there are a lot of difficulties and hard circumstances and obviously evil bad guys, but in the end, light and good will always triumph at the end. So I like playing horror games to punch darkness in the face and then show that even through all these difficult circumstances that, good will always win in the end.
That's why I always admire you, because I don't know how you play horror games. Those are real scary.
True.
Like I played Subnautica, just I don't want to think about that.
You're like, I am a fish, but not in those waters.
Not in those, for sure. All right, let's see. Do I have to invite
It's about
you?
drive.
I think I do.
It's about power.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Are we friends on Steam by chance?
I don't think so. The bond of friendship
Here.
fortifies even more now. Sometimes it's hard to keep
Amen.
track because I feel like we're friends in all places, and then it's like, oh, we're actually not friends on Discord, even though we might be sharing the same Discord like server and like Twitter.
Yeah, I had that thought when I saw that you sent me a friend request. I was like, are we not friends already? I was like, oh, you know what? I don't actually ever remember if like we did or didn't. I was like, I guess it's one of those things. We just slid through the cracks with it.
Yeah, it's so easy to think like, oh, we already are. My bad. It happens. There's a lot of places you can add people now. Oh, the chairs fix themselves. Oh, that's okay. I could stand. I usually run around too much, and then I break a lot of chairs, and then I'm like, I hope that wasn't important.
How do I invite you?
What
Your
do
friends list?
I think what? I choose a mission.
I'm pretty sure there is a way to just invite you straight up. Hold on, let me.
Did I do the inviting last time?
Invite members. Oh, here we go.
True
There you
cold
go.
coffee. This is the Steam app. I mean, that was something we were going to talk about too a little bit. And Habakkuk.
Mhm.
Habakkuk.
I've always heard it called Habakkuk.
Habakkuk. It's probably the right way to say it. Perhaps. Apparently Habakkuk or Habakkuk. Habakkuk. Say that 10 times fast.
Yeah, right. But it is a very good book in the Bible. It's very good, especially like if you want a story of Job with a little more of a happy ending to it,
Yeah.
it's a very good story because it comes at a time right before Israel fell to Babylon, and the Lord even said that He would use Babylon to essentially like overtake Israel due to its unfaithfulness. Also, what boss do we want to go after?
All right, chat.
If you want to
We're
punch back the knight, we can actually fight the Night Lord himself.
we could give it a try. Which one is the Night Lord? Is it
Why not?
Tricephalos? Everdark Sword.
No, it is Night Aspect. You might not have it actually.
Oh, I don't have it unlocked. Beans.
All right, well let's do Tricephalos, and we'll learn together.
Let's go. Thank you for
Hey
the
there,
follow.
Gaming Crusader. Good to see you.
I would say thank you for the follow, Gaming Crusader. Welcome to the land of hope, where we strive and grow. I hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, we had actually went over Habakkuk at our Bible study at church, and I felt like it's so prominent because he's just like, God,
Mhm.
don't you see what's happening right now? Aren't you gonna do something about it? And my husband likes how God is like, even if I told you what I was doing, you wouldn't believe it. It's like, God works in mysterious ways. God works in ways you wouldn't even believe, even if he told you.
Mm-hmm.
Which is so true.
It's the absolute truth. And also, thank you, Glitchborn, for the subscription. Much appreciated, chum. I'm doing great. I hope you're also doing great. I'm also joined by the wonderful Melinda Esperanza.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
But it's very, very true. It just, like, there was a time where I was very much, I was losing a lot due to me following the Lord. Like, that's actually how I quit my job for that. Because I was deeply spiritually convicted, and I realized that I was worshiping the security it gave me. Like, I'm not trying to speak ill about having a job. Having a job is
Yeah.
a good thing. But the problem was what I was doing with it. To me, it was security, and I was coveting its security to the point where it was like destroying me. So it's like, even though I hate my job, even though I don't like what I do, but I still do it anyway, because that's just how I always do. Like, that's how I always work. And eventually the Holy Spirit convicts me. And I realize, okay, so I'm coveting, as the Lord had said before, you cannot serve both God and money. But the streaming thing, I have been serving the Lord. Normally, I always take his plans to kind of the back end. I always push his plans back because I'm like, well, I have to work. I have to be an adult. I have to do this. I have to do that. But then I'm always caught up in the rat race of it, never actually paying mind to the Lord or his ways. And that is what I was doing with this last job. Once the Lord fully revealed that, yes, you are coveting this and the money and security it's giving you, I was deeply convicted, and I said, I can't go back. Because if I do, then I'm essentially giving in to its covetousness of money. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm still looking for like a part-time job and all that stuff to be in tandem with the streaming.
Yeah.
But it was one of those big moments where I'm like, well, I can't just quit. I don't have a backup plan. I don't have this. I don't have that. And it's like, are you going to trust the Lord, or are you going to trust the security your job is giving you? And so I trusted the Lord. And now here I am.
Yeah, and you've done so much, and it is kind of a hard thing of like being in a place that does provide, but it's also like, what kingdom are you building while you work?
It's very, very, very true. And that's kind of why I said it was like, the big question was always, where is my heart posture? And my heart posture, unfortunately, was not really paying mind to the Lord or his ways. even though I prayed constantly, even though I'd studied the Word of God, there was always that part of me um, that still sought my own levels of like ability, so to speak. Hello, Lo-Fi.
Hello,
I
bye.
think we're gonna go here, maybe.
I mean, it also, like, to answer cold coffee, like, it requires discernment. There were plenty of times in my old job. I mean, I had a whole YouTube video about it. I'll follow you because I always forget where I should be going. I usually just follow my husband.
You're good. I think the
uh,
other person wants us to go in that castle, so let's go in there.
okay, where'd they go? We'll follow
Here,
third
follow
person.
me.
Follow you and follow third person. But there's a discernment about it because, like, I remember my previous job was just a hellhole. Just to sum it up, my supervisor just felt like constant spiritual warfare all the time. No one was doing anything to correct her behavior, and it was really hard. And I talk about in the videos, like, for someone who doesn't have the Lord, it can become really suffocating, and to understand, like, the only way out is to exit out of your own life, because, you know, if you quit your job and you're homeless, and you don't want to be homeless, but you hate your job and you have to go there, and then you have to wait for another job, it could be a very despairing cycle. But thank God to sustain you during that time. But I was like, I was praying for God to, you know, remove my supervisor and stuff like that. And I was like, I can't have God removing all things in the valley, you know. He's gonna walk me through it. Oh. And so I changed my prayers to be like, God, help me through this and soften my supervisor's heart during this time. And
Oh,
and then I just kind of stuck through it because there was a part of me was like, I'm gonna, you know, have a part-time job, but then that means sacrificing streaming. There's just a lot of elements to it. Oh, you're dead. All right, let me go in. Oh no!
nah, run away! It's gonna kill you too.
I didn't
Run!
realize you were just dying. Me just yapping, you're just like perishing.
Nah, you're good. What you're saying is way more important than the game.
So true.
Like,
Yeah, but I had to wait
it's
it
true.
out. And then it was really tough, but you just rely on God on the whole time. And then I was able to find a new job that, you know, I can work with students again, and it's been really, really good. But, you know, it was a whole year of holding out and trusting. Oh, is the other partner down? I'm gonna have to find you. Don't worry, I'll find you.
Yeah,
you know,
I don't know how he got there.
He's
I have
left
no
the
idea how to
world.
get in there.
He's like, these guys left me to die. But you know,
We didn't, but you left us. We don't know where to go.
my bad. I should ask my husband. Do you want to join?
If he wants to, that would help us a lot.
Can we just follow you while we talk about God's thoughts? I'll text him. We'll just fight stuff while we yap. It's okay.
Yeah. We're gonna lose. We're gonna lose like heroes.
Yeah,
Seriously, I
yeah.
have no idea how we got there.
Oh, I'm down.
Oh no,
That's okay. This
Melinda!
was a warm up. This is a warm up. This gives me time to text my husband. You want to help us with that? But yeah, it's all about discernment, and because uh, there's nothing like, oh, you got me, thank you, wrong with like,
Yeah.
because like you felt a conviction in your job, so that moved you to leave your job. There's a lot different than being like, I don't like my job, I'm just gonna quit and hope the Lord provides for me, you know. There's a discernment about it, and if you feel like God is calling you somewhere else, then you shift. If you just like your own circumstances telling you you don't like where you are, you just hold out. Because that's where I was like, I don't like these circumstances, so I just really want to be somewhere else. But like God was using me in these hard trials, and it reached a lot more people, and that was more, you know, fruitful than me just having a beneficial job that made me comfortable, even though I was uncomfortable. You know, I was being worked a lot more through the Lord to help other people in an eternity kind of beneficial way, versus like me just being comfortable. And then after holding out, the breakthrough came, and I got a new job, and it was better, and everyone treats me better. But it was just the holding out. But I'm still like in that job because I really like helping students. So as much as I would like to just like stop and do streaming full time, I have a calling there to help these students. Because college students have it really rough, and so I'm there to bring some hope. And I'm doing a really good job at it. And if the Lord, moves me to do this full time, that's great. But I feel like I haven't felt that push yet, so I'm still at my job.
Yeah.
I hope that
But
answers your
that's
question.
kind of what I mean when it comes to it. It's like, yeah, I've worked jobs that I've hated for a long, long, long time. Like I got no problem working a job that I don't like.
Yeah.
I've done it plenty of times. I probably will continue to do it plenty of times. But the issue was never, what the heck? That's new. Even though this thing was here. All right. But that's why it was so terrifying, because I don't do that. I always have a job. I always have something, some way to be able to provide for myself. And by no means, like I said, am I talking ill on like jobs or work, because like I said, I'm still looking for one. But like kind of like what you were just saying, the deep spiritual conviction of what am I going to do? Am I going to return back to my life where I really don't pay God a whole lot of mind and only really like, oh, I pray and I do this and I do that, but like I don't actively do anything that serves him or serves his kingdom. And like that was what was bothering me.
Yeah.
Whereas with streaming, now I feel like I'm doing something for him. Like this is a part of why God has me here. And that's why like I felt so strongly about it. To be like, hey, you know what? Maybe I should trust in the Lord with all this. Now, like I said, still looking for a place to work, still looking for all that. I'm not trying to say God is an excuse to be irresponsible. There are plenty of verses that talk about how, you don't work, you don't eat. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, in Proverbs, there's a lot of wisdom of like, you need to have critical thinking skills. You just can't be like, all right, God, all the work I'm going to leave in your hands, and I'm going to do nothing.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm down.
Oh, no. Hold on. Ow. Uh-oh.
Well, oh yeah, I forgot you could do the thing.
Hey, you got abilities.
Well,
Uh-oh, I'm dead.
oh, we're both dead.
Exactly, Gushbone. Love you too, man. But it's just true. It just... It's just deciding for yourself, or it's just like really kind of resonating yourself with the Lord and his will for you. And I realized that whether I had realized, wow, we are going to super die. Let's fail like heroes though.
That's okay.
It's not about winning, it's about doing.
We just got something in the background while we yap, you know?
Exactly. Uh-oh. But like yeah.
Oh.
It's deciding truly like, oh no. My friend, oh my gosh.
It's okay, we'll go out together.
That's
Book
right.
blazing.
Warriors together. Warriors don't die, they're just misplaced.
Where one candle extinguishes 15 more lights.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, we're back. I always keep thinking that round will end and we just revive.
I think it'll just keep going until what is it? Till we get to the boss and die.
Well, that works for us. Then we just keep yapping and perishing and being brought back to life.
Yeah, why not? Let's just kill enemies then.
We'll pick up super high level and never
But,
face the boss.
that's why it's just one of those. I did it because I had a deep spiritual conviction for it, and plenty of people have said, like, that's a really stupid move. And I'm like, I agree, it is a stupid move. But it's a stupid move. Like, God often calls us to do things that are considered to be a stupid move because, like, he wants something. And it's like I said, I'm not justifying, like, being lazy, but that's not why I left my job. I didn't leave my job because I was lazy. I didn't leave my job because, like, oh, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to work, and God will take care of everything. It is more was just, hey, you are worshiping your job and the security it gives you, rather than focusing on me and my purposes for you.
Yeah, and it's
as
tough.
a result, yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying like, you can finish and then I'll add.
All I was really gonna say was like, yeah, it can seem odd, but like often serving the Lord will seem that way. It'll seem just like, what are you doing? This is not smart. And I'm like, right, it's not smart according to the world, but I have to focus on the Lord and what he wants from me. And so if God wants me to, like, again, I'm doing his will here. Lots of people have come back to Christ because they like tune into my streams. Not saying that I saved them, just
Yeah.
the Lord used me to reach them again. And now they're back home. Now they're like taking their faith more seriously. And it's like, yeah, this work means something. It's for the Lord. It's focusing on heavenly things. Oh no,
exactly.
the rain. She is knighting.
Yeah, and it's hard because sometimes you talk to people, like you said, they were like, oh, that's a stupid idea or something. Like the negative pushback of man's understanding, even if you're like your friends mean well, like you can't necessarily just think from your own POV of like, oh, Samson, that's a bad idea. It's like, if that's where God's telling you to go, like God already saw the ladder. Like he sees you leaving your job. If you follow him, he sees you building, others up on this platform. He sees what you're going to become, and you trusting him is good. That's why discernment's good. Wherever God calls you, he will provide. That's why it's one of those things where you can't just like always be like, well, if I do this thing I want, God's going to provide for me. Sometimes you reap your own consequences because you don't ask God for direction, and then you do the thing, and then you're like, God, help me. And God obviously will not forsake you, but also sometimes you reap your own consequences for not asking or moving to ahead or just desiring something that God said that you weren't even ready for yet,
It is 100% true. Like, it's, again, I don't mean to ever compare myself to like Moses or in the like, but it is one of those like, yeah, Moses going to Pharaoh saying, hey, release your slaves because a God you don't worship told you to. Right? Like,
yeah.
by the world standards, that is not smart. And it's like, you're right, it's super not smart. Oh,
I'm coming.
It's not smart, but it is what God called him to do. So while the Lord is not telling you to be like irresponsible with yourself, sometimes you will have to take that leap. And that's what this whole streaming thing is for me.
Yeah. In all godly timing,
Oh, we are not ready to fight this guy.
Woo!
Yeah.
Well,
Stumbling in times when I discovered your streams, Basal, you definitely helped me just being here. Can't speak for everyone, but you helped me a lot. Thanks, mate. That means a lot to me, Glitchborn, because I do
Yay.
want to do that, and that is why I'm here. All right, so that was a learning experience.
we still got stuff out of it,
Yeah.
I forgot that you can do
I don't know if your husband
duos.
ever got back to you.
Oh, he
if not,
started.
we'll go again.
He started night raiding. He's like, if really need be. But we could try a duo.
We probably do.
That way we don't have like.
Oh, we could, yeah, just try us two then.
Yeah. Oops, I keep breaking chairs.
Yeah, let's do that. There's 2 players.
Yeah.
There we go. We'll try just us 2. See if we can't figure it out.
We're gonna do great.
We'll do
raid of the
great.
night.
But yeah, that's how life has been, and I understand it. It's one of those, I don't even hold it against people for being like, yeah, that's a really stupid move you did. Like, you're right, it is. But it's one of those, like, this is where the chili meets the cheese. Am I
Yeah.
truly a follower of God, or am I only a follower of God when I know things are going to be okay? And Habakkuk talks a lot about that too, especially given the time Israel had all but kind of forsaken the Lord, worshiping other gods, indulging in all sorts of debauchery, and like its leaders super corrupt, the Torah being neglected, and Habakkuk was the prophet of the time. He was the prophet of the Lord, but unlike most other prophets, he didn't really preach God's messages to his people. He more was just like, these people are like so far gone. Like, Lord, what are you going to do to fix all this?
These people suck.
Yeah. And let's see if I can
A
get a
giant
damage
rat.
buff when you're low health. It's the rats.
Yeah,
Don't
and
yell at me,
sometimes
ugly.
I think it's okay to come to terms, like you said, like maybe it was a stupid decision, but maybe like reiterating to yourself that way it doesn't feel like negative. I don't know. I was talking to the stream about it yesterday. It's like sometimes we say negative things to ourselves in some way or another. It's like, you know what? Maybe it's a decision that they don't understand, but you understand that that's the decision the Lord's called you to, and whatever the Lord calls us to is better than what we think where we should be, or where we think we should be, you know.
Exactly.
Who's that guy?
Yeah, follow me. Let's see if I can.
Okay.
Let's see if we can go up here. But yeah, it's not easy being a follower of Christ, but it sure is the most rewarding thing.
Yeah. I think a nice thing about Habakkuk too is like no matter what happens, you can always trust in the Lord. Which I feel like, you know, as we see times that match more with the quote unquote end times, or, you know, what has already been called to prophecy, you know, God, it's not taking God by surprise, you know, like Habakkuk's like, God, don't you see all these things happening? And it's still happening like today, but it is nice to see like his complaints turn into prayers, because he knows God is who he says he is. God is faithful, and God will work out things even when we don't understand God's ways of doing it or understand how he's even gonna do it. He's just God, and we can trust in him and just be patient. I think that's a big one for people having lack of patience.
Yeah, that's why it says in what is it? Psalm 46, be still and know that I am God.
Yeah.
Let's see.
That's true. Jonah
we'll
didn't even
take
want to
this.
save people. God was like, "Hey, go tell these people," and he was like, "No, you know who do you
Like,
know
I don't
who
want it.
these
These
people
people
are?"
don't deserve that.
Yeah.
Oh, and also, and thank you, Glitchborn. That really does mean a lot. Real quick, also, just for the game's sake, just because you find a weapon doesn't mean you have to use it, but every weapon has some level of like passive ability to it. So like some weapons will be like, oh, increases damage on successive attacks. You don't have to use it, you just have to have it in your inventory somewhere.
Oh
So
yeah,
it
that's what I
behooves you
learned
to pick up a lot
too.
of. Yeah, just in case you didn't know that, because I didn't know that when I first played all this, and everyone was like, what is he doing?
Why are you grabbing the wrong things?
Well, it's like I wasn't grabbing anything. I was just like, oh, I'm not going to use that. They're
Oh.
like, no, that's not the point. That's not the point. Like,
That's funny. I was like, I'm learning, man. I'm learning.
I'm just learning. I'm a learned little guy. Let's see. I hope there's somewhere to get around. Oh, yeah, there is. Oh, sweet. Let's go here.
Poor controller.
We're going to go to this little church.
Oh, did you go
and get
up?
ourselves an extra bit of healing. Yeah.
Extra flask. Woohoo!
See that marker? See that marker on your little
Whee!
compass there? Like I'm marking where we should go.
Okay.
So let's
Hello.
see. Let's go here.
All right.
Oh, second pin. Over this way. We gotta level up.
You don't own Irene?
I am the raider, Jurassic.
I'm Duchess. I don't know what she is. She's fast. Oh, scary
Maybe we
noise.
Go around here, maybe?
Scary noise. Scary.
Yeah, I heard that too. Like, what's that? There's so much I don't know about this game. Also, I was playing with some of my chums. There's a devil character in this game, and someone made a deal with him, and it was not me.
We gotta go fight
I was
him.
like, on my Christian stream, excuse me? Ow.
Gotta go fight that guy. Kick flip.
Oh, yeah. He's literally based off of the pagan god, Baphomet.
That's wild.
Which is... So if you really want to fight back the darkness, that's your guy.
I'm gonna go hunt him down now. Woo! Oh, let's go, Rabbit. Getting your gains in after being sick.
Heck yeah, buddy. The gains train has no brakes. All right, let's kill this guy.
And little by little is always pretty good. It was funny. I had gone to the gym with my husband, and I forgot. I kept up with his weights, and I was like, cool. I'm very strong in IRL. But I also remembered I haven't been in the gym in a hot second, so the next day I was like, sore.
Man, I missed the gym. I have a home gym that I work out in.
Oh.
Ow. I thought I dodged that. No.
Lightning Jade.
Ow.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Land Crest Mentor. We strive and grow. Hope you enjoy your stay. You died.
That's fine. That's fine. We're going to come back. We're going to beat their butt.
Kick flip.
It's more like the devil stole your soul and he bought them back with rooms. But how did he steal our soul to begin with? Like, that's what I'm confused about. I'm like, wait a minute.
There's lore. I'm gonna look up a YouTube video after this. Lore on characters.
Yeah, right. What with that Baphomet character? He literally is referred to as a demon.
Cookies are done. Oh, I want a cookie. Wow, sugoi. I hope you get to enjoy your cookies. One of our faculty had made us some cookies. Woo!
Ooh, what kind?
Chocolate chip, and they were very moist. Melty, that's the better word. Woo! Thank you. Oh,
He's almost dead. Hurry! Kill him!
All right, we're so back. I guess
She's got all kinds of hands.
Woo! True.
What does this do?
A
Less
great
likely.
sword.
You should probably take this sword. Less likely to be targeted because your character cannot tank hits. Mine can.
True. I try to. I always just try to be a tank. I just
I'll do
want to
this.
be the meat shield.
Let's see, where to go from here? Where to go from here? I have no idea. Guess we should pick up our runes that we lost.
Oh, that's right.
Oh shoot, the rain is here. Uh-oh.
My runes are like over there somewhere. That's weird. Oh, they're down
Yeah,
there.
where are they?
They're all the way down there. Maybe we might be able to.
Oh, I see it. Get that back.
Oop. Woo! All right, now we leave.
Uh-oh, here they come.
uh, sorry. Got somewhere else to
Yeah, we should
be.
probably run away from that. Especially because I think the circle's closing. Oh boy!
Oh, it's X. Whoop. Whee!
Let's see, where do we go from here? Oh, we got some levels with that. It's not bad.
Look at that, we're
Um,
improving. Ooh,
Let's go to
I'm
the
level
fire
6.
camp here.
We did a lot better than our last run.
Yeah, that's what I mean. This game is I've even talked about this game in reference to James 1, which was consider it pure joy when you face trials of any kind. The reason why I think this game is so neato for that is because this game is the perfect like representation of like what life is. Things are random, you're not guaranteed to get anything.
That's
But
true.
you do got to work with what you got.
Woo! I'm doing the thing from the top. Woohoo.
Oh,
might blow
wow.
up. Watch out.
Oh! All right, good to know.
Woo!
Wow, that was cool.
Oops. I did
Gotta
the
find
thing.
more of those guys.
Yeah. And I feel it's like kind of the same way I like to do with the horror games, you know? Like even with like Silent Hill F, I was just like, man, you know, people are going through these hard times and you just feel like, oh, if only I could be there to tell them about, you know, the hope that it can be found in Jesus and how it's been reflected in my life. Obviously, it's just a video game and it's a fictional plot, but in the sense, it's also still so real, you know, people having these struggles and all of these things. That it kind of gives a reminder, like, this is why it's important to be that person, talk about God, even if it makes people uncomfortable, you know. We were talking about that yesterday. I was like, uncomfortable will not mean diddly squat in the face of eternity, you know.
Absolutely. And that's what I mean. Like, people say that, like, the perfect representation of life is poker. And the reason why is because it's like, you know, they share a lot of similarities with life, right? I think this
Yeah.
game does a really good job of exactly that too, which is this level of like randomness. You're not guaranteed on getting anything. You're not guaranteed on where things are going to go or what enemies you're going to face. You might face enemies you're really good at beating. You might get enemies you're really bad at beating. But ultimately, you still have a fight to do. And so it's like you got to work with what you got.
True. I mean, even pro tags in games start with a stick.
Yeah.
Oops.
Speaking of, you played the new Silent Hill?
Yeah, Silent Hill F. Oh, this is gonna blow.
How was it?
It's good. I haven't finished it yet, but it was just very interesting because I was just like, we get to see like the characters and kind of just talk through it and all the things. You keep going a bit back and forth, like very Spirited Away kind of thing of like you sleep and then you're in the spirit world and you're like, well, that's weird.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
An alternate. I would not like to be cooked at all.
Do not
Well,
fry
what's it
the
called?
salmon.
I remember there was something about the marketing of Silent Hill, the new one, that I remember was kind of scared about because I was like, not like fear scared, as in, like I was like concerned, like, uh-oh, that doesn't sound very Silent Hill-y. But
Oh.
if you say it's good, then it's gotta be. I forget what it was though, but it was something. It was
Yeah,
something that made me go, huh.
Home. I didn't watch too much of the marketing. Maybe I watched maybe one, but I can't remember. I know there was a whole thing about like, oh, a hierarchy of like, oh, because of the man being the head of the household, or not. It's exactly that. I forgot the
what?
term. I don't know, like something about like how the West kind of translated Japanese for, I don't know, making the dad more. I don't want to say like political. I can't remember the word for it. But they made the English translation a little weird. But I haven't seen that yet. You know, you barely see your dad in the beginning. He's like an alcoholic, kind of. You're like, okay, bye. I'm gonna go to school now. Late night
Interesting.
noob.
All right.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Land and Crescimento. Oh, that's Sam. Whoops. We're driving girl
Well, there
up
was.
features.
Oh shoot! I had someone who followed me, but I will say thank you in just a second. I'm sorry. Oh no!
That's okay. We
Not
are
this guy again.
fighting people. Where'd he go? Is he in your rock? Oh, I was like, how'd you do that?
Yeah, for a minute.
Woo. Woo.
Leave my friend alone.
Oh no, I didn't drink my thing at the time. Patriarchy. Yes, that is the word. Thank you, Ravid. That's the word.
Did they use that term in it?
I don't know. I felt like it was kind of like something like that. But it's just mostly the English translation. There wasn't actually an implication of that. Just the way it was like doing it, I guess. But I haven't gotten that part with like much of the dad, so I don't know. The actress had an identity crisis. I have not heard about that. Oh, I should heal. Woo! Ear.
Oh, we might actually beat this guy.
Oh. Woo! Ah. Didn't mean to ping.
No.
Oh, I'm down. It's okay. We're almost there. We're almost there.
Ah!
I know we're both down.
Ah, we had it.
No, I thought if we keep hitting
That's
this,
okay.
we'd be so back. That's okay. We did pretty good this time, though. Look at us.
We did pretty good that time. I think we're learning.
We're upgrading. That's funny.
Alive and flopping. Exactly, Snowy.
True.
Let's try that again. We're learning. With each time we get better.
Oh yeah, I have to read it. Yeah, exactly. I feel like it's just like anything. It's a practice to just keep choosing to move forward and not give up.
Mm-hmm. And I agree, Glitchborn. 2 ball-bearing hunters. So, like, the fun joke about this game, that boss, the ball-bearing hunter, is, like, arguably one of the harder bosses in this game.
Oh really? Wow.
Yeah, like, he just doesn't flinch for anything. Like, even my heavy swings doesn't make him, like, go like, oh, no, I'm stunned for a bit. Like, it takes forever.
Oh well, we were pretty good as two kind of like amateurs. Almost take him down.
That's what I mean. We were almost there at his last 4th health.
Yeah, let's go.
So we'll get there. We just gotta keep hitting it.
Yeah. It's all just a little bit of practice. Like I was saying, I was like, oh, I shouldn't like, surrender, like, or it'd be like, oh, I don't do, because that's why I didn't get better at Minecraft. I avoided it because I was like, oh, well, I'm not really good at it to begin with, blah, 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 blah. And now I'm just like, oh no, I gotta work my way there, and then I'll get really good at it. Because obviously, no one's just born as a prodigy.
Exactly. You gotta just. It's one of those. You gotta see things through heavenly eyes, and the way you see it is, it's like, look, you have endless potential. You can do anything, and the Lord even says nothing will be impossible for you. If you have faith in Him, and it's like that's not just like a comforting, like, oh, that makes me feel good about myself. It's like, no, that is truly the logic in which this world works.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Let's see, big boy, come on.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh, already?
I feel like we're fighting some big boys in the beginning.
I think we are too.
Woo! I was like, the faith of a mustard seed, we talked about it in chat the other day. If it can move a mountain, imagine how much your faith could move more than a mustard seed.
It's very true. But sometimes having the faith as small as a mustard seed, even that proves to be a lot.
Woo! Exactly.
let's see. All right, we got that. We got that. Thought there would be a boss here, but I don't think there is.
I guess it's just a camp. Woo! Sliced and diced him. Oh.
There you go. Let's see. Anything in here? What does this do? Improve sorceries? That's magic!
I never like being in a magic class. I'm very bad.
I don't either. It's just too much. There's just too much to know.
Hi, Uncle Shaw.
Oh, you're being raided.
Welcome in. How's it going? How are you doing today? Our fellow brother in Christ. Oh. Oh. Un momento. Oh, I'm out of flasks. We're almost there. How's it going, Uncle Shaw? Hello, Raider. Soy Belinda. Esperanza, your local demon slayer and warrior of hope. Joined by Samson.
Hello, hello.
Our fish warrior of hope.
All right, let's see.
Woo!
Got the thing. Level up a bit.
Oh wow, we leveled
Takes
up
a
a
bite
lot
out of
faster.
sense because hungry. Well, you're alternate. You're lucky I like you.
You just like bite into your homie.
Yeah, well, he's hungry. He's a hungry boy, and he needs to grow. Be big and strong. Muscular, even.
Big and strong. Ooh,
Off topic, but you reminded me of Azo's last words if you ever played Revelations. What were his last words? Glitchborn?
Oh, I lost you. I found some guys, but don't worry, I'm gonna beat them up.
You got it. I pinned where to go, so just follow that marker on your compass. You should be able to see where we're going.
Perfect.
All right, let's try. Let's try.
Oh, we played some Kingdom Hearts 2. How is it? I love Kingdom Hearts 2. What?
Albinorix. Oh.
Good thing there's no fall damage. Oh.
Oh, Assassin's Creed Revelations. I have not played that, so I have no idea.
I've also never played Assassin's Creed. My brother did. He's a big gamer. It was kind of funny because he was a big gamer and I ended up becoming the streamer.
A little bit of his gaming energy rubbed off on you, huh?
True. He was doing all the first-person shooters and stuff. I was doing like Gears of War and Devil May Cry as a wee lass. Very Melinda coded.
Ooh. Melinda coded. Gotta start coming up with this. Gotta remember what the kids say.
The kids say, as long as they're not juggling numbers.
Exactly.
We did it. Oh, it's purple. Gotta knock out the magic
Stamina,
user.
nice.
Oh. I could say I kick-flipped him. Ooh.
I could say that is a notch in my belt.
Ooh.
Kickflip the guy. Let's see.
What?
Oh no!
I thought you were just behind me.
Hold on. No, hold on, I'm coming.
Don't worry.
I'm
making my way downtown. Walking incredibly slow.
No, it just arrived. Ah!
Here I die now.
I'm sorry. I was like, I could do it. No, I can't.
That's funny. That's okay. I'll just pick up my stuff.
Shoot, we don't have a ton of flasks.
Whee!
Let's see.
Ba-dum. We're so back.
What is here? Don't forget to pick up your runes. They'll help you leveling up.
Runes have been picked up. Hi, Jittery Squirrel.
Hey, squirrel. Welcome back.
Whee! What? Ba-dum, ba-dum.
Hey, alternate. So are mine. I got straight up canines here.
Don't worry, I'm coming.
No worries.
On my way. On my way.
You know what? Here, drop down in this hole. There's a boss here.
All right. Woo!
Let's see. Where's the boss? Hey, what's this?
Box of stuff. Ah. Let's pick it up.
Thank
just
you,
'cause.
squirrel, for the resub. Let's beat this guy up. Hey, nerd. Is that a sorcery? That's lame.
Woo!
Boom.
Getting better at this watch trick.
There we go. Ooh, okay. We'll take the halberd. Let's see. Now, where do we go? I guess we'll go here. We gotta get us some levels.
Sounds good.
Gotta find out. Where is a grace? We gotta get something. I think we got runes, but we just haven't been able to find it. Oh, and someone's dying over there.
It's not me. Not me this time.
It's like, for once, I'm not butt kicking. Let's see. I guess we'll go in here. Oh, they're storm knights. All right. We could do storm knights. Storm knights are not too big. Come on, come on. Oh, no, they're giants. Uh-oh.
Storm Knights and Giants, or just giant Storm Knights?
Just giants. I can't hit anything and keep it in the wall.
That's just your thing for today. Just keep smacking some walls.
Yeah. I'm literally being walled. Whoa. All right, we got that guy.
All the stuff on the floor. Fire pot. Don't mind if I do. Aha, I knew it. Rangers are always like 50 feet away.
Oh my gosh, the pot giant. Where was he?
I'm
even?
coming. Oh! All right, we're still back.
All right, hurry, run.
Woo! Ah!
Oh, watch out for the pot giant over there.
Oh. Oh. Got.
Ow. Oh no.
All right, we're still back.
Hey, watch out,
Thank
that giant is
you.
throwing big old
Ah!
pots of magic. Don't do it.
Oh, it's a thing that goes on the floor. I thought it was just like.
Ow.
Don't worry, I have a heal circle over here. Woo!
Hey, we got that guy.
Nice. Increased maximum HP. Nice.
Where did you know what? The thing's closing. Oh, there's a grace there. Oh,
There is hope.
yeah, squirrel. They're not worth it if they're yeah, the giants. They're really not worth it if they're there. All right, 7's not bad. I think we could take them on.
I think so. Then like eat.
Warrior of Hope and a barbaric fish. We can do this. Speaking of, have you ever played Final Fantasy 14? I've been like obsessed with that game recently.
Oh, I saw that you were playing it earlier. I have not played it.
Like I love MMO stuff. Have you played it?
I have not. My husband wants me to play the Final Fantasy VII original. I do own it. I just haven't played it. He teases me. I'm just like, I have a lot of games to play.
The Warrior of Hope's job is never finished.
True.
No, but I love FF14. If you're a fan of like MMO, like dungeon raiding and playing with friends, it's the way to go.
I think you jittery squirrel for hydrate. I should be hydrating. Lord knows I need it. I've been a lot better about it.
Yeah,
though.
I had a follow way back when. I'm so sorry to whoever that was. Where was it? J-Man of God. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the river.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Where? Ah, behind me. Oh, you keep looking like the bad guy, so I keep trying to fight you.
And Uncle Shaw, thank you for the follow and welcome to the river, chum.
All right, got this
All
one.
right, come on, big boys. You're dealing with the big fish now.
Woo! All right.
What's our boss going to be? I think we can do this. I'm feeling good about this one.
Oh, I agree so there. Dang.
Uh-oh. Oh.
It's demi-human queen and swordmaster. Oh.
The Swordmaster is going to be a bit tricky.
Oh.
Oh no! Ah! Please!
There we go. Woo!
Oh wow, you just ignored me. Hey! Get back here, you little
It might be because you're
Yoda-looking-
invisible.
I'm invisible?
Yeah, I made you invisible. I can do that.
Oh, you could do that?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, I'm done. Don't worry, you're almost there.
Oh no. There's another one? Uh-oh. Alright, hold on. You need to come up. I missed.
Jerry Squirrel, thank you for the sub. Or the subscribe. I really appreciate it.
Ouch, ouch.
We knight thee, Carillo Squire.
Oh, ho, ho.
We did it!
Jason Maddox, how you doing, buddy? Oh my gosh.
It's not our first
Wow.
rodeo.
It sure felt like it. All right.
Woo!
So with that-
Alright.
We have repulsed the night. Hello, Red Star. Good to see you. So if we have repulsed the night, where should we go from here? You know what?
Thanks,
We
Jittery Squirrel.
need
I
more
appreciate it.
flasks.
We do.
We need more flasks, more health, and then more levels. What I missed? Not much. I'm playing Elden Ring Night Rain with the ever wonderful Melinda Esperanza.
Hello! 'Tis I.
Also, how do you
Warrior
address your chat again?
They're called-
Corninos?
Cariños. Cariños.
Caninos. I should know this being half Mexican.
Riños.
Cariños.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, man,
Cariños.
I'm poisoned.
Oh, interesting.
Gross. Means beloved.
Oh, does it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That's
I
why I
didn't
chose
know
it.
that. I just knew. I just knew there were like little birds that you always had them represented.
Our golden doves of hope.
That's cute. I like that.
Yeah.
Let's go to this church here.
If you're watching
Get a
my scene,
flask
that's what the
charge.
bird is on the screen. A lot of people are like, "Oh my gosh, that's so cute." I'm like, "That's you." Ah.
That's you guys. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Beans. Not being the most Christian VTubers
I'm so
are
far away. I'm
Hispanic. Are
sorry. I
you?
won't be able to help
That's so funny. So regular VTubers, majority are Filipino. Christian VTubers are Hispanic.
Are they really? Is that a thing?
I don't know.
Am I not unique?
That's the first time for me. Oh, thank you, Uncle Shaw. I'm here. It's in my bio. I'm here
I
wherever
guess that
there's
makes
darkness.
sense. I have noticed a lot of Hispanic VTubers.
True. It's kind of funny because I feel because
Whoops.
the trope I'm used to is that the VTubers are just all Filipino, most of them.
What's this? Abduct a virgin sickle.
Oh, you got the Enye
Oh, is he in there?
cold coffee. Oh man, not these poison ones again. Ooh. Are ruins right there? It's hard to
Looks
tell.
like you could use a big rock. Ha ha.
Oh, they are the poison. Are you kidding me? Or maybe they're not in the poison. Where did they go? Where are my ruins? You. Oh, it's depleting my health. Oh.
Oh, we're gonna go up. We're gonna go up. Up.
How did this happen? Fear Latina and a chancla. So true. This tale as old as time. That never goes away.
Hey there, Grace. Good to see you. How'd you sleep?
Hi, Grace. Hope you had some
Stop
good sleep.
guarding. Let me kill you. Hey there, 8-Bit Rockman.
I'm having my own like battles over here.
Uh-oh, where are you? I don't even see you.
I'm kind of like at the beginning where we passed the poison. I'm just trying to find my ruins. So I was like, cause there's this guy. Trying to find
There was this guy. He was here. Well, if you see the little pins that I'm putting down, meet me there.
Okay, I will do my best.
No rush. Just enjoy the game how you like it. Slept like a newborn lamb. That's awesome. I'm glad you finally got some sleep. What?
Is it in the guy?
Whoa. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Up, up, up.
Oh, it moved into that. No, my ruins. It's okay.
Oh no!
I was so lost in where they
Oh,
were.
wait,
They got
the new-
absorbed into a flower.
Oh, flower of all things.
Yeah, but the poison was
let's
going,
see.
so I couldn't see the light. It's okay. We made it to day
Oh
2.
my
I
gosh!
feel like we're winning.
Yeah, Grace, that was all a part of my plan.
Uh-oh, my screen went back.
Just straight up, we're like, all right, man, you came to the wrong
Oh, okay.
neighborhood. And I'm gonna be coming back for my runes. You crystal freaks.
Huh. Whoa, giant flower.
Hey, come on.
Where'd they go now? Are they in this guy now? He's not glowing. They keep
Broke
getting
the
absorbed by
stance.
plants.
Oh no.
I'm just having a bad time.
That's
It's okay.
okay. I'm fighting crystal people.
Oh, it's those guys. There we
Did
go.
not
Set them
know
on
you
fire.
could do that.
Woo!
Take care,
All
Glitchborn.
right.
Thank you for stopping by.
Bye, Glitchborn. Have a good day. God bless you. Take care out there. Whee! Alright, I'm coming. After fighting just like my own arc of like poison flower.
You're good. I almost killed the last one. There we go. We are going to get that runes, because that is a lot of runes. All right, let's see.
Ah. Boop.
All right, where should we go from here?
Okay, this looks like I can go up.
I guess right there.
Oh,
Guess better go to the castle.
Making my way.
Nah, it's always good to see you, Glitchborn. I'm just happy that you came here. I don't like how my
Well-
YouTube chat is talking about eating me.
I was wondering about that. You said that, and I didn't see that in chat, and I was like, maybe I just missed it.
Nah.
I said I was crazy.
They said I was crazy.
Oh. Okay. Alley-oop. The new year has only started, but is there something that you feel like you're really growing in now that the year started?
What's that?
Now that the new year's started, has there been something that you feel like you've been really growing in or getting better at?
I've definitely been getting better at kind of stilling myself, because I mean, kind of like what I was just saying about my deep spiritual conviction, I would always like overwork myself to an unbelievable degree, but I still have that same habit, even as like even though I'm technically, self-employed.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like I have become a whole lot better at that.
That's good.
I feel like I've kind of gotten a lot better at not fretting so much, and also learning to give to God fully. Like there was a time where I literally like or not quit, but I canceled stream because I just felt like I needed to be still for a little bit. And just really like kind of rely on the Lord and all that. I feel like I'm getting better at taking those moments for myself.
Mm-hmm.
When in reality, all I want to do is just like grind it out.
Yeah.
So I feel like I've gotten better at that.
That's good. I feel like that was something I worked on last year, because I just like back to back, and it's hard because like I had a 8 to 5, and then I stream right after, and then I have to still get rest, and then also do chores, and I feel like my place of living was also kind of behind because I had to declutter and all of these stuff. So it was a lot, but I finally was able to get to a point of realizing like, rest is biblical. If God rested after creation, like, who am I to just grind away when the God of the universe also took a rest day?
It's very true.
So I was like, all right, I got a big rest.
Exactly.
I think this year I've been like catching up on like small but like meaningful things. Like no one really taught me to like how to swallow pills. So
Oh, really?
Yeah. So my mom would always like open capsules or something, and so all that stuff with like antibiotics or whatnot. But you can't do that all the time. So I have some vitamins that my husband got me, and I've been slowly but surely, you know, pushing past the fear of like, oh, if I, you know, try to swallow this wrong, I'm going to like choke. I just usually just like, all right, Lord help me, you know, even in the smallest of
Yeah.
things. And that's been really helpful because I've been able to swallow my pills a lot better and even put in like eye drops and, you know, pushing past uncomfortable things or things you're not used to. What?
That's why it's good that you were like willing, whether or not we could get the Minecraft thing working. It was good that you were like prepared to. Oh, hold on. Please heal. All right.
Uh-oh. Ah.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! The knight's here.
Ah.
But it's good to like kind of increase your efficacy in that way. Oh, I might be dead.
Oh no. I've been trying to find you, but I keep thinking like you're underneath or like a wall away or something, you know.
Nah, you're good. Please open up. Please open
Hi,
up.
Hal. And he said to them, the Sabbath's made for man, and no man for the Sabbath. So true. Hi, Spiral King. Oh, you have chicken and rice? Oh, I'm going the wrong way.
You're good.
That sounds so yummy. Oh, chicken and rice. Oh, thank you for the follow, Glitchborn. What would take care out there? I'm hoping I can
I
start
might be super dead.
making my university-specific YouTube video soon.
I'm gonna die. This is it. This is where it all goes down.
Oh no.
Why is it gonna be like this? Wow, how far was it? Oh wow, I was never gonna make that. That's okay.
Run, 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 run. Woo! Oh, death right, bird.
Oh, there's a giant hippo too.
Hi, Mike. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, lurkers. I'm fighting a bird.
Ooh, outlaw. Hey, buddy.
Ah!
If / when we die after this, you want to help us? Because we're not
what's
doing
happening?
super hot. Tonight, she is raining.
Whoa. I guess the bird was not the main guy. Oh, I finally found Samson.
Yeah, I died.
Okay.
And Goku Strong, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the river, chum. Yeah, I've played with Outlaw. He's really good at this game. So he'd be able to help us a whole lot.
Just like the big anime eyes, like, outlaw.
Outlaw, please.
Deja vu.
We got 2 ball-bearing hunters as bosses. It was absurd.
Doing some broccoli? That sounds pretty nice. I'll probably have some lamb and rice because I got some like Costco bags. Like if you're somebody that's been a big clutch for me buying in bulk in a way at Costco, because I'm still getting better. I've gotten a lot better actually about like actually eating food, meal prepping. But I've gotten like bulks of like Costco like already pre-cooked items. That way I can just like microwave or air fry. Very minimal and just tie it with like freezer air fried vegetables, or if I make a protein shake, I put, you know, freezer fruits.
That's also something I gotta be better at, is meal prepping. It's good to meet you, Goku Strong. And oh, Fresh Ramen, we were just talking about you.
Hi, Bit. Hi, Fresh Ramen. Ah!
Oh, the fell omen. Oh, no.
My bad. We're good, we're good, we're good.
So this guy is really hard.
Invisible! Woo!
Oh, we stopped it. Oh, we're epic.
Woo!
Oh my gosh.
Oh, oh, that's hard.
Oh, watch out.
We got you though. Ah,
You did get me.
ah. This guy has all kinds of
Gonna stay
attacks. What
behind
is
my
this
rock
guy? The
here.
Avatar?
Salmon is great protein, Goku strong.
True. Oh. Oh!
No,
I got
my
down.
friend.
I didn't even see how I got down.
Oh my gosh!
You just launched you away? Oh, there.
Yeah, he sure did.
He's not letting us go.
Oh boy.
Banana
you, this guy's
ketchup? Who
pretty-
said banana ketchup?
Tricky.
Banana ketchup. I've heard of banana waffles.
You know, ketchup. I hear. Outlaw, if you're still here, would you like to help us? Because boy, howdy, do we need it.
Outlaw Kenobi.
Outlaw Kenobi.
I should ask my husband about
Upping
banana
my
ketchup.
girlfriend inches.
Do you know about banana ketchup?
Ooh, a Mexican meal. What kind, Mike?
Ooh, that sounds very lovely.
Is it tamales? Because I love me some tamales.
I love my mom's flautas. It was so funny because my husband got really good at making flautas just so I could be like, my favorite flautas are not my mom's, but my husband's.
Let's
I mean,
see.
they're pretty good. Hi, Mama Hades. Is this Elder Ring? It is. Well, it's the Night Ring.
Outlaw, what was your name? What was your name on Steam again? I super forgot.
Imagine it was lot out. Halloween, thank you for the gifted sub to Uncle Shaw. I appreciate it. And pata frita.
Welcome to the
patata
ad-free
frita.
viewing experience.
Thank you for that follow. Welcome to the land of Crecimiento. We strive and grow. I hope you enjoy your stay.
I didn't? Oh, you know what? I can do this, though. Here. There we go. I made the password chum. So here, before I start it, here, I got to go to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back.
Okay, I will man down the fort. There's some resources, cold coffee after stream. I'll try to send them to you. I feel like hopefully they can help find some resources in your area. But meal prepping, honestly, realistically, in the life that we live, it's so hard. I've been telling like college students too, because I work with them. It's like there's a lot of clickbait videos, especially because people kind of monetize and try to make money off of the struggles that you have and try to make all these videos. And you know, thank you, Hal, for the subscribe. I really appreciate the support. Thank you so much. And these videos are all very clickbaity, and they don't really give you a lot of beneficial information. Like, sometimes they can be, but, like, some of them are like, you gotta wake up at 5 a.m., and you gotta do this, and you gotta prepare a full, like, 5 days worth. And sometimes your reality is not the same reality as theirs. Some of them are also part-time or full-time content creators. Of course they can wake up at 5 a.m. because they can fall asleep later in the day. Of course they can do this because they've got a different lifestyle than you. And they, I mean, like, not all people are like profiting after struggles, but like a lot of videos cannot have that good of information, but some of them do, but it just doesn't match your real lifestyle. So what I've kind of been learning is that instead of meal prepping, just having items that can be prepped into a meal. So instead of preparing a meal ahead of time, because maybe you get all the ingredients and you just don't have the energy to do that, and that happens. That's just real life. But if you get items to prep a meal from, you, like I said, I've kind of like gone through a lot of trial and error, and I've gotten a veggie bags that I could just air fry. Bada bing, bada boom. There's pre-made chicken patties with like Gouda and like bell peppers that I got at Costco that I could just microwave. I could also air fry it, but you know, there's a lot of stuff that's already prepared, pre-made good ingredients, and all I have to do is air fry it or microwave it. And honestly, that's the best way to go about it. When you don't have a lot of energy or time, you just get things that you could just microwave or air fry. And then while things air fry, you can shower, you can do something else, you can take out the trash. I mean, if it microwaves, then it'll be done lickety split. I mean, rice also too, also big. Make a big batch of rice, then you put in a big Tupperware, and then you go. That's what I've been doing the past few days.
And not only that, you were talking about it because I have my little earbud in. There's Outlaw. His name is Misha. I remember. All right, but like what you were just talking about is too with like some of those videos. Like I have a particular axe to grind with like clickbaity like videos and titles and all that such, because a lot of them take advantage of people's genuine desire to want to improve or to, you know, to be better or a success or what. It was kind of like what you were talking about with like swallowing a pill or something. No one ever taught you how to do that. But the world will make you feel broken because you don't know how to do that. Because they're like, what do you mean? How do you not know how to swallow a pill? Like they'll do stuff like that. And then it causes people to feel like very insecure because, of course, like we all want to be accepted. We want to be capable. And so then we look for information on that. And then that's when a lot of these like clickbaity or like, you know, heaven forbid, red pill people take advantage of people's genuine desire to improve and to become like a contributing member to society and all that. And they like, you know, especially like even in the Christian space, there are videos that do that. It's like if you ignore this video, you're going to hell or you don't love Jesus. And it's like,
I'm just
my fate is not determined on whether or not I watch your 8-minute YouTube video. Like, get it. And the worst part is some of them have good info to listen to.
Yeah.
But it's just like, that's not the way you're manipulating things. And it's like, but it gets people's attention. I'm like, right, by being deceptive.
Yeah.
Like that's not how you, again, ends don't justify the means. Yeah, exactly, cold coffee. But those titles exist. I
know, it's like if you see this by like
January
the harsh 18th, 11:49, and blah blah blah.
What's super sinister, I will never forget this, is when I saw a video that said like, if you see this video, like God has chosen you for something. That really particularly bothers me. Because I'm like, it is taking advantage of people's natural inkling to want to feel like they matter.
Oops.
And so, and by the way, we're just gonna follow Outlaw or Misha here because I have no idea.
I picked up a torch.
But they take advantage of the proclivity that people have to want to feel like they matter, right? And so they're like, you know, here's how you know you're one of God's like special whatever the heck's, right?
That's true.
And it's so infuriating because I'm like, you are using my God's name so you can make a couple of bucks on your YouTube video. Like,
true. And it's so sad.
Like
people just profiting off of your misery that you're desperately wanting to get out of.
Yeah. Because again, like I said, it's an earnest desire. It is the earnest desire to want to improve. And like, I think that's beautiful that people have that earnest desire. But it gets taken advantage of. And what happens is that's how, like, I think the term is called black pill. And for those of you who don't know, like, black pill means like essentially just like loom and doom, like nothing matters. Everything is determined from the moment you're born. Like, you can't improve anything. You can't do anything to change like your life or your quality of life. Essentially, you were either born to succeed or you are a failure. Like, but that's how that's the pipeline that causes people to think that way. Because they have that earnest desire to want to improve and to become, you know, better and something new and all that such. And then when they get taken advantage of, as they do, by those like videos like that, or like those, oh gosh.
Hi, Neo, welcome in.
But when they get taken advantage of like that, they naturally then start going like, oh my gosh, so even if I try to do what's right, I try to do the good thing, even that still leads to my misery. So there's no point in doing anything.
Oh, I'm down.
No, Melinda.
Okay,
My
okay.
friend.
We're back. We're so back. Thank you.
We are so back. But that's why I particularly like despise videos that do that have clickbait. That's why like I have such an axe to grind with like the red pill community and like the manosphere, because I don't like oh my gosh. Almost got murdered.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm trying to rant about the red pill. Ah.
Hi Neo, hi Raiders. Welcome in. We're playing Having Godly Talks with Samson.
Hello. We're gonna get you up. Oh no! I'm sorry.
Oh.
I tried to get you up in time.
That's okay. Thank you, Neo, for the
It's
follow.
okay. Just come back here, get your runes.
Fishman. It is the Fishman.
It is me. How you doing, Iron? But yeah, that's why particularly I have such an axe to grind. Because I, as someone who like loves fitness and obviously the Lord Jesus, like improving and like refining through discipline, through righteous kind of state of mind. I think those are wonderful and beautiful things we should all strive for. I believe they're very godly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, things of purity, things of righteousness is things like discipline. You know, choosing to do. Oh shit! I guess we're not fighting that guy. Okay. And the fact that these videos, like, they take advantage of that. They take advantage of people's proclivity to want to improve and to be better, and then they eventually fall into despair. And then they go, well, it was never possible. Nothing ever mattered. I might as well just, you were either born a success or you are born a failure. And it's one of those two, and it's nowhere in between.
This goes to show
it bothers me a lot.
The demonic influence on, like, even if like people aren't like doing, it's just, you know, the demonic influence over these things. I talked about it a long time ago in Play Persona 5, where we just saw a poster and I was like, isn't it crazy where the world is like, yeah, be who you are, all of these things, but at the same time they're critiquing how you look, they're critiquing how you do things, they're critiquing literally everything about you. Oops, here comes the rain. And I was just like, so the world is a big hypocrite. They're telling you one thing and then they're making you feel bad about the other, and they make you feel bad, and then the answer of that feeling bad is some kind of pill, some kind of medicine, some kind of something, you know. In reality, it's
absolutely, it's
not, you know.
And like that is why yeah, I am trying to end the topic ASAP. But that is also why what's it called? Oh shoot, where'd you go? Where'd you go, Outlaw? Oh, you went down there. Okay. We're coming, Outlaw. We're a little behind though. I've even said it before too, where I said the biggest thing to remember is why try to impress a world that killed a perfect man? Like, true. That's the key issue there, right? Like, where the world is saying, like, you need this, you need that, you need this, you need that. They literally saw a perfect man, and their first instinct was to kill him. It's like, there's no reason to be trying to bend to the world or its ways, because it's a fool's errand. You'll never be good enough. The world will never accept you, not truly. Like, the world will love you as its own, but the world's love is not actual love. What it is this endless, like, gaslighting and manipulation of you need to be better, you need to be this, you need to be that, otherwise you won't be happy. And the answer is you never will be happy. The world can't offer you happiness, cannot offer you fulfillment. And as the Lord has said, my peace I leave with you, not as the world gives, because the world can't give peace. The world can only flail about with what its definition of what good and oh gosh, that's a big dragon.
The world is taking your peace, that's for sure.
Yep. And that's why it's like, don't ever lose that desire to want to improve. It's a beautiful desire, and I think it's something that should be fostered and not taken advantage of.
Yeah, and honestly, just like for us, seeing like I was telling chat yesterday, seeing yourself, speaking of yourself as how God would over you instead of like how you would speak over yourself. Because sometimes we speak so negatively and poorly over ourselves because that's a seed planted somewhere by someone influenced by Satan and, the depravity and fallenness of the world. Just doesn't want what's best for you. In reality, all things, like the world is just trying to feed you things that is not best for you. Um,
Mm-hmm. And
and
remember, the world's not trying to get you to improve. That's never its mission. Its mission is to be right and to convince you that that's what it is. And it's like, for what purpose? And the answer is, it doesn't even know. Like, that is just how silly human nature is.
exactly.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Like,
Oh no, we're good. I'm also like we're fighting the dragon as we're talking about.
it is kind of taking like our concentration of like, oh my gosh.
Woo. Yeah.
But that's what I mean. The world just like, whatever the world's offering you, again, it goes back to the old sin of man, which is, and as I've said before, in the Old Testament, the culture was humans are slaves. Humans are a slave race to gods, right? Like that was the thought process.
Ooh, complete the oldest.
Ooh,
Wow.
they get that. But like humans are a slave to the gods. Like that was the rule. And that's why like Israel was so revolutionary at its time, because it's the first time that God is talking to you like a father. Like not as just you are just some slaves to serve him, but that you are children that he loves dearly, and what he wants you to serve him because it's what's best for you, not because he needs that.
Yeah.
And that's why like the sin will always continue, which is, the world, what does the world want you to do? And the answer is, the world says you are either going to become a slave or a god. But a god says, no, you could be a child. You could be my son or daughter. You could be heirs, co-heirs with Christ. Your purpose, you bear my image, meaning you resemble me and my ways by your mere existence. Henceforth, you are worth something. Again, the Lord, who looks at infinity and can measure it easily, looked at his perfect creation and said that it is not complete unless you are in it. So remember, the fact that you exist, that's where your value comes from. It comes from the Lord. It comes from that perspective. And that's something the world cannot give you. That's not something the world is capable of giving you. It can only give you emotional highs and numbing agents, and pray that you don't look into it further. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox.
No, it's always good for people to hear, because it's good to talk about here and there, or not even just here and there, just in general when it comes up, because people are being misled every day. So if we can give them some insight,
We're gonna get out of here.
I think is really good. Because like I remember we talked about a long time ago, like there was a fitness guy. It was just like an example where he was just like, you can eat
was he
like
that
me.
one dude with the crazy? Was
Donuts?
he that one with the crazy morning routine?
I don't know. Was he the guy? Is he the guy who just ate donuts for breakfast? He was like, followed my
no, I don't
routine,
think so.
and then he was like, and then I'm eating all this donuts for breakfast, and I was just like, bro, that's so much sugar that's gonna have a negative effect on your body, and you're not training your body. You might be following these intense regime, this regimen rather, and then, oh, I think something big's following me, and
Run away!
and all of this stuff, but like then they're teaching you how to not properly feed your body. Sugar and stuff is not going to properly maintain the fuel that your body needs for all of these intense workouts and whatnot. Misha's going this way.
It will also affect your mood too. Like, it is true what they say. You are what you eat. So if you eat junk, you're gonna feel like junk.
True.
But if you eat healthfully, and if you eat good, like again, nothing wrong with like a little indulgence here and there. Like, oh, you know what? I haven't had a milkshake in a hot minute. You know,
I
I
love
want to treat myself.
milkshakes. I love
Nothing wrong with
milkshakes.
that.
Yeah.
But like again, it's that temperament, right? That's why the Lord says to Liver King. I don't think it was Liver King. I don't think he ate donuts. I think his whole thing that he was like, eat exactly, Weiss. Your
That's
husband's
right.
right. Like, that's how you eat the heart of your enemies.
This is funny.
But like, hey there, Captain Sammy.
Captain Sammy. Welcome in.
But yeah, like the Liver King was doing that thing. He was doing that thing that like fitness people do, and what
Yeah.
kind of like dissuaded me from being a fitness influencer. Even though I still like give fitness advice and all that such, and I love fitness, but like a lot of them now, fitness influencers look for gimmicks because there's only so many videos you can make about how to do a bicep curl. What fitness routine should you be on? There's only so many videos you can make about that. So they try to mix it up with like little, you know, essentially, what's the better word? Like gags, essentially. And that was the Liver King's one, right?
Yeah.
The Liver King was like, hey, you know, I'm living like a caveman, and and it made me super ripped. When in reality, it was just on like $20,000 worth of steroids.
That's insane.
Oh yeah.
You know, social media is an illusion, you know? I mean, that's why you gotta be careful.
It really is.
We even, like, talked about relationship stuff, and I was like, the world's trying to feed you that everything's, like, super cute, like shoujo manga, but once you get in a relationship, it gets messy. You know, you have to also handle other people's, you know, emotions, and that can be tough. And I was like, men out there, women, we are emotional. And I hope that you're ready for that kind of roller coaster.
That is the thought too that I remember. I was actually telling Irene this like not too long ago, where I was just like, it's like I kind of realized that like with dating you and all that, I am like way more. I have like way more past hurt than even I thought I did. And I was like, now don't get me wrong, you've been helping me through all that, whether you've realized it or not. But like, it was just one of those where I'm like, oh my gosh, like I didn't realize I was that. Like I had so much just gunk, I guess I'll say, like
Yeah.
in my spirit about it. But it was like you said, relationships just kind of revealed that part of me, and it was up to me. Am I going to feed those insecurities? Am I going to talk about them? Am I going to ignore them? Am I going to, you know, X, Y, and Z? Relationships really are just a ton of work.
Yeah, real love requires change, requires work, and that was a you know, a good thing to realize, because it's so easy to be like, what can this person do for me to make me feel good and make me feel better? And then it's like, but no, the reality is it's still serving somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
And that requires sacrifices, that requires being uncomfortable, all of these things, and that's the reality of relationships, not just like holding hands going tee hee, you know.
Yeah.
It's another
Like there'll be moments
person.
where things are super sweet. Like you can ask the chums here. Like every time Irene shows up, I get all lovey-dovey again. And like to me, that's just naturally invoked. That's just how I am. I'm a big old lover boy, right?
Yeah, and that's your way of greeting your special person, you know? Instead of being like, sorry, I'm not going to answer you, you know, I'm playing my games or something, you know?
Oh no, I would never. Like,
Yeah.
I've heard such horror stories from like other women before,
Oh,
where
that's
they're like, yeah,
crazy.
like legitimately. There was this one story of like this woman who was like in absolute like despair over something, like a family member died or something to that degree, and the guy was like comforting her and is like, so can I go back to playing Valorant? Just like,
Wow.
I'm like, brother, like,
That's crazy.
it's just, I can see why some women get a little like antsy around like video games with that kind of stuff, because I'm like, yeah, you know what? It's just it's just, what's it called? The Lord, the Bible really does a good job of describing what it is you should be doing in a relationship and subsequently a marriage.
Mm-hmm.
And the biggest thing is if I could sum up a lot of it in one statement, it is truly seeing yourselves as one entity rather than two individuals together.
True.
That is I would say that is the biggest key, because you know how they say the key to relationships is communication. That's true, but I think a better way to describe that is it is a unification of two of you. It is the both of you saying we are going to come together when things go awry. And don't get me wrong, if you need time by yourself, like, hey, listen, I really need time to pray by myself for a bit and all
Yeah.
that, that's fine, but communicate that. And like,
True.
it's about learning how you talk, how you hear, how they talk, how they hear, and learning how to just kind of see if you. And there is a bit of like, I wouldn't say luck, but there is a bit of just natural disposition of like, look, do we just work or something? Because there's some people who like, look, no matter how much you guys like each other, you guys just don't work well together. You know what I mean?
True.
And it's a shame, but it's
Crimson.
important to remain humble. Oh,
Yeah.
Crimson's here.
As much as you, yeah, that could be important because, like, as much as you could like someone, like, if you always butt heads and you're always fighting and you never communicate and you just, you could just feel and see, like, oh, this isn't actually really fruitful.
Yeah. Like, what was it? And I like what Hades here is saying. Said a relationship should be 60-40 and both sides are trying to give 60.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I like that
Space
too.
Red hit me. Ah.
But yeah, just that is kind of something that I'm starting to notice being in a relationship of my own, which is just, you know, if something's bothering her, I want her to
Oops.
come and talk to me. And it's like, look, I may not be able to solve all your problems, but I can at least be here and like listen.
Yeah. You can pray about it.
And so it's like, yeah. There's nothing really here that I need. All right. But that's all I mean. But that's what I would say. If I could sum it all up pretty quickly, it would be get used to seeing yourselves as one entity instead of two.
That's true.
You're not individuals together. You are one person. You are one, or I should say, one being two persons, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of how you need to look at it, because it's like if your arm starts hurting, you don't say, all right, time to cut off the arm, I'll get a new one. Like, you wouldn't say that, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like, it's the same with a relationship. You shouldn't have the mindset of like, oh, this person's causing me trouble, all right, time to look for a new one. No, actually just go through the process of like, because people are trying their best not to look like losers. So they're trying to be like, I'm not going to be the one who is like without options. It's like, if you do that, you don't see yourself as one. You see them as the current thing, which is not good.
Yeah. Like a safety. Like you having a backup.
Yeah. Should not do that. And it's like, so I should just cut off like the other girls that are interested in my life? And it's like, yes. Like, not even just cut off, but like cut off that romantic route.
Yeah. You gotta be like, I'm gonna take a man or take a woman.
Yeah. And I didn't even realize it at the time, but I was doing that without, like, subconsciously I was doing that. Because I was just like, I just love talking about my girlfriend. Like, you can ask Chad. I talked her ear off about him. Like, she's someone I care for deeply. I love her. I care about her. All this, that, and the third. And by doing that, I am closing up other options from other women. And it's like, to me, I'm like, oh, it doesn't matter. I'm not even looking at other women. Like, Irene is my one and only.
Yeah. That's so sweet.
Anyway. Thank you.
As it should.
I'm
as
sure
it should.
you and your hubby have lots of super romantic moments.
We do. It's my favorite. My favorite ones are when he's a little tsundere.
It's not like I'm in love with you or anything.
It's when we watch something like really like impactful and like the anime shoujo moments, like the serious guy and the Genki girl, and she's like, no matter where you go, I'll go with you, or like despite you being like yourself or whatever, I will still be by your side.
Aww.
Then he gets all like all moved about it, and I like to tease him about it. He's like, "Don't look at me."
Oh, look at me. And also, Mr. Barlow, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the river. I'm sorry, I'm so behind. This game is very high octane. I need to draw you and Irene after the 2.0. Yeah, Safarine, I've been working super hard. And by the way, little fun fact for y'all. Safarine was the one who drew my current profile picture. The one I have now, that was
wow.
Safarine Shade. Very talented fella.
Big ups, as they say.
Big ups. So I don't even know where you guys are. Oh no. I'm lost. I'm alone.
Oh, well, I'm right behind you, so I thought if you're lost, I'm lost.
Outlaw, where'd you go?
Oh, I can see Misha's name now.
What is Outlaw do? What is he doing down there?
Whoa, he's fighting.
I guess we should go down there.
Oh, it stopped. The night stopped.
Yeah, it stops for a bit and then it begins after a while.
Ah,
I always enjoy your drawings, Saffrane.
Woo!
We're on the edge.
Ah. All right, now we're still back. Where's the other royal armies? I guess unless we're not finding them.
Oh, he's going in.
Oh.
Here, we got to do this quick, otherwise. Get out of the rain. Take care, cold coffee. God bless you.
Bye, cold coffee.
Run. Run, Melinda, run.
Thanks for hanging out. God bless you. Take care out there.
We should probably get to the center, huh? Oh, I have no idea where the center... Uh-oh. I have no idea where to... Oh, sweet. Oh, there's a spring right here. Oh, praise the Lord. Okay.
Lord
Up,
makes
up, and
a
away.
way.
Makes ways where there are none.
True. That's how I felt, like, really pushing in to, like, the Lord making the ways when I first went to go see Vice over Thanksgiving. And I've never really traveled a lot before then, so I didn't know that Thanksgiving was just going to be so super busy. And it was kind of wild because, like, I woke up early. Me and my friend even woke up early. She was like, I could take you earlier. And I just didn't think about too much about it. I was like, oh, no, it's fine, and whatnot. And I should have... I felt like God put that all together for me to, wake up early, but I didn't, like, really see it or notice. You guys trying to take me down. But then when I did get to the airport, usually it's kind of lickety-split when I did go beforehand, but then this was packed, and I was worried because I was still, like, in, TSA and whatnot when... Ooh. Boarding time was getting close, and I was just praying to God, and there was a song about him being a waymaker, and I was just like, Lord, please just provide the way to still get on my plane, because I don't know too much about planes. I don't know about rebooking. I don't know about all of these things. I was just really scared, and I was just like, Lord, help me, please. And we went through TSA, and I was keeping an eye on the time, and I made it. I barely just made it. The Lord is so merciful. Truly made a way for me. I was hustling. And
Yeah.
my flight was a full flight,
Take
and
care,
only
Top Hat.
half of us made it. Because we
Oh
left.
wow, really?
Yeah, that's why I was like, Lord help me. I just trusted the whole time. I
That's
just
what I mean.
trusted.
I feel like you and I have a lot of very like similar
Hi, cleric.
struggles with stuff like that. Like, because that was always my because that was always my concern too. Is just like, look, I don't know how to fix this.
Well,
Like, or I don't know how to do this. Like, no one ever taught me. I kind of have to just figure it out. And I
yeah.
feel like that's something that the Lord is working in me to be like, hey, that's okay. Like, then learn. It's okay. Just go ahead and learn. People may look at you funny, but the Lord is looking at me differently. And that's something I got to keep in my head always.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot that, like, in my age, I should know, but I just don't. No one ever taught me it. And the world is very, very quick to be like, what? You don't know how to do that? It's like, yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
It's like, that's so weird. I'm like, maybe, but I mean, look, I got to figure it out. So I'll figure it out. I'll do my best. Like, that's literally all there is to it.
Yeah, God makes up for lost time because I felt like, oh, these are all these things I gotta catch up with. That was so normal. Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And it was pretty tough.
Very, very true. But the Lord sees you through it.
Yeah, exactly. As a good father does. Ah.
Oh, wow, I'm invisible again.
Yeah, we're invisible.
Take care, Jason Maddox. Take care of yourself, and thank you for being here. Thank you for stopping by, my brother.
Oh, interesting. I fell off of ReZero, but I could look up that scene. Fell.
I have
on.
never watched it. It doesn't look like... Oh, this guy again. Oh, my gosh. It doesn't look like a kind of anime that I particularly would be into, just
That's
from the
okay.
scenes I have seen of it.
But
But I hear it's super good.
that's okay. Sometimes there's just some animes that just don't vibe. Woo! Come on,
Oh, wow,
come
we
on,
were
come
just
on,
kicking
come
his
on,
butt.
come on.
Ow!
It looks like there was
Never mind.
some escape.
Ouch.
Oh, he's aggroed on you.
Why do you hate me? I guess that's why it's called the Omen.
Woo. Woo, doggy. Ah.
Oh my gosh, what did I do to you, buddy?
Be a light to the darkness. He's angry about it. Oh.
He just did not like yours truly. Not a fan of the Salmon Man.
Woo.
We're trying, Gojira. We're definitely trying.
Oh. We have a lot more HP this time around, that's for sure. Oh, he's dead.
Cleric Wing, thank you for the follow.
Woo.
Welcome to the river.
Wow, we did it.
And we'll do this. More defense. All right. Time for the big boss this time.
Whee.
Into the goop.
Oh, Rabbit, what you should do is like you have your milkshake and then bottomless fries. Just keep like you eat your burger, have your fries, and then ask for some more fries, and then put on your plate, and then you can ask for a to-go box, and then you put fries in the to-go box, and you ask for more fries, and then you put it in your already to-go box.
That's thinking with your brain.
Thinking with your brain.
How the run's been? We've been learning experiences, Pioneer.
Yeah.
Level
See.
12, which is like, you know, it's all right. So let's see if we can do it.
Woo! Okay.
Drops in this one haven't been terribly good.
Let me look at my items. Okay. What's this? Guess I'll just stay with this one. Where are my options? Oh, there he goes.
All right.
Whew.
See if we can do it. Let's see if we can beat the Night Lord. Or a Night Lord, I guess I should say.
Look at us.
Raider has been buffed recently. I imagine you are very happy about that. Unbelievably so, Pioneer. I've noticed it too. His attack's coming out a lot faster, a lot more cleanly. So, definitely super happy. They made my bonky boy even more bonkable.
It's funny because that's what my husband was saying. Because like when he was like, "You should be like Raider," and I was like, "I like him, but I feel like he should be a little like fast." I was like, "There should be a little bit more oomph," you know. That's why I switched to Duchess because I was like, I like going, but I like also doing like really fast.
I hear that. You like the super technique, yeah?
Yeah, super technique. Oh. Straka, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the land of Christ Mentor. We strive and grow. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Whee!
Ouch. Kaboom! You ain't ready for the thunder.
Oh, that's what I liked about Ryder or Wilder, the first guy you play as. His like big fire
The arm
explosion.
Yeah,
it's
he
cool.
hits pretty hard with his ult. Ah! Oh! Let me get you. Bam!
Whoa. There we go, a little bit of invisibility. Woo, doggy. Literally.
Oh, wow, he can't see me. Oh, now he can.
Spoke too soon.
Oh, no. Yep.
Are you down? Oh no, you're still up.
Oh,
Okay.
wow, Outlaw is really... All three of them don't like him.
He's aggroed.
Come on!
Whee! Woo!
Now they're all one giant... I almost said Triceratops. Wow.
One giant dinosaur.
Cerberus. Oh, like Triceratops. There's three in that.
Take the ice. Woo! Take the
Oh
ice
my
again.
gosh, this game is taking it out of me.
Woo!
Ow.
Woo! Woo! Ah. Oh no, I'm down.
No,
I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm
Melinda.
okay, I'm okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you for the oomph.
Yeah, yeah.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh, they're all going after Outlaw. Leave my friend alone.
They know he's so powerful. Ugh. We did it!
Oh yeah!
Woo!
Oh yeah! What happened to
Woohoo!
the Slim Jim?
Yeah, we did it.
We did it. We fought back the darkness.
Woo! Absolute cinema, as they say.
Absolute cinema. Nice. And you should probably get a cutscene if that was your only Night Lord.
For sure. Well, I'm gonna hydrate. I end up like choking my water.
Go ahead and hydrate. Like it was so bad. All of ours was Outlaw. That was like, as far as runs go, like they really gave us nothing. But we did really well. We fought tooth and nail with that guy. Let's see. I wonder if you
We
can.
did
You
it.
don't have it unlocked yet, Melinda, but I would like to see if you can. If we could fight the actual Night Lord together.
That would be pretty epic.
Yeah, that's literally fighting back the darkness. Hey there, Kitsune.
What is his name again?
Yeah, so what's whose name?
The Dark Lords.
They're called Night Lords, and they are a Night Lord, and then there's the Night Lord, like the guy who's starting all this.
Oh, interesting.
So what we fought was a Night Lord, but there is the Night Lord. Yeah, Hailster. Yeah, which I believe is what? Isn't it German for just like darkness or something like that?
It sounds like it.
It's something. I think in the Japanese translation, he's just called Nameless. But that's what I mean, Pioneer. I have the night aspect unlocked. I'm wondering if she can do it because she doesn't have him unlocked. I'm wondering if I post it, can we all do it? I'm gonna try.
I don't have it, so I don't know if I can ready up. It'd be cool.
Oh, can you not? If you can't ready up, then we'll fight something else.
No, I don't think so. It'd be cool if I could.
All right.
To kill the fox first?
I really want to kill.
Which was
I really want to fight the balancers. They look super cool.
I've heard a lot about
right.
the balancers.
You have to kill the fox. What's that?
I've heard a lot about the balancers, or at least that's what my husband says when he's playing with his friends. So they about the balancers.
They are absurdly cool. Like I've seen them both fights, and it is super good. All right, so let's see. Oh, let's fight this guy, Outlaw. We're gonna do the whatever. We're doing the devil guy.
Let's go.
This is the guy who literally is designed off of Baphomet, which became the image of the devil, which is a giant goat.
Oh wow! So that's where that came from.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Baphomet, if memory serves, Baphomet's whole bit was about balance. Like Baphomet is neither male nor female. He's like half of it. He's a goat, but a man. He's pointing up and down. Like it's all about like duality and balances, right? And then I forget when, but that symbol eventually became what was synonymous with Satan.
Oh wow! Kind of wondered at where in time did Satan start to have like this kind of like horn and spiky tail and all these things, you know?
Yeah. I always thought that the reason why he was representative of a goat was because in the Bible it does talk about how the sheeps will be separate from the goats. And so goat was like attributed to, those who did not repent versus the sheep who have chosen to repent.
Wow, we're
That was
learning so
always my
much today.
thought. I don't know if that's true.
It's a good hypothesis.
Yeah. A very true pioneer. Libra is also obsessed with balance. He balances chaos and gold. But I love it, and they do. Whoever designed this boss did such a good job. His whole lore is that he balances order and chaos, but you can see chaos is slowly taking control of him.
That's
Like he's giving himself over to chaos. So it's like he's trying to balance it all, but he can't. Those aren't forces you're supposed to balance. Let's see.
You know it, Mama Hades. Time for us to kickflip.
Kick flip, heck yeah.
Kickflip. And thanks to High to Die.
Goats and sheep
for the
are also
follow.
just widely used in a ton of cultures for certain imagery.
Welcome
Very
in, Mr.
true. I
Tucker.
just thought
Thank you
that
for
was
hydrating.
the case for like Judeo-Christian imagery, right? Because like you've got the sheep, especially because the Lord Jesus is referred to as the Lamb of God because the lamb is a sacrifice. And a goat was used in Israel to take away all of Israel's sins, hence the term scapegoat. But I'm not sure entirely. Peevish, but it'll be better, hopefully. I hear that, Red Riot. I'm sorry you're still not feeling super great.
Oh no. I hope that you can have a speedy recovery.
Me too.
Being sick, no fun.
Chaos so much again. Yeah. Goats were associated to rebellion and sexual deviances. Yeah. The goat was essentially the stark contrast to the sheep or to the lamb, right? And so if the lamb is synonymous with Christ and the Lord, then goat is the antithesis of that, right? That's just the thought. Like, again, no hate to goats. I think goats are cool. like a literal animal.
Nothing wrong with actual goats.
Yeah.
Oh, I kept my other one. Okay.
Also, goats are evil because they climb up on cars and scratch my roof. Is that true? Okay, then they are of the devil.
They're out there keying Mustangs and whatnot.
What's your favorite Pokemon game? Mine's Incineroar, Pokemon Sun.
Mine's
As
Dark.
for game, I don't know.
Darkrai. It's my favorite Pokemon.
Oh, he's that ghost, yeah?
He's that ghost. Based off of the movie.
My
like,
favorite
this guy.
Pokemon is hands down Machamp.
Oh. Machamp.
4 arms and super muscular. I'm about it.
He's like me, for real, for real.
Goats are great. They make fantastic cheese. That's what I mean. No hate on the actual animal. Like,
Corviknight is so cool.
I believe that is the symbolism.
Oh, that could be Carino DLC. I mean, I have thought about the bird with armor, but I've kind of like Digimon the Carinos in my mind. Oh, Crease Maximum.
Hey there, TNT.
You'd have like an Angel
Went to
Mom
go to a
third
hockey
form.
game with some friends. Another green. Oh, is that right, Red Riot? Oh, I hear you. I hear you. Favorite national park? I don't really know too much offhand.
Whoop. Let's ride.
I mean, yeah, I wonder where like the whole Baphomet thing really came from with all that. But either way, all I know is that in this run we're gonna break his butt.
Yeah. Punch him with hope. Oh, wrong button to disperse.
He is a
Oh?
he is a super cool design though. Like once you see him, Melinda, like in terms of like a devil or the devil, he's a perfect design for that. He's just so messed up looking.
All the better to kickflip him with.
Exactly.
I'm gonna go get a flask. feel like I've vaguely seen his design. I had watched my husband play Night Rain before. I played Night Rain.
Yeah, apparently he's super good at it.
Yeah, he's very good at it.
Good night, Big Bone Nelly. Thank you for being here, buddy. It's always good to see you. Oh, you like Gardevoir, Axel? Yeah, they made her like kind of this like elegant lady looking thing. So I get it.
She cool.
Moloch, another big demon. I believe, yeah, Moloch was the Canaanite or one of the many Canaanite gods. But they used to burn babies on, which is not good.
Oh gosh.
Oh, we gotta kill these guys fast.
Oh, he got me while I was trying to heal. Ooh. Thank you.
Where's the thing?
Oops, I ended up throwing something.
Ah! Oh, is that right there, Red Riot? That's a good opportunity.
Go me go.
Run away! The rain, she be nightin'.
Alright, we did it. We made it.
Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Oh. Hey there, Noah. Whew, that was a close one. Not much, Nilla. We're Elden Ringing, Night Raining, and I'm doing it with the wonderful Melinda Esperanza. And also Outlaw, who's here.
Who's carrying? Who's giving us direction, honestly? We were just like, where are we going?
Yeah, we were just like, I have no idea what to do, where to go, how to feel.
We were just having a good time. Whee!
Stop hurting my feelings.
Wah. Oh, the wakizashi.
All you can do, Red Riot, is just write what you would like. Like, what would you like to read? You know what I mean, Red Riot? You just, again, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Like I've always said, and trust me, I'm the most guilty of this. But your thought should not be getting it right. That should not be what your thought is. It's not about getting it right. It is about doing the best that you can with what you have. So it's one of those, what would you like to read? What would you like to write? You just put that out there, and maybe they'll like it, maybe they won't. But at the very least, you put out something you could be proud of. And that's where your mind should be with all that. Just trust me, you don't want to drive yourself insane with like, oh, I have to get this right. I have to write this perfectly.
True. You
Oh, is that right, Cleric? They're not going to add more DLC? What's that?
I was like, you can also pray about it too. You know, like, I don't know where to start. You know, Lord, give me some insight.
Yeah.
Elder Lion.
I always feel bad for these lions. If you have two raiders, he becomes nothing.
Tis but a scratch.
Yeah, exactly, Noah. I love romance books for reasons. I do too. I've always been a very romantic, like, loving fella.
I went the wrong way.
You're good.
Woo!
Oh no!
Oh, I'm coming. Whee!
Hey, get outlaw. All right, here, I'll get him. Oh, I was gonna, but
Whoop, 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 whoop. Modern romance is pretty bad right now. That's true.
I think most media is really bad right now.
Also true. We're just getting a time where things like even when we watch Pastor Paul on stream, like he said, like only 50 years ago, or maybe less than 50 years ago, teachers had their Bibles on the table, and we watched a sermon yesterday that was 15 or like 10 years ago, and it's still so prevalent of like how seen the world is right now.
Yeah.
But that's as I guess as time passes, the ways of the Lord will become more just so like, wow, this truly is just God's work. Because I had been watching, my husband likes to watch debates, and there's this, or like maybe it was just a video, maybe not really a debate, where women, secular women, have a desire to date Christian men because they're not the worldly men.
Yup. Because worldly men just, and like I hate to say it this way, but there really is like no way to say it other than men who are godly, they're principled, they are convicted, they have a level of discipline and rules that is very appealing to anyone, and especially in a romantic sense to women. It's like, wow, he's a man who stands by the things he believes. He's true to his word. He feels like he has a duty, and so on and so forth, right? Whereas more secular men, they have bought into the worldly view that, like, yeah, there's no such things as roles, there's no such things as duties. It's about what you want to do. It's your life, live it however the heck you want it. They have no convictions, no principles. They have nothing that holds them to themselves.
Yeah.
And as a result, it's like, well, then you're not someone who I can rely on or believe in.
I was telling this kind of example to my husband where it's like, in movies, like you see like a couple, and I was just like, you show the character of Christ in such a drastic way because it's so unlike the world, and you see it in movies when you think about it. There's the example of like a really like great couple, and all of a sudden when things hit the fan, the other one leaves them for dead. They're like, but I love you, and they're like, sorry, every man for themselves at that point.
Right.
But then you have like this character that shows up, doesn't even know this other person who got left behind, and they'll help them. They're not looking at anything for them or like from them. And then sometimes, said stranger will even lay down their lives for other people. Like, someone who you thought was going to stay with you ditches you, and then a stranger shows up and then would even give their life for you.
Mm-hmm.
And I was
absolutely.
like,
and
that's
thank
so
you,
powerful.
Clark Alter, for the follow. But it's very true, and it's like, and by the way, the opposite is also true. Lots of secular men really want to date Christian women, and the answer truly is it's because, what's it called? Because Christian women exemplify the desires that like men naturally have, which is, kind, supportive, loving, but also dutiful. Like they too have convictions and things that they hold to and won't just like throw out. Like despite what the world wants you to believe, because the world would rather be dead than be wrong. They long. Yeah. The world longs for the principles that Christ and that God has set for humanity. They just don't want to give God credit for that. They want to believe that they figured it out, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so like that's why it's one of those say whatever you want, be as modern as you want. The only reason why being modern is attractive at all is a social thing, meaning that, like, oh, you're supposed to find this attractive, so therefore it is, and it's a status symbol. But that eventually leaves, and that stops, like, being exciting. But when your relationship is built off of principle, based off of, like, genuine love, respect, romance, and all that stuff, it lasts beyond the stimulated, like things that are like stimulating. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, what was that?
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, like for me and my husband, I'm just like, isn't it beautiful that even past our lives on Earth, we'll still see each other in eternity?
And you'll be even closer than you were here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's kind of the thought, right? What the heck? That's a bird. Oh gosh.
Oh, I got hit by a rock. I'm dead. The ing.
I'm coming.
Thank you.
But like that's another thing too that I remember seeing, was that someone was really upset because they said in the Bible it says that no one will be given to marriage, or what's it called? Low HP. Oh, I like
This
that.
is cool.
But they're like, no one will be given into marriage. Like, marriage won't be a thing anymore. And I remember someone on Twitter was really upsetty spaghetti about that.
Oh, like when we get into heaven, there will no longer be marriage?
Yeah. Like, the concept of marriage won't exist. It doesn't matter. And the thought was, the person got really upset. And they were like, like, how cruel, you have so much, like, romance and love. And it's like, no, you don't understand. The reason why marriage is giving way is because you're about to be even, like, more closer to, like, love and what all that is, way beyond what marriage can do for you. Like,
Yeah.
you will have a level of holiness that is so far beyond romance, with not only, like, the love of your life, but also with everyone. It's one of those, it's indescribable.
Beyond
And, like, that's the beauty of it.
our comprehension right now.
Yeah. And so I understand, because I also struggled with that when I was younger. Like, well, then what's the point of getting married? What's the point in falling in love? And my answer is, well, one, it was literally humanity's first commandment, be fruitful and multiply. And two, it's because there's something greater when that happens, when we reach to the king, or when the Lord returns. And it's like, right, marriage is going to give way to an even more pure, more wonderful sensation that's going to go on, that's beyond anything we humans understand right now.
True.
So, get excited, everybody. And not only that, to me, it's just like, look, we're getting the trial version of what love is here with romance. So just enjoy it.
That's true. Especially since we're still attached to bodies that still have a tendency, to fighting the flesh because it's sinful. Imagine how pure and elevated a relationship will be when your flesh isn't even in the way anymore.
Yeah, it'll be. I love that, Cleric Wayne. You mean there's a Love 2? Kinda.
Love 2, the sequel. Into
Yeah,
eternity.
Love 2, Electric Boogaloo. But that's what I mean. It's not meant to be. It's not meant to be something that makes you go like, oh. It's supposed to make you go, whoa. You know what I mean? So, don't worry. There's something a whole lot better.
Exactly. There's like a lot of things.
The revenge.
The revenge in heaven that is just gonna be amazing. For us to feel disappointed about anything, that just means we have already a negative comprehension, or like a comprehension that isn't gonna be that way. I don't know, because it's gonna be like super overwhelming. There will be like no feelings to describe us getting to be in the presence of God and just being in heaven with everybody. Like it's gonna be so, like, so amazing and so wonderful. like these small little like oh no's. It's very. It's kind of like how I feel about like death. Death is a very worldly thing. You don't you we know as Christians that death isn't the end, but it's normal to still grieve. But wanting someone to stay in a fallen world because that's what you want is worldly in a way because you want to keep someone here. And
Yeah.
it feels like that kind of wanting to keep in the marriage is like I want to keep this relationship that we have like the same way as forever, but it's gonna be even more elevated, but having like that sense of but I want it to stay feels like a similar kind of way. Also, I got lost somehow.
No, it's okay. The path we took is super absurd. So, do your best.
I will do my best.
Because even I've never been to anything like this. I'm just following Outlaw.
I took a wrong turn. Oh, I see your names again.
Oh no! But yeah, like, because keep in mind, like, romance is what I would argue is a very poor imitation of the union of God himself, right? Like, God is 3 in 1, 3 eternal separate persons, but 1 united being. And romance is man, woman, and God uniting under 1 covenant. 3 distinct persons, but 1 entity, so to speak.
Ah.
So it's like, right now what we have is a very poor imitation of what being whole is. And that's what I think is the ultimate goal of like romance and of like any kind of like love or affection or any sort of thing. Even, pardon my French, even sex, I think, is derived from the desire to want to be whole. Like, I truly think that is, like, there was something lost in the time of the Garden of Eden, and humanity is trying to get it back. I think that's the inherency of our desires, where we want to be whole again. We want that oneness, but we're looking for it in worldly spaces instead of looking to God for that.
That's true.
But then again, what do I know? I dropped out of college.
Doesn't mean that you don't know. What is it?
That's
the Pharisees
true.
were
There's
like, looking at the disciples, be like, these men are uneducated.
Yeah. That was kind of their thought, was like, oh my gosh,
oh, it's
they're
this
not
guy.
learned. Oh, this guy's cool.
I'm floating. I shouldn't be floating.
Oh
no! Ooh.
Melinda!
Okay.
My friend!
College ain't worth it. College is built in a way, because I work with college students and, have worked previously in a college. And it just sucks because college isn't built for you anymore. It used to be affordable. It used to be for you. Now it's a place for people to fill their own agendas and teachings and work against you. And they've just become businesses to just take your money, which is the unfortunate part. That's why, as much as I like to do online streaming, I'd like to do my best what I can with the students that I have as a caseload and help them figure out stuff. Because it's a lot. You figure it all out after you leave college, not really during,
Yeah. It's more of a place to validate ideologies rather than to, in reality, question them. It's very, and not only that, there's like a big smug levels of arrogance into it too. Where it's like, yeah, I went to college, I'm an intellectual. And it's like, okay, that's great, but like,
but did you,
you
go
should
to
want
college?
to go to college
Or did you just ask ChatGPT for all your answers?
Because honestly, both are pretty viable now.
Yeah.
This thing hits like a freight train. Speaking of, hello, freight train. I also failed college. So don't worry, buddy. You're in good company.
It's okay. You know, the plans that the Lord has for you, he takes you from one spot to the other. College didn't work out, but that's okay.
Very
You end
true.
up somewhere else. I attack with no stamina. It's still working for me.
Oh no!
Don't mind me falling back in that in that one moment.
We all love that. Is that why people like hate AI for the most part? It's because it's kind of like invalidated people's like degrees or so. Because like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying AI is like a universal good. But I always wondered about the hate itself. I don't know enough about it, so I can't really say one way or another. But is that why there's like so much universal hatred for it?
I feel like there's a lot of different reasons for it. Like people feel like, well, their job market is being swapped out for, you know, cuts and all these things. There's a lot that goes into it, and it's unfortunate because the system of AI itself could be beneficial for, you know, like if someone has like, you know, can't read or something, and having some kind of AI do something, or some sort of capacity. You know, there's a capacity for it to actually do something, but you know, as the world is, it's all about gain and cutting costs and all these things. So, and I feel like it's also taking away critical thinking skills, especially with like ChatGPT. As much as it could be useful, and it is a tool, but once it becomes like your crutch for your thinking and how you do stuff, that can be pretty complicated. You know, I was telling my students, because they work in STEM, I was just like, you know, don't let ChatGPT do all your stuff for you. As much as it'll help you like improve your homework or whatever, by the end, if your employer asks like, hey, I need this idea, and you don't even know how to answer them, you know, that's gonna be detrimental. Whoa.
Very nice. But I agree, like, wholeheartedly.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. That's why, you know, it's such a blessing to know the Lord and be in the Lord, because even faced with all of these things, we can still have hope, you know, in the end of all things. Like if AI does this, well, you know, if the Lord has given me a purpose, His will still be done, no matter what happens. If all these things feel like they're closing in, you know, our Lord has already surpassed and overcome the world, so the world will not overcome me. And I don't know, there's just a comfort in that. I think is that in the end, no matter what happens, we can trust in the Lord. The Lord will be faithful, and we can still come out on top.
Agreed. 100% agreed. That's what I mean. We got to keep our eyes focused onto the Lord with all this, because if we lose that, we essentially lose the very thing that gives, like, essentially our lives any kind of meaning.
True.
Hey, where are we going? Outlaw, where are you going?
Oh, this is a storm now. Ah!
I was drifting.
I need a drink. Oh no! I fell.
Oh no! Oh!
I'm trying to slowly but surely make my way.
Never leave a comrade behind.
Thank you. Oh, healing circle. All right, run. I thought we were going the right way. Ah. Healing circle. Cool. Healing circle. Oh gosh. Drink. Drink me drink. Yeah, because like...
Sponge boy, me Bob.
I feel like we just talked about it yesterday too, because we had a Bible study on stream yesterday about Romans 1, in the middle of Romans 1. And, you know, the world is desperately and forcefully trying to keep your eyes off of Christ. Because the moment you know, like Peter walking on water, he had kept his eyes on Christ. And even walking in a storm, you know, he could do such a thing. But once he took his eyes off of him and was like, "Oh no," he started to sink. And I feel like the enemy's always working every
Yup.
day to keep your eyes off of Jesus. You know, it's a
That's why
good.
the question becomes: are you going to focus on the Lord, or are you going to focus on the waves, like the danger, or the one who's conquered the danger?
Yeah,
That's essentially what it all boils down to.
yeah, and even on the storm, you can remember that even with the whisper, the Lord calmed the storm. So even if your life is a whole storm, just by a whisper, it could be calmed by the Lord. I think this, you know, I was telling in chat yesterday, like, hope has always been the biggest virtue that God has blessed me with from a young age. And that truly is what helps you keep from falling into the ocean of despair, you know? Because despair is, in essence, is a place without hope. Or without hope's presence. So you just gotta move yourself into the presence of hope, which is Jesus.
Yep. And I agree with Cleric Wing here. In my opinion, the biggest issue nowadays is that people have made gods of themselves. So if you critique it in any way, you blaspheme against them.
Oh,
And
that's a
that's
good
what I
point.
mean. People, I believe, are just deeply religious just naturally.
Uh,
There are certain things that they would consider sacred that you're not allowed to talk about, that you're not allowed to say, or not allowed to do. Like, they have the same principles that religion does, but they call it something different, so it makes them feel better.
that's true. The enemy is working overtime with me, but you know what? I'm not afraid of the enemy. I know God's got my back. And if anything, if I die during this process, I know I'm going to my Lord and Savior. So I'm not afraid at all, even a little. That's good, Mama
There you go.
Hades. Because
I like that.
despite in the face of all things, you have the Lord, and God tells us not to fear so many times. No matter what battle you face, God is literally there. And when God is involved in battles, like we see in the Old Testament, when God is in charge of the fights, the enemies are delivered into the Lord's hands. He's always coming out in victory.
It's very true. Remember, the Lord is not shy of doing battle. He always wins. He has a perfect record so far. And I gets the feeling that's not changing anytime soon.
Yeah, God's record is like,
Oh my gosh!
I'm being eaten. Oh. He's trying to throw off my groove. But yeah, God's
you?
record
There you
is a pure and perfect record. He's never once let us down.
Oh my gosh. That move was cool.
Yeah, we did it. Woohoo!
All right, gamer.
Woo! Ooh. I like me some good max HP.
Oh, I also chose that.
Look at us go. Woo! I think our lives too is why we should talk about like how God has worked in our lives, because God always keeps showing up in, you know, every time we're like, but God, can you do this? And then God does said thing we don't think he can do. He just keeps showing up.
Absolutely. And alternate, to answer your question there. So alternate in my YouTube chat, he asks, and I think I actually had a discussion with someone recently about this. And thank you, alternate. He says, question, if I should become a femboy, and the answer is getting really close to yes. I don't know if this is okay though. What I will tell you, and I was talking to someone about this, they had the same thing about being like, well, like, is it okay to be like a slightly more feminine man? Because like by my natural disposition to be X, Y, and Z. And so to which I will tell you, alternate,
Oh.
where is the root of that desire, or where's the root of that state of being coming from, I would argue. Because there's nothing sinful about being a man who is just by his natural disposition slightly more feminine than maybe normal, right? But there are femboys, quote unquote, out there that try to adopt the role that women have. And what I mean by that is essentially try to be a replacement for women. Those, I would say, are very sinful. That's not our goal. We're men.
Yeah.
And as men, whether you call yourself a femboy or a more feminine man, it's like, yeah, there are certain factors you can't control. If you're a man and you just look more naturally feminine, you can't control that. You can't control how your bone structure looks. You can't control what your body wants to start morphing to. You can control to a certain degree. Like, you know, you can get more in shape. You can do this. You can do that. But like, for instance, hello, Crimson Knight VA. How you doing? But if you're trying to become a femboy because you want to adopt the feminine role, a woman's role, I would say that would be sin, not because you're becoming a femboy, but because your desire is to adopt the feminine role, right? Because you can't control those certain factors. You know, I've seen plenty of guys, and I've even been friends with a lot of fellas who are more feminine, just naturally. But it's not that they're trying to be women. They just, their natural disposition and interests are. They like to, quote unquote, like, they like to knit. They like to bake. They like to, do things that traditionally women like to do in terms of interest. That's not a sin in and of itself. But, like, for instance, I'm not saying to go look this up. Please don't, for your own sake. But, like, for instance, on Twitch, the femboy tag, unfortunately, is filled with men who are trying to adopt and supersede the feminine role. And that, I would argue, is sin. I hope that makes sense. But that's my opinion on it.
And you have to remember,
so my answer
too,
is no, I don't think it's... Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, that, like, Satan always tries to attack your identity. You have a purpose.
Always.
And he knew you before you were in your mother's womb. And he's always going to try to figure out, like, how can I derail you, you know? If you were to be on this path, what can I do to steal and corrupt your identity? You know, people get confused. And the world is trying to push an agenda. And I like this one anime. I forgot what it's called. It's that new one where this girl, she just has, like, more male features because her parents, you know, have, like, really strong features. But she doesn't consider herself a man. She doesn't consider herself a boy or, like, this princely type. She just is a girl. And other people's perception of her makes her feel like a guy. But instead of, like, caving in to be, like, the boy that they all need or anything, she still wants to be viewed as a girl. And then the male protag of the show actually is like, you're really beautiful. And she's kind of like, what? Yeah, the tomboy. She looks like a tomboy. But she also just wants to
that's how
be treated as a woman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but I like
Exactly.
the anime because it doesn't turn her into this, like, trope or anything. This man sees her, you know, as still beautiful, even though she looks like a tomboy. And I'd like that because, you know, she is still beautiful despite looking like a tomboy. If you are with feminine features, you know, you could still be a great, handsome man. You know, like Howl's Moving Castle, like, he's supposed to be, like, a beautiful man, for an example. You know, or male elves. They're, like, they have high beauty, but they're still men, you know? And there will still be another person who will still see that. You don't have to move into societal norms or pressure of, like, wow, you look this way, so you should be this. You keep to your guns of, like, you know what, I am a man, And I still want to be viewed as a man, and the right people will come along and see that of you, if that is something that's also been in the back of your mind, you know? Because a lot of people, I feel like,
Yeah.
conform to what other people say, but I liked in the anime that she didn't. She was like, I am a woman, and I still want to be seen as beautiful. I can't help that. I just look like a tomboy. No, not Tomo-chan. Tomo-chan's good. I have to look up the anime.
And here's the thing, alternate. This might be just the way you're phrasing things. Oh, is that right, Pioneer? I did not know that. Thank you for telling me. All right, big bunk time then. But
Oh,
oh my gosh!
I'm blind.
Oh no!
Oh,
Did I do it?
Oh.
Oh whoa! What
Whoa.
happened?
Oh, I should be eating my stuff. I bought it anyways.
Oh, I should too. What am I doing?
Whee! Oh. Big gunga bungas.
Yeah, I knew that was gonna kill me.
Up.
Yeah, I know this guy. Here, alternate, give me a little bit. I'll answer your question. Just remind me after this. This is taking all of my concentration to die.
We're trying to fight Satan right now.
And he's pretty hard.
This is what spiritual warfare. Huh. Woo. Oh, he's in the cube. Didn't.
Stay in the cube.
Oh, there he is.
Well, he's really mad that I didn't fall for lust that one time. Ah! I'm trying, alternate. This guy's really hard.
I'm going. Woo!
Oh, was it Pioneer? Uh-oh, please. I just came back alive. Help!
Heals. I do heal. Oh, I'm out of
Wow,
like.
he does not like me. Oh, come on! I did my all! Ah, well. Dang, Outlaw, you're going over it, man.
I know. Where we're going.
Yeah, just focus on him. Don't worry about me.
Oh.
Ah, we almost had him.
Oh no! Dang. We were so close.
We were.
Whoo doggy.
Okay. I tell you what. Let's do the Bible. Let's do the Bible yap, because alternate asked a question I think is pretty important. So if you like, we could do that Bible study now.
Oh yeah, true. We could. I think that'd be good.
Yeah, because I end stream usually around like 8:30. So let us here. That's okay, alternate. Yeah, good runs. Thank you again,
Yeah.
Outlaw, for helping us with all that.
That was fun. Also, thanks,
It
honey.
was
I
fun.
do realize I was still on my starting weapon.
All right, let's go to the just chatting. All right, so let's do this. Because here's what I'm going to. That is the blender scene. What am I doing? Oh, I don't know if you could see your PNG on my stream, but your little bookmark in my Bible. Like,
That's funny. You look like you're going to eat me alive on my screen.
nah, human meat is low in protein. All right, let's see. Do Habakkuk.
To adjust myself. Oh, Vele Cariño. Look at that Cariño. Cariño, you could be in the middle.
All right, we'll do that. We'll
I
do
feel
that,
like
and then so to answer your question more thoroughly, alternate. And I want to make this clear because, like I said, I was talking to a good friend of mine about this very subject. So I do think it is important to discuss. Um, but just like how being a tomboy, for instance, is not an inherently sinful thing, neither is being a femboy, quote unquote, in the term of like I know femboy unfortunately has negative connotations to it. Because I mean, it's the same with like VTubing, for instance. When you think of VTuber, what do you think of? Most people would think of like hyper sexualized thought bait, right? And it's unfortunate. Um, but being a more feminine kind of man is not inherently sinful. And even adopting yourself to being like, look, I'm still a man. I like to bake. I like to knit. I like to, I'm not the most aggressive and I'm not this and I'm not that. Those are fine. But here's what I'm worried about. And you said it earlier here. And I think it's something that should be talked about. You said being muscular, being able to support others, willpower, a roughness, like that's the idea of what masculinity is. Or you also said, where is it? It's based off my lack of masculine talent. However, I do have more feminine talents like baking and comfort. I'm going to tell you there, chum, being comforting is a very manly thing. There's a reason why we're called gentlemen.
yeah.
Again, my fear with how you put that is that you're measuring yourself based on worldly standards, right? Again, God sifts through the spirit of a man, at the heart of a man, rather than the outward appearance. Like, okay, take for instance me being Mr. Muscles. In real life, I'm also very muscular. I just have a bit of a dad bod. The reason I have muscles is because they are an echo of like a fruit of my labor, so to speak, an echo of just my personality. I like being physically strong. I like being active. I like being strong in a very simple way. Like, that's just something I like. It's something I enjoy, and it's something that I express with my lifestyle. Hence why I work out so much. You adopting a more femboy kind of identity or aesthetic may in and of itself not be wrong, but the why is what's important. That's what will determine whether it's right or wrong. If you're doing it because you are like you think, oh, I'm not capable as a man, that I would argue is wrong. Because being a man is not this one size fits all identity. Not every guy has to be into sports. Not every guy has to know how cars work. And not every guy has to always be into things that are traditionally more masculine in terms of interest. You know, you can be a very manly man who knows how to bake. But being a man, the real core concept of what a man is somebody who has a level of conviction to themselves. Like true manliness and true womanhood are actually very similar in that way. Now they're expressed differently. But to sit here and to say, well, I don't look like a man, I'm kind of feminine looking, I don't really have a lot of masculine talents and all that stuff. This is coming from a moment of despair. Oh, I can't do these things. I'm not this kind of way. So I guess I'll just become a femboy. And that's kind of what I'm worried about, because it's not you being a femboy that's the problem. It is your mindset of believing you are just incapable. And that I would like to
Mm-hmm.
dispel, because just because you like baking, or just because maybe you're a little more feminine looking as a man than most men are, does not make you any less of a man than me having tons of muscles and a very boisterous voice and personality makes me more of a man. Like, that's not how God measures masculinity. Masculinity is so much more than that. Just like how, and Melinda, you feel free to chime in here.
Mm-hmm.
Just like how, and by no means am I trying to offend people, but just like how with the whole like trans argument of like transgender women, look, being a woman is not putting on a dress, lipstick, long hair, and going, yeah, girl. That's not what being a woman is.
True.
Don't get me wrong, women express those things. Those are certain fruits of their labors, of their spirits, of course, their natural inclination. But that's not what makes a woman. It's something much, much deeper, something much more spiritual, really. So to answer your question in a nutshell, the same way I answered a buddy of mine, it is not a sin to be a feminine kind of man, to be a little more of a feminine guy. God's not saying you have to be muscular, you have to be this powerhouse of a warrior. What he wants you to be is faithful. He wants you to be righteous as he dictates it. And that does not come from, no one being gruff and rough and doing all these things. Don't get me wrong, if you are just naturally inclined to be a little more rough and gruff, hey, that's not a sin either. But that doesn't exclude you from being a man. You still are a man. Or, from my understanding, alternate, again, I don't mean to air out anything here, but it sounds like to me you're very, very young from our discussions. And you're at an age where you are very emotionally vulnerable. We all were at this age. When you're young, you're going to school. And kind of like Melinda was saying, especially in times like these, your identity is the thing that's going to be under attack of being like, who am I? What am I supposed to be? And that's why I tell you, being a more kind of femboy-ish man is not a sin, but I also don't believe it makes you less of a man either. You're still every bit of a man as I am. But remember how masculinity is measured. It is measured by the Lord's design. A man is someone who is convicted. A man is a man of faith who can be gentle when he needs to be gentle and be firm when he needs to be firm. And if you have a hard time being firm, that's okay. You can develop those skills. You can develop that mindset. It's all in time. The world wants you to be the perfect man right now, but as we have talked about before, the world and its measurements are always this self-defeating and self-destructive mentality. Nothing you do will ever be good enough for the world. So don't measure masculinity by their eyes. A real man is not a man who works on cars and it comes home greasy, goes, I want a beer. I don't drink beer. I hate beer. Beer's nasty. And I'm not the most into sports either. The only real sport that I kind of like is boxing and MMA, and I don't even keep up with that really. I just like seeing the fights. But those are not what makes a man. What makes a man is someone who wants to protect, provide, and care for. That's why I say, to be gentle is to be strong. That's why we are called gentlemen. Just know when to turn on your gentleness and when to turn on the aggression. There's a time to be aggressive as a man. And if you're like, well, I'm just naturally not an aggressive guy, again, these things can be fostered. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
But don't come from a position where you think to yourself, I'm so incapable, I might as well just settle into being a femboy because that's easier. If that's your reason for doing it, it's not being a femboy that's the sin. It is you believing in the lies of the enemy who wants you to believe in this falsified idea of yourself that you're not capable. But the Lord says, through him, With man it is impossible, but through God all things are possible. So, remember there, alternate. It's okay to be confused. You're young and you're going through a lot of changes right now. And I hate to sound like your dad or your mom right now. It's like you're going
Mm-hmm.
through a lot of changes, but you are. It's a very scary and a very fragile time. When you're young, you don't know who you are. And I'm going to tell you right now, your identity will always be the thing the enemy attacks the most. Because when you don't know who you are, you won't know what to do. And if you don't know what to do, you won't do anything. That's why I'm telling you. Seek first the kingdom of God. Pray about it. Ask the Lord, what kind of man does he want you to be? That's what your concern should be. So the answer is to sum up my entire soapbox speech here. It is to say being a femboy is not inherently a sin. It's not. But choosing to be a femboy because you want to adopt the woman's role or because you think, well, I can't be a man, that's just not who I am. Those are sinful because you are choosing to shirk God's design in you. And that is something that you should be praying about and you should be working with the Lord. And like Floshtier said, your identity should always be rooted in Christ first. More than being a man, you are a beloved sibling of the Lord Jesus Christ and son of the Most High God. So that's I hope my ramblings have answered
Yeah.
something. Ugh.
And look, the advice in wisdom we try to give. Like I remember I had a guy come in to stream a while back, and he was like, it's a whole different topic, so I won't get into it. But he asked, and then we gave. Where I was like, I want you to know that what I'm gonna say is, wrapped in love to deliver to you. Because the thing is, there are things that you're like have a struggle with, or you desire, or you're like, I feel like, being convinced by the enemy of like, well, this will be easier for me, this will be more comfortable. But we already see the after effects of what happens when people do walk down that path. We see the testimonies of people being set free of after the fact of choosing this kind of route. So, it's a blessing to be given wisdom to think about and pray about before you go down a route. It, because you don't go down the route. You could think about it, you could pray on it, and find the clarity of God's truth and wisdom in the midst. And that could be a blessing, because it could be really hard to be in the position of trying to tell someone something and they're like, you're telling me what to do. And it's like, we're not trying to tell you what to do. We've just seen the after effects of it. And we just want you to know out of love, we're trying to give you that wisdom so you're not at the end of the rope, and being like, oh man,
Mhm.
this is unfortunate, it sucks. I see it a lot already in people's testimonies. They're like, I wish someone just told me, before this all happened. Thank God that they can still, he can still work in all places. But it's a blessing that someone can give you wisdom because they already see the after effects or the negative effects or the consequences that this may lead to. Because if you sacrifice your identity, being so many vulnerable, it makes you very vulnerable because your identity in Christ has been compromised. And then you start listening, because if you let the enemy compromise something about you, he's just gonna keep spilling in his lies to keep you in that lie and keep you comforted in that lie, and keep you either in shame or in all of these things. Even like when you do choose a route in your life, and then someone did give you some wisdom, the enemy will use that too, of like, wow, you didn't listen to this person, like look where you're at now and all of these things. So you know every time we say something, it's always just out of love, even if it's uncomfortable for people, even if it's hard for people. We just want you to know, because there are always there. We don't want you to be at a point where you're like, I wish someone said something. We are pushing past the point of like, we are telling you something because we love you and we want the best for you. Satan doesn't want the best for you, but we want the best for you. God wants the best for you. And I see it a lot. Like I saw at the anime conventions, there's a lot of femboys and all of these things. And it breaks my heart because, like, you hear and see the sadness that comes with that lifestyle, at least in my opinion, because I've seen a lot of it at anime conventions, and you sit around and people talk and all of these things. But I also feel like, wow, so much was robbed from them because I see a lot of, men wearing clothing that doesn't fit them, that doesn't flatter them. They look a little like unkept and all of these things. And I feel like so much was robbed from them. And that's what Satan does. He robs from you. He robs your identity. He kills the things that, you're supposed to get to. And so hopefully like you can sit and pray on this because, Satan's at any point is always trying to figure out where are you vulnerable about, and when he finds it, he's going to push in. But in those times you push back, being like, you know what, I'm not going to compromise just because I feel like, the world is saying one thing, and even though I feel like I'm going to come into agreement with it, I'm going to be, you do your best to come into agreement with God as much as you can, holding on to, even if it's like really weak, you hold on to being in agreement with God, because coming into agreement with the enemy is just agreeing with his lies and then falling into those, if you feel like someone said earlier, a lot of traits get categorized of like women, male and female, but like I like martial arts, in my own lore, I if we go to a party, I have a sword under my dress. So, this doesn't make me any less of a woman or anything like that. Um but there are these attacks on like, oh, you do baking. If my husband bakes for me, I'm just gonna be like, I love you. Thank you for baking me something. Or we bake it together. These are skills and traits. Well, one, like the whole thing a long time ago, where like, well, women do the cooking and all that stuff. But like, boy, if you don't learn any cooking, you're out of business of when you go home and try to eat, Cooking is just
Mm-hmm.
an essential skill. It's not like, oh, the woman's gonna do it, bro. There's steps before you get a wife, so you're gonna have to figure out, how to cook, or you're just always gonna eat ramen, for the rest of your life, kind of thing. So there's a lot of skills like knitting. If you become a father one day and your, daughter, son's scarf breaks or rips, knitting is gonna be so handy. Or if you want a side job, you know how to knit, you know how to do these skills and crafts that don't box you into a category of like, oh, because I can do this, I'm more of a woman. No, you have a skill that you have learned, and it's going to expand outside of societal norms. You know how to knit? Great. If you ever move somewhere that's cold, you know how to make clothing for yourself, for your family. If you have a family one day, you know how to bake. That's awesome. If I don't know, the weather's terrible and you can't go out to buy a cake for your wife for an anniversary, or a cake for your children for their birthday, you know what? Great skill of blessing baking's gonna be when you have the ingredients in your house. You're like, you know what, I can't go out in this store to buy a cake, but boy howdy do I know how to use these skills to like bake. And then you're gonna have a cake for your wife for your anniversary, or a cake for your children on their birthday. Like, don't let Satan be like, because you have these things that makes you more weak as a man, it makes you less of a man. You just gotta punch Satan back, be like, you know what, these skills, if I become proficient in them, the Lord is gonna work good things out of them, and I don't need to listen to you of who I am in my identity. We keep our identity through the lens of Christ. And those skills are just going to be amazing and wonderful. And the woman you meet one day, or the wife that you have one day, is going to be like, wow, thanks honey for stitching that up. I don't know how to do that. Or like, thanks honey, I was really tired today. Thanks for taking care of the cookies that the kids needed for class the next day. These are skills that are inherently good. They're not just skills that just come from like left or right, because there you could see a guy that is muscular and stuff. You're like, oh, that guy is such a man, but he might go home and hit his wife. He is no man at all. Just because he's all muscular and stuff doesn't mean that's what makes him a man. It's just something that he worked on, and all of these things. But that doesn't just inherently label you as a man or a woman and all of these things. So I hope that all of this is just insight and wisdom, because it's I don't know, we just love you so much, and anyone else in chat who's feeling resonated with it, because your identity is the biggest thing that Satan is going to try to shove around. And you see, the world already bending to all of these rules and all of these things and all of these, back and forths about girl bosses and all that stuff. But the reality is that's all an illusion. It's all just Satan just trying to pull his string, because at the end of it, you're going to realize that it's not where you need it to be. It's going to leave you empty, and you're just going to feel really lost at the end of it, at the tail of it. Especially if you are young, that's the age where you feel like there's a lot of decisions to be made. Everyone wants to know like who you are. And it's like, you know what? First and foremost, I'm a child of God, and then where I go from there, you just follow the Lord's steps, and just kind of you'll find the right people that won't pressure you into a box and won't try to push you into like societal norms. They'll be like, you know what? We hear your worries, we hear your insecurities, we hear your woes, and we're gonna help elevate you. All of these things. And they're gonna be there for you. They're not gonna be like, oh, because you look this way, you should be this way. And I think that'll be really
Exactly.
important to keep in mind of the people around you, who's around you, what are they saying to you? Are they pressuring you? Are they trying to, have you fit in these norms? Because like you wanting to go in that path got planted from something. Because it's one of those things, you just exist in life, and all of a sudden, an idea is planted in you, and then Satan tries to foster it through outside norms. If you kind of think about it and pray about it, you can cut it off and be like, you know what, I thought about it, I had this desire for it, but I realized, you know what, that's not for me. And I think that'll be really helpful, especially if you surround yourself with people that are like, you know what, why are you trying to fit yourself in a box, you know, uh, and wherever the Lord takes you is gonna be good. But I think that's really important. That was a lot, but that just shows how much we care.
Exactly. An alternate. Um, I know you can't see it, Mel, but he said, "Thank you. It's better to know about this, and sorry for bothering you. I want you
No.
to remember something, alternate. When you said sorry for bothering you, I want you to ask yourself, where did that come from? What indication did either of us give that made you think we were bothering you? Because we had an absolute delight to answer your question, to talk
Yeah.
to you about this kind of thing. I'm telling you, that's what Mel is talking about. That's the enemy trying to get you to doubt yourself. Yeah, it's like, oh wow, you got a lot of wisdom. Yeah, but you bothered these people. It's like, but we've not made any mention. We're happy to talk about these things.
Yeah.
That's why I'm hoping you can learn. I'm hoping you can learn, and don't worry, Rimururu, I'll show you. But I'm hoping you can learn to catch those. I'm hoping you can catch those moments. I hope you can catch those little bit. Again, this is how wars are won and lost. They're won and lost by inches. And that little inch, I'm sorry for bothering you. No bother. Like, not even remotely. None of us here said that. None of us here even thought or gave any indication of that. It was something deeper, a lie that was implanted to you. And I like what Grace once said. Maria Grace said this. She taught me this, which is your habits, like apologizing for being a bother, those are defense mechanisms that at one point in your life served you very well. That they took care of you, they protected you, they helped you through those moments, right?
So true.
However, they're not helping you now. Okay, when you are a young child, when you're this toddler, they probably did help you a lot. But now you're getting older, you're becoming an adult, you're becoming a man. And as a result, you need to bend everything to the Lord and filter that. And I know how hilarious it is that I'm saying this because I apologize for every little thing. I'm always going, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Right. That's a defense mechanism that worked for me. Now, I'm in my mid 30s and I'm still struggling with this. If you think for a minute that you're not going to struggle with the idea of who you are and these little habits that kind of wiggle their way, as Melinda said, that wiggle their way into your heart because they were implanted there by someone or something. I'm just telling you, you're always going to have something to work on. You're always going to have you're always going to have something that is going to nag away at you. It's just like with fitness. You're always going to have a muscle to work out. You're always going to have a new exercise to do. You're always going to have more goals to set for yourself. The key, as it says in First James, is to consider those things pure joy, that you always have something to work on. You're not a bother, my buddy. You were never a bother. I love getting a message from you. I love being able to talk to you. I also love being able to talk about an issue like this because you're not alone. Again, there was another buddy that I have, another friend, who has a very similar problem that he also asked me, do you think that it's okay for a man to be, a little more on the feminine side? Kind of, I think the term he used was a soft boy, was the term he used, which I guess means, a guy's a little more on the softer side. Not really gruff, but definitely, a little more bubbly. And I said, I don't think it's a sin to be that way, but the same way how, like, I'll give you an example, a good story. And Rimururu, here you go. Flexing. um, to give you a good story, there was a man who learned how to braid hair. Now, by knowing that title there alone, you think, well, wow, that's a pretty feminine thing, right? It's like, wow, he learned how to braid hair. Men don't know how to braid hair. They don't have to, right? But the story is that one day this man, his little girl, his daughter, came to him and said, Daddy, can you braid my hair? Mommy isn't here right now because she's wherever. His dad just kind of looked at her and said, sorry, honey, I don't know how to do that. And his daughter looked dejected and went, okay, thanks anyway. The dad eventually looked up videos on how to braid hair. And he said, when his wife asked him, why are you looking up how to braid hair? He goes, I don't like that I don't know how to braid my daughter's hair. I think that's a very masculine thing. But it's braiding hair. So what's the difference? It's your heart posture. Why do you want to learn how to braid hair? Even if you wanted to learn how to braid hair for his own sake, oh yeah, there's a hairstyle I like. Nothing wrong with that either. But if you're braiding your hair because I want to look more like a girl, that's very, very, very different. That's why I'm telling you, it's about where your heart is. Why do you want to be this? If you want to be a femboy or a soft boy or whatever it's called nowadays, a more feminine man, why do you want to be that? Are you being that because you feel like you have no other choice? Because the sin is not in being a femboy. The sin is you believing that you are subject to the world's whims and its dispositions rather than the Lord's will for you. That is what I would tell you. And that's where that big divide, I would argue, would be. So, yeah. Well, that helped, buddy. And again, if you need to talk, my DMs are open. You let me know, okay? I'm always here to listen.
Yeah, and it's important to talk
Yeah,
about
Gary
these
Bean.
things and ask about these things because if
Mhm.
you isolate yourself and you're just like, our mind is our biggest spiritual warfare grounds right now, and if you're left alone with your mind and if you can't speak up for yourself and you are facing these thoughts that have been planted from somebody or the influence of the enemy, being by yourself is not going to go very well because, by your own strength, you cannot overcome. But, getting to ask in chat and having that, trust and vulnerability to be like, hey, I have a question about this. Getting that guidance and through fellowship is really important and really powerful because you might be on a train, a line of thinking that you're coming into agreement with, but then gain insight from other people can give you that support and elevate you of like, you don't have to follow that train of thinking. You can get off of that train and not go to where the destination is trying to drag you down. And if you compare yourself to other people, I was just reading through Proverbs, I think it was Proverbs, where like envy and jealousy and just like this comparison game is just a poison. If you look at other guys, you're like, I can't be like these other guys, doesn't make you less of a man. It's like, if a guy, it's like let's say I know a guy and he has like a golden retriever kind of personality. He's very genki, he's very uplifting, very adventurous and something. If other guy I know has more of like a brooding cat kind of personality, neither one of them is less of a man because they have certain traits or not. They're both men. They just have different types of personalities. They have different types of likes and dislikes. They have different types of just ways of being. But that doesn't make you any less if you feel like I'm so different from them. There's like I don't know how many billion people, we can't be copy pastas of each other. Um we like, God made no mistakes when he created us. And the devil at any point will try to make you feel like a mistake in some sort of capacity, or make you doubt your existence even, and your value. But seeing yourselves in the way that God sees you, and also just coming to terms with like everyone is just going to be different. Men are just going to be different between each other. It's You don't walk into a room of bros and they're all copy pastas of each other. That'd be so crazy. It would feel like an episode of some kind of sci-fi show. You walk into the room and everyone looks at you and responds the same way and has the same background. And I think what's also a big thing is that people's backgrounds are different from each other. Some people are gruff because they might have had to gone through the military, or they had to, become parents of their own parents. They might have had a lifestyle that makes just more gruff and rough around the corners because that's what they needed to do. Some people might just be softer because they had an environment where they were safe and they were able to do certain things that they didn't need to get gruff, or maybe they didn't have that capacity or the time to work out. But that doesn't make them any less of a man or anything like that. There's just circumstances, there's variables, things that just differ from person to person. So always try to take your seat out of yourself of that seat of the comparison game, or just looking at other people and be like, why can't I be like that? Because for a time on my own end, being like, I always felt like I had to be like super skinny and like super fit, like a twig or something, or I will not be able to be loved. And the seed I was telling my husband just yesterday, because we were talking about it on stream, I don't know if a seed had been planted before that, but I remember when I was in high school dating this guy, my mom was like, if you don't, dress more like, well, she critiqued my clothing, one, because I liked, modest looking clothing. She called it a grandma style and wanted me to wear more like, you know my boobs hanging out there kind of clothing. And I was like, I really don't want to. That was a push from my mom. And then my mom was also the same person when I was dating this guy in high school. Instead of teaching me about like green flags, red flags, or stuff like that, she was teaching me more of like, if you don't wear the right makeup or the right clothes, your man is going to leave you for somebody else. And so that planted the seeds of like, if I don't look as societal norms say I should look as a woman, my man is always going to leave me. And that was something that like stayed with me even when I was dating my husband, because we would go to the gym together. I'm gonna cry a little bit because it's sensitive, it's a subject
Hmm.
to home where it's like, we would go to the gym and then I would feel bad because I was just like, all these other women are really fit and thin and he's gonna leave me one day for some of them, until like someone came in the chat. It was like, you know, God, if you're destined to have a spouse, God has made your spouse for you to look attractive to them, not for you to be attractive to the world, but you for be attractive to them. And and I was like, wow, I doubted my husband when he said he found me attractive, because I just felt in my head like, oh, I always have to be someone else, or I'm not like that beautiful as a woman. And that's really hard, having those seeds planted in you to feel like if you're not like something else, then you are less than. But in reality, you were never less than. You are always made
Hmm.
for much more, and the people in your life will show up as God brings them into your life. Of like, oh, you're right. I am. beautiful in my own way. And what it was such a waste to think that, like in the opposite for so long. But you get so used to people saying things and planting ideas and doing X, Y, and Z, and then you get used to adapting the same mindset that someone has been putting onto you or that you've been absorbing from the world. It's not until like you have a breakthrough or like really come to terms with like where are the standards I'm holding myself? Are they the standards that I've learned that God has said, or is it the standards that the world thinks I need to be and should be in? And that will really help you keep alignment of like, am I doing this because God says I need to go here, or am I doing this because I'm caving into the pressure of, or or the feelings of feeling like, oh, because I'm not like this therefore I am less, you know
Absolutely. And like that pressure that you felt, the idea of you need to be pretty, you need to be X, Y, and Z, otherwise your man will leave you. This is a good way, I think, to bridge these, I would say, gender differences, because the man's equivalent to that is not being a good enough provider. I won't be
mm.
able to take care of her. I won't be able to make sure she's okay. And if I don't do that, she will leave me for a man who will. And like that is the ultimate, I would argue, that's the world's ultimate weapon against your identity, which is to say you will lose, and you will lose that which you care for the most because you weren't enough. And the harshest part of that is that there is unfortunately a level of pragmatic truth, which is to say that you might very well lose something. It would be unrighteous if that were the case, but that is the world's ultimate weapon. Is to say, because I struggle with that all the time, because I've never made a ton of money. I've never been smart. I'm just not a normally intellectual guy. I'm a very simple man. And so it messes with me. Like, I will lose my beloved because I won't be able to take care of her, because I won't be able to, look after her, solve her problems, make sure she's safe, and all that stuff. And it boggles you. She will leave me. She will cheat on me. She will do X, Y, and Z. It is that same thought that you were having. If I am not beautiful, if I am not the fittest, if I am not the skinniest, if I am not the most dazzling, then my husband will no longer see me the way that he sees me now. And it is that fear that the devil uses to rob us of the current joy we experience. This is why I've said, this is where we've got to root ourselves in the identity of Christ and remember to measure ourselves in the way that God does. God does not care how thin or beautiful you are, nor does he care that you are a good provider or a millionaire or a man who has it all figured out. What does the Lord care about? The Lord cares about faithfulness, meaning you are someone who chooses to honor him, to acknowledge him, and to serve him in the ways that he says to, such as love your neighbor as yourself, to give to those who have less than you without expecting something in return, choosing justice and impartiality, to not acknowledge someone over someone else due to societal differences, whether someone is more or less important, you treat them the way you would treat anybody. These are some of the things that the Lord measures us measures us with, and it's how we should measure each other. Now, that's not to say we don't acknowledge some things. Obviously, as a man, I should be at the very least someone who is willing to work. Someone like this does not justify me not working. This does not justify anybody to be, in a word, a bum, right? Nor does it justify anyone not to take care of themselves, to keep in good shape for your health's sake, as well as for attractiveness and all that. It's not to say that these things don't matter. But the problem, and just like I was telling Alternate, the problem is where the heart posture is. Why do you want to be a good provider? Why do you want to be more beautiful? These answers should be rooted in Christ-like statutes and Christ-like ways of thinking. And that is why, as Melinda had said before, when she roots herself back to Christ, her perception on things change. Now, and again, this is by no means, forgive me if I'm overstepping my bounds here, Melinda.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but heaven forbid, let's say the worst happens and she loses her beloved due to whatever shallow reason. I'm not saying that would ever happen. He seems like a wonderful fella.
Yeah.
Um, but I'm saying this is because it's talked about a lot in the Bible, specifically in like Psalms, a lot of lament, and even here in Habakkuk, there's a lot of lament here. Let's say the worst happens and her worst nightmares come true. Yeah, it's gonna hurt and it's gonna suck. And as I'm sure you all knew, I think it was 2 weeks ago, there was a lot I lost and a lot that I continue to lose because I choose to follow the Lord and see things His way instead of the world's way. And the world is hating me for it. And I'm losing things that I prayed to the good Lord I wouldn't, but I did. When that happens, you still have everything you need. You still have the Lord. Now, what does that mean? Oh, I have all this suffering. I have all this pain and misery, but I've got God. Great. What does that mean? How does that help me? And the answer is it's because you have the very foundation. It's the same way of like, how does good soil help a flower? Well, good soil is how a flower grows and blooms. Similarly, you have the thing that will help you bloom and blossom forth even more. These are not just words to placate your emotions. These aren't just motivational words in order to make you feel happy for a minute. It is the logic of how our existence works. When you have God, you have everything you need. However miserable you become, you will be delivered from it. However much you mourn, it will be replaced with laughter and joyous occasions.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how much you cry, it will be replaced with kind warmness too. You always have that. You always have that light at the end of the tunnel when you have the Lord. And that is why the Lord says, those who give up their lives for my sake and the sake of the gospels will save their lives. Melinda has given herself over to the Lord, so has her husband. And as a result, the two have united beyond what the world would have allowed them to be. If she or he had listened
Mm-hmm.
to the world and how the world measures things, for instance, she must be beautiful, he must be a super uber male, they would never have been able to experience the closeness and the unity that they feel right now. It may not always be easy and it may not always be comfortable, but there is a level of oneness that they have that honestly, I'm sure we all would like to have one day. A level of true oneness, but that can only be experienced by the one who is whole, which is the Lord. The Lord is holy, meaning he's complete. You want that completeness, you want that holiness, then he must be what you seek first. You want a good woman? Seek the Lord. If you want a good man, seek the Lord. And thank you for the gifted sub there, Straka. But that is why this is all getting hammered home so much. Um, that's also why in the Bible it's hammered home so much about giving yourself over to the Lord completely. It's also why it's talked about time and time again in the Psalms. Praise the Lord, my soul, because he is trying to hammer truly home that when you have the Lord, you've got everything you need, no matter how bad it gets. So, yeah, that's what I would say with that.
Yeah. The Lord is good. And like you were saying, like heaven forbid, but I've talked about it on chat before or in chat before too, of like when I knew that I was like Vice was like you just know. You're like this is gonna lead into marriage and all of these things. And I was like, the things that you hold dear, the enemy is gonna see that you hold dear. He's been around for a long time. Nothing surprises him either. Or we can't do anything to surprise him. We're creatures of habit.
Yeah.
And I was like, I know if the enemy was gonna try to attack me, it would be for the person I love, and that was Vice. And I already told God or made my peace with it. It was like, Lord, if something ever happens and he is removed, like, or he, passes on before we get married or at some point in life, I was like, Lord, I just want you to know that, if it's your will that he leaves early at some point, um, that I'm gonna trust in you, that no matter what happens or what the enemy tries to do in my life, if it's in your will and it's permitted, then I am going to keep trusting you because I know that you will work things for good. I know that I will not be forsaken. I know that I will still be taken care of. And, I was like, it would be nice if he doesn't go early or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I made my peace with it where I was like, Lord, I know this is the biggest thing that, the enemy would try to attack me with. And I've just made my peace with it. And it was something that was close. And God was so merciful. And, I always pray for Vice travels. It happened like, before September, end of October, where we did get in a pretty bad accident. He flipped on a road, and when he was, and he flipped, but he didn't flip and fell upside down. Like you see in the movies where the car crashes and it falls upside down, where like the top is
Mhm.
now at the bottom. But he was upside up, and the glass didn't break or like scatter everywhere in the car. The only injury that he had from it was that his round one card flew and like and grazed his arm. And but everyone who showed up was like, you're not supposed to be alive. Anyone who crashes here doesn't walk away from it. But there he was, and the miracle of God saving his life. Because his time was not now. But still hearing about it, I was like, thank you, Lord. For helping him. But I had already come to a peace so long ago of like, if the opposite had happened, then I would still know that the Lord is with me, and and it would still be okay. And I think that's one of the most powerful things we have as Christians, is that even if everything hits the fan, even if we lose our homes or all the people in our lives, God is still, like you said, everything. And like Job is a really good picture of that. He literally lost everything, but God was still able to bring those things back into his life three times fold. And it was hard, but it was, God can still provide. There's nothing that could happen that would block or limit God's, what he can do. The enemy always tries to make you feel like, oh, God can't do this for you. God can't, like you punch the enemy. You can't speak for my God. God's already spoken for himself of all the things that he's done in my own life and other people's lives. And I feel like that's our most like powerful hope of like, no matter what happens, no matter what we think will unravel badly, or a job interview that doesn't go well, or all of these things, we still have the Lord at the end of the day, and we are in the Lord's hands, and that is the best place that we could be. Because no matter what happens in the world, the Lord will just, anything that the enemy plans for evil, the Lord will turn around for good. And even things that we don't understand that he's doing, uh, we'll come to an understanding at some point in life. Even if we still don't understand, we'll be able to still see that God is still working in our lives, and God hasn't abandoned us. And so truly, we do have everything. Like as another example, I said on stream, I was like, heaven forbid, my apartment burns down, but If it did, I know people in church or my friends would offer me like some kind of, place to stay in a guest bedroom. I feel like Vice's family would step in, or, there's emergency funds from my job that can get offered to, people who work there. If my, like all my gaming system stuff, I feel like the community would pull together to replace what was lost. And I was like, if I literally lost everything physical, but I still had God with me, everything else could come back. And that's just so powerful. Like if I lose everything, I still have everything because I still have the Lord. And that's why the enemy is so like geared to push you away from God or keep you from God, because, once you have God, you have everything.
And the opposite is also true. If you don't have the Lord, you don't really have anything at all. And it's, as I've said before, you have celebrities, you have influencers, you have even streamers. They've got the whole world on a string. They've got endless resources, endless money, power, influence. They got endless everything. Yet we hear stories all the time about them being addicted to this substance or that substance or being an alcoholic. We've got celebrities ODing on whatever. You'd think with someone with the world at their fingertips, they would have no need for these vices. They already have it all. But that's the thing. They don't really have anything. What they have is the riches of the Lord, or what they have is the riches of the world, but that's like having entire bags of gold in a desert. I guarantee you, you'd give up anything for just a nice bottle of water. That's how the Lord measures things. That's what the Lord is. The world offers glitter and gold, but the Lord offers living water, something you can't go 3 days without. That's why it's important to remember like who the Lord is, even in the most difficult of times. And again, come to the Lord as you are. Stop thinking that you have to get yourself right first, and then you go to God. Go to God as you are. I don't want to be rebuked by the Lord. Yeah, sometimes you need to. Sometimes we all do. So it's like, but what if I say the wrong thing to the Lord and he gets angry at me? Then have him get angry at you. But the Lord in his love will always guide you, even when he's angry with you. Just because he's angry at you does not mean he hates you. The Lord rebukes those he loves, like a father to their child. Just because their father may raise their voice at their child or discipline them does not mean that he hates them. It just means that he loves them, but he won't tolerate bad behavior or behaviors that will hurt you. It's the same here. And specifically, for instance, here in Habakkuk, like let's relate this all to this book because it's very important. In the book of Habakkuk, it takes place in a time where Israel has all but abandoned the Lord. The Torah is neglected, and for those of you who don't know, the Torah is the first 5 books of the Old Testament. It is essentially Israel's history as well as the divine word of God, and yet it has been neglected. People are not honoring the Lord. They are forgetting him. They're worshiping other gods. They're giving into all sorts of vile sins. The leaders are corrupt. It is just a bad, bad time. Habakkuk in this time is a prophet, and a prophet is someone who speaks on the Lord's behalf. However, Habakkuk is not speaking on behalf of the Lord to the people of Israel like every other prophet is. Quite differently. He has all but given in to despair, believing that Israel has gone so far that God, where are you in all this? And as you can see, the very first chapter says Habakkuk's complaint. He's talking to the Lord. He's complaining. He's saying, Lord, something needs to change. So allow me to read Habakkuk chapter 1. And for those of you who are new, I like to voice act when I read the Bible. I try to give it its emotional context to help you to kind of understand what might have been felt at the time. So, here we go. The Book of Habakkuk, Chapter 1. The prophecy that Habakkuk the prophet received. How long, Lord, must I call for help, but you do not listen? Or cry out to you, violence, but you do not save? Why do you make me look at injustice? Why do you tolerate wrongdoing? Destruction and violence are before me. There is strife and conflict abounds. Therefore, the law is paralyzed, and justice never prevails. The wicked hem in the righteous, so that justice is perverted. So that's his complaint. Here's the Lord's answer to him. Look at the nations and watch, and be utterly amazed. For I am going to do something in your days that you would not believe, even if you were told. I am raising up the Babylonians, that ruthless and impetuous people who sweep across the whole earth, to seize dwellings not their own. They are feared and dreaded people. They are a law to themselves and promote their own honor. Their horses are swifter than leopards, fiercer than wolves at dusk. Their cavalry gallops headlong, their horsemen come from afar. They fly like an eagle swooping to devour. They all come intent on violence. Their hordes advance like a desert wind, and gather prisoners like sand. They mock kings and scoff at rulers. They laugh at all fortified cities. By building earthen ramps, they capture them. Then they sweep past like the wind and go on. Guilty people whose own strength is their God. So that's God's answer, which was essentially, I'm raising up Babylon to teach Israel a very harsh lesson. Do you have anything to add, Melinda?
For this first part, and it's interesting because we'll see the complaint turn to prayer later on. But you know, Habakkuk is, you know, he's just like the bad are winning and good are losing. God, why are you idly looking at all of this wrong? You know, there's this perception of like it looks like he has this belief that God can stop it. So if he could stop it, then why are you not? Like his trouble is coming from like God, why are you tolerating this wrong that's happening? But the Lord is saying that he is acting and he is gonna punish evil and injustice and even though he doesn't understand raising the Babylonians because he's gonna be like, what? That's the answer. Um, um, but it's a tool that God is using, especially since like Judah had sin in like my study Bible. It was saying that most people continue to assume that they were automatically entitled to God's blessing, despite turning their back on Him, and and like I said, for I'm doing things that you wouldn't not believe if I told you, and I don't know. Well, one Habakkuk I think is a good example in his complaint that you can be pretty straightforward with God. You're like, God, especially in these times right now where it still feels relevant, like where it by sight it feels like bad are winning, good are losing, but in the reality in the background, God is still working even if you don't see it initially. I'm trying to think what else. Oh yeah, like you can, grieve and lament and take out and say your frustrations to the Lord too. Because I feel like some people withhold saying, certain things to God, but then they stew on it and then that can become something that either becomes like a like you're gonna hold it against God, but in the time you should have just like talked to God about it or told God like you're really frustrated about this, you're really upset about it, which I think is really important because sometimes if you don't deal with that, that could turn into something pretty toxic, and then that becomes like a like I don't know the word for it, but like basically it starts feeding this thought of like, well, God betrayed me and God disappointed me, and it gets you kind of turning away from God when you should have just vocalized like, God, what's up? Why is this happening? You know?
Very true. All right, let's do Habakkuk's second complaint. Lord, are you not from everlasting? My God, my Holy One, you will never die. You, Lord, have appointed them to execute judgment. You, my rock, have ordained them to punish. Your eyes are too pure to look on evil, cannot tolerate wrongdoing. Why then do you tolerate the treacherous? Why are you silent while the wicked swallow up those more righteous than themselves? You have made people like a fish in the sea, like the sea creatures that have no ruler. The wicked foe pulls all of them up with hooks. He catches them in his net. He gathers them up in his dragnet. And so he rejoices and is glad. Therefore, he sacrifices to his net and burns incense to his dragnet. For by his net he lives in luxury and enjoys the choicest foods. Is he to keep on emptying his net, destroying nations without mercy? Habakkuk chapter 2. I will stand at my watch, station myself on the ramparts. I will look to see what he will say to me, and what answer I am to give to this complaint. So just as Melinda said, Habakkuk is confused. But the difference is that he is willing to understand. He's saying that I will sit here and on the ramparts, which means the walls, and he will wait. He'll wait for the Lord to answer him. Because he's like, look, I don't understand. You are righteous, you are pure, you are good. Your eyes do not look upon evil. But Babylon is even worse than Israel. So why would you use it to humble Israel at all? Why is it that no matter what happens, evil is going to win? I don't know the answer, but I will stand here and I will wait and look until the Lord answers. It's not an arrogance thing, is why Habakkuk is doing this. He's doing this because he's genuinely saying, I want to know what he has to say. Let me hear, for I know the Lord knows all. So here's the Lord's answer. Then the Lord replied, write down the revelation and make it plain on tablets, so that a herald may run with it. For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end, and it will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay. See, the enemy is puffed up. His desires are not upright, but the righteous person will live by his faithfulness. Indeed, wine betrays him. He is arrogant and never at rest, because he is as greedy as the grave, and like death is never satisfied. He gathers to himself all the nations and takes captive all the peoples. Will not all of them taunt him and with ridicule and scorn, saying, woe to him who piles up stolen goods and makes himself wealthy by extortion. How long must this go on? Will not your creditors suddenly arise? Will they not wake up and make you tremble. Then you will become their prey, because you have plundered many nations. The peoples who are left will plunder you. For you have shed human blood. You have destroyed lands and cities and everyone in them. Woe to him who builds his house by unjust gain, setting his nest on high to escape the clutches of ruin. You have plotted the ruin of many peoples, shaming your own house and forfeiting your life. The stones of the wall will cry out, and the beams of the woodwork will echo it. Woe to him who builds a city with bloodshed and establishes a town by injustice. Has not the Lord Almighty determined that the people's labor is only fuel for the fire, and the nations exhaust themselves for nothing? For the earth will be filled with the knowledge of the glory of the Lord, as the waters cover the sea. Woe to him who gives drink to his neighbors, pouring it from the wineskin till they are drunk, so that he can gaze on their naked bodies. You will be filled with shame instead of glory. Now it is your turn. Drink, and let your nakedness be exposed. The cup from the Lord's right hand is coming around you, and disgrace will cover your glory. The violence you have done to Lebanon will overwhelm you, and your destruction of animals will terrify you. For you have shed human blood. You have destroyed lands and cities and everyone in them. Of what value is an idol carved by a craftsman, or an image that teaches lies? For the one who makes it trusts in his own creation. He makes idols that cannot speak. Woe to him who says to wood, "Come to life," or to lifeless stone, "Wake up." Can it give guidance? It is covered with gold and silver. There is no breath in it. The Lord in his holy temple. The Lord is in his holy temple. Let all the earth be silent before him. So essentially, God's answer is, yeah, Babylon ain't going to get away with it either. But he is choosing to use Babylon for a very specific purpose, and that although the Lord would wish that Babylon is not of wicked inclination, they have chosen to remain such a way, and thus the Lord will turn what man intends for evil into what is good. Melinda, I didn't know if you wanted to read this next chapter.
I can. I would like to. And I was going to make a note that, like, you reading as God's voice, I feel like it's a good reflection of how you see God's character. Like, especially when, Moses is like, I don't know if I can, go and do as you've called me. And the Lord is like, who gave you that tongue? It's important. Like, how did you read that when God remarks that back to Moses? That could give you some insight of how you see God's character. And I always feel like when God speaks, it's, I don't know, I don't really know how it would be, but like the way like you read it, I think is a good example. And I feel like I read just like as to read it, not to give it like, you know, like a
well, like
gruff
the
or
way
like
that I look
inky.
at the way that I look, oh, hey love, it's good to see you. I hope work was good. The way that I hear God's voice, I actually think The Chosen did a really good job of showing what the Father sounds like. When I don't know if you've seen it, but
I haven't.
it is the part where the Lord Jesus calls out to the Father and says, "Father, glorify your name." And the Father speaks from heaven saying, "I have glorified it and I will glorify it again." The Chosen makes God's voice almost like a whisper. You can barely just
Oh.
hear it over the thunder and lightning, but you can hear it. And the reason why I read it the way that I do, that I read God's voice, is because my belief and the way that I understand it is that God is the divine logic of the universe, meaning he is anything he says has the entire consideration of creation behind it, past, present, and future. He speaks with complete certainty. Like
True.
a lot of the times, emotionality happens as a result as more or less responses. It is not that God is devoid of emotion, but rather that God is so complete. To us, it almost sounds like he is. So to me, it's very gentle. It's a very assured, spoken, this is what will happen. God doesn't, the way I look at it is, God doesn't need to yell. Why would he? Not that he doesn't get angry, but why would
Mhm.
God need to yell? He is the Lord. He merely needs to say something, and it is. So I
True.
try to read it with that. I try to read it with that level of like complete assurance. Like there is no doubt in the words that he speaks.
Yeah, because he has the full
That's just
picture.
me though. Exactly. But yeah, feel free to read Habakkuk 3.
Yeah. And before we get to Havoc 3, I wanted to make like a note of like just like as a reminder of like, uh Habakkuk is this is all that he's seeing. And it kind of like a contrast of like this is what Habakkuk's seeing, and it's so easy, like we were talking about in our Bible study at church, it's so easy and more tempting even to trust your own sight and your own right and wrong than God's, because sometimes it doesn't make sense. Um, and
Mm-hmm.
Habakkuk is critiquing God from what he's seeing. But when he replies, like when the Lord answers, is basically, like trust in me, having patience, living by faith and not by sight, because sight ultimately deceives us. It's kind of like that moment where you feel like you saw somebody that you know, and you get up to them and you're like, hey, and you're like, oh, you're not actually who I thought you were. And that's just like an example. Like our sight can be so deceitful, and it's a really good reminder of like, but the righteous will live by his faith, in Romans 1:17. And there was this really neat thing that our pastor pointed out, that the stone walls will cry out and the woodwork would echo. And it's like creation already has an understanding or knows like what God's already doing, but humanity has trouble coming to an understanding and trusting of what God is doing. And we'll see in the prayer like how this reminder of like not trusting with your sight, but having just trust in the Lord instead of in the sight of what you're seeing, um, will be really important. And also kind of like, you know, this insight to the adult, like idolatry was the root of many things, like that the Lord listed out, like the violence, exploitation, the deceiving the poor, all of these things. The root is idolatry, of putting other things before the Lord. And so it kind of shows like, and it's kind of like a reminder too of like in the other books in the Old Testament, they saw what happens when they keep turning away from God. When they turn away from God, other nations or people came and overtook them. Um, and then they kind of learn over and over again. So, in a way, when we're reading Habakkuk, it's like, this is already something that's already happened. But they're so stuck in this idolatry, um, that it's even though Habakkuk is like, this sucks, this is just how the Lord has to work in order to like help get his people um back to where they had been before, but also just God calls people to trust in him. And so I feel like that's really important. I think that's a good takeaway. God calls people to trust in him, and then as we get into Habakkuk's prayer, we'll get to see Habakkuk remembering, this trust in the Lord, or having this reassurance and trusting in the Lord. So I
Mm-hmm.
will. I will read Habakkuk's prayer. A prayer of Habakkuk, the prophet, on Shigoinoth, which I learned is an instrument of some sort.
Oh, didn't know that.
Me either. I learned it in Bible study. Lord, I have heard of your fame. I stand in awe of your deeds, Lord. Repeat them in our day, in our time, make them known. In wrath, remember mercy. God came from Teman, the Holy One from the Mount Paran. His glory covered the heavens, and his praise filled the earth. His splendor was like the sunrise, rays flashed from his hand, where his powers was hidden. Plague went before him, pestilence followed his steps. He stood and shook the earth, he looked and made the nations tremble. The ancient mountains crumbled, and the age-old hills collapsed, and he marches on forever. I saw the tents of Cushan in distress, the dwellings of Midian in anguish. Were you angry with the rivers, Lord? Was your wrath against the streams? Did you rage against the sea when you rode your horses and your chariots to victory? You uncovered your bow, you called for many arrows. You split the earth with rivers, the mountains saw you and withered. Torrents of water swept by, the deep roared and lifted its waves on high. Sun and moon stood still in the heavens, at the glint of your flying arrows, at the lightning of your flashing spear. In wrath you strode through the earth, and in anger you threshold the nations. You came out to deliver your people, to save your anointed one. You crushed the leader of the land of wickedness. You stripped him from head to foot. With his own spear you pierced his head, when his warriors stormed out to scatter us, gloating as though about to devour the wretched who were in hiding. You trampled the sea with your horses, churning the great waters. I heard, and my heart pounded, my lips quivered at the sound. Decay crept into my bones, and my legs trembled. Yet I will wait patiently for the day of calamity to come on the nations invading us. Though the fig tree does not bud, and there are no grapes on the vine, though the olive crop fails, and the fields produce no food, though there are no sheep in the pen, and no cattle in the stalls, yet I will rejoice in the Lord, I will be joyful in God my Savior. The sovereign Lord is my strength. He makes my feet like the feet of a deer. He enables me to tread on the heights.
And so there you go.
I really like that it goes. Oh, no, go ahead.
No, all I was going to say was, as you saw, Habakkuk still doesn't actually fully know what's about to happen. The only thing he knows, and he reaffirms, as is a pretty common trend as you've seen in the Bible, is that he remembers the deeds of the Lord. He remembers God. And he even says, in the in the time of your wrath, remember mercy. And he praises God's name. He reminds himself of God's mightiness in everything he does and tries to express it as best as he can. He doesn't know why God is doing what he is doing. Like, he doesn't know the specifics of why. Why use Babylon when they are even more evil and wicked than Israel is right now? But he does know, whatever the reason is, he can trust in the Lord. The Lord is not someone who lets anything or anyone out of his sight. He knows what needs to happen. He knows what's best to happen. And though it may seem confusing, that's why I've said before, when you have the Lord, you have everything you need. Like I've said, that's not me trying to make you feel better. It's not me trying to put ointment on a wound. If you're lamenting, lament. Be sad for a bit. But it is truly as true as the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. It is as true as the sky is blue. and it is true as the wind blows. The Lord, if he is with you, you have everything you need, and you will be okay. It was like what I talked about a couple weeks ago about losing things. That it's hard to lose. And unfortunately, following the Lord, following Christ, you will lose a lot. And it may make you feel uncertain. You may want to fall back to old habits, habits that are comfy. That's why it's so important to remind yourself of God's goodness and his mighty deeds. God works everything for good, even this. And so while Habakkuk does not know what's going to happen, and even though he doesn't know how God is going to use Babylon to redeem Israel at all, because if Babylon gets here, they're just going to take over, which is exactly what happens. Babylon comes in and scatters Israel. It's truly a historical, whoops, it's truly a historical miracle that Israel survives, like as a nation. Like any other day, any other nation, their history would have been lost to time. But it wasn't. And in fact, Israel came back. But that was because the Lord has a plan. So, like Habakkuk, it's okay to wonder why. Remember, Job's sin, if any, was not that he questioned the Lord, but rather that he believed in his own good deeds were enough to exempt him from trouble. That was, I would argue, Job's wrongdoing in his own story, because they're both doing the same thing. Habakkuk and Job are both questioning God and asking why. Why is this happening? But the difference is, Job justified himself by his good deeds. You know, have I ever looked to gold or said to pure gold, you are my security? Has anyone's bellies not been filled with Job's meat? If I did not honor the poor or the widow, you know, Job believed that his good deeds were enough to vindicate him, and thus what is happening to him is unjust. Meanwhile, Habakkuk, he is saying, Lord, you are good, you are righteous. How are you going to fix Israel? They have abandoned you and your word. God, I need your help. Or I need to know what you're going to do. And God's answer is, I'm going to raise up Babylon, an even more wicked nation. And then he goes, I don't understand. Why them? That's even worse. And instead of trying to say that his righteous deeds or Israel's righteous deeds are enough to essentially make God do what he wants him to do, instead what he did was sit on the rampart of the wall and simply be still and wait for God's answer humbly. That's the difference between questioning God in a more righteous and humble way and questioning God in a you owe me kind of way.
Yeah,
And so that's why, yeah, go ahead.
oh no, I was just gonna make a note too, like when it talks about like Egypt, God still judged Egypt, and he will do the same to
Mm-hmm.
Babylon.
It's true. He's not blind to Babylon's sins. And boy, howdy, did Babylon have a lot of sins. There's a reason why we still can't actually find Babylon. Even though we have endless historical documentation of Babylon's existence, we're still unclear of where Babylon was. I really do believe that their sins were so bad, God all but wiped them from existence. Now, with all that said, and yes, Crucible, that is kind of how it is. Sometimes it gets so bad that God needs to tear it and us down to build us back up. Because again,
Mm-hmm.
Israel was very, very, very in a bad way. So it's just remembering at the times when you don't understand why God would do something, or why God would be X, or why God would do Y, and you go, I don't know what to do. Remember to be still and know that he is God. That's what Habakkuk did. And even that's what Job did. In fact, that's what most really influential biblical figures did, is that they stopped. They stopped, they prayed, they waited. Some of them fasted. Some of them did a lot of things, but ultimately what they did was to remember the Lord. Who is he? What has he done? And for you, I would say, whatever the Lord has done in your life personally, you don't have to always hearken back to the deeds of the Bible, although that's always a good thing to do. But what has he done miraculously in your life? And I mean, shoot, there are plenty of miraculous things the Lord has done for me. It's any wonder that I'm still worried about how I'm going to pay for everything. I'm sitting here still worried, but the Lord has only ever shown time and time again that I will take care of it. You need to focus on me. I'll handle the rest. So remember that, everybody. The ultimate lesson of Habakkuk. It is truly a story, another story of faith in a time that is very, very much uncertain. And it's okay to be uncertain. It's okay to be confused and ask God why. But
Mm-hmm.
do it in humility. Don't do it in like you owe me an answer. So, yeah. That's what I would say for this Bible study.
Yeah, and the powerful thing is that faith teaches us how to pray, like a reflection of faith. Um, because when you run out of all the things you can do in your own power, the most powerful thing you can do is pray. And God will respond. I feel like Habakkuk teaches us, it reminds us about patience. That could be the biggest one where you're like, God, I want you to do this for me now. I want you to do this for me soon. I remember being a kid when people didn't really guide me about God, being like, God, I'm going to ask you something. If you don't answer by the end of the day, that means that the answer is opposite, which obviously is not. God works on his own timing, not our own, 'cause he exists outside of time. But, this is a good reminder that no matter how bad things get for you, get for me, get for anybody, you know, Habakkuk continues to trust the Lord, and that is our, you know, call too, is also to continue to trust the Lord, to have patience, to have faith, and just trusting in Him. There's a lot of things we see and we continue to get, scared about, and we continue to get unsure about, but we should have a certainty that God's character never changes. There are a lot of times we're like, God, are you going to pull through? And He continues to pull through. And then we still have the same thoughts of like, God, are you going to pull through? And He still continues to pull through. And it's a good thing to share your lament with God, because thank God that we do have a God who does listen to our sorrow, that does listen to all the things on our hearts. It would be such a crazy world if there was no one to lament to. But thank God that he is so compassionate and kind to listen to our laments, to listen to our troubles. That's why he's so meticulous. Even though Habakkuk was crying out of like, Lord, please do something, the Lord already knew that something needed to be done. And even though Habakkuk doesn't understand, the Lord is so meticulous in all that he does that it will make sense later, or even if he doesn't see it in his lifetime, like those who believed in the Messiah and didn't see it in a lifetime, just because they didn't see the Messiah work in their lifetime did not mean that the Lord wasn't working in bringing the Messiah. So having that faith that even though not seeing it come to fruition, still having that trust in God. So I feel like that's a really good takeaway for us today. Of like, the Lord is still good every day. Like I told the chat yesterday, our everydays can be different, but our God is still the same. And even if life can be bad, we still have a God who is still so good. And funny enough, Samson, we just talked about that yesterday, where I was like, there have been many times where I'm like, how am I going to make it to the next month? And the Lord, in his miraculous ways, literally just works so well. It's either like, in just a different of all kinds of ways. There was one time where a bag that I bought off of Amazon, it wasn't anything like super crazy. It was just like $20. Somehow, I don't want to say somehow, but like the Lord just permitted that to be refunded. Like I don't know where it came from, why it came from. I did not return the purse. I did not put some kind of like, you know, thing. I thought maybe that brand might have been like hit with something. Maybe all the returns have. I have no idea. But that got like put back to my bank in a time that I needed, you know, like, oh, I need a little bit of money to stretch. And then all of a sudden that purse was like refunded. And I don't, just this day,
Mhm.
I still don't know why it went back. But it did. And that is just the Lord being so meticulous in all that he does, in his godly timing, that truly when we trust in him, he's gonna work it all out. Like as someone had pointed out in chat, where like, wow, Israel gets like broken down a lot, and then you know, gets torn down a lot, but still comes back. Like that's not the end of Israel. They don't get invaded once and it's wiped off the map like everybody else. But they continue to keep bouncing back even after all of these calamities hit them, after all of these idolatries and takeovers. Israel still exists to this day. So that's like a really good reminder of like, wow, they went through a lot, but we also go through a lot, and we are still standing to this day. And so the Lord has not forsaken us. We just gotta, you know, practice our patience, having faith in him, and really trusting. And we talked about this yesterday, and even like before yesterday. It's like it is a big leap to surrender and give trust to God, because there's so many things you see that feel like kind of constricting, worrying, fearful, you know. But like God just works in such meticulous ways. Truly, like Habakkuk says, or like in God's response here is like he works in ways that we wouldn't understand. That's true. Even if he told us, we'd be like, but how? Because our human comprehension only goes so far, you know. You know, sometimes we can't do simple math, so that says a lot. uh, and so I feel like, yeah, there's always going to be hope in the Lord, because hope is permanent, which is, you know, it's different from the world's hope. The world's hope is wishful thinking. They hope that one day it will unravel or come to that kind of point. But thank God for us that our hope is in the living hope of Jesus Christ, that hope is a promise. It is permanent. It will come to happen. So our hope in the Lord is permanent. It will happen in godly timing. The Lord will be there. The Lord will not forsake us. You know, Philippians 1:6, God did bring you this far just to leave you. And there's so many times where the Lord reminds us in scripture not to be afraid, not to fear. Because like we were talking about earlier, fear is something it just starts spilling out in other areas of our lives. And even before I was a Christian, I remember thinking that I was like, you know, isn't it strange that fear has no power over you, but fear needs to convince you to have fear of it. That way it can have power over you. You know, fear has no power unless
Mhm.
you hand over power to fear. And now that I'm a Christian, I'm like, oh, this all makes sense, because Satan is trying to use fear over you to have some kind of control over you. But even if we do get in moments of fear, we can still trust the Lord in that fear without surrendering. Like, you know, like we talked about for Job, um, he he lost. For me, I feel like Job lost sight of where he placed his hope in the beginning, like when all the things are happening. I feel like he had his hope in the Lord, but then as time started to pass and his friends started to ask questions, his hope went from the Lord to himself, and that's when things started to fall apart. Um, and so I feel like having that's why Habakkuk, he puts his hope in the Lord, because even though he has no idea what's going to happen, he's going to patiently wait for what the Lord will do to Babylon, and he will patiently wait to see what he will do for the people of, you know, of Judah, the people of Israel, you know. And he gets to have a joy in remembering how God had got them out of Egypt. And that's such a big thing, because this always gets brought up over and over again of how God pulled the people out of the power of Egypt. And how he did not leave them behind. And even though they were very stubborn in the desert, God did not leave them behind either. They did make it to the promised land. Sometimes they kind of mess things up, but that's just how humans work. And that's why we can still relate to the Bible. There are moments where like we wouldn't have done that, but we live in modern different times and we still do it in our own kind of ways. And so I feel like it's so powerful that everywhere in the Bible there's just God still working. And I feel like that's a good reminder because I always feel like you see it in movies too where things negatively happen to the main character and they're like, where is your God, and that's always the line that they deliver. It's like, where is your God now? My God is always working. Even if you were to slay me here, it does not stop my Lord,
Hmm.
working in all people's lives. If I get slain somewhere, that means I've finished my race and I go back to heaven. I go back where our true home is. And if one flame dies, multiple more are like born. So it's one of those things where the world will always try to get you in a position to question, especially for young people. We were talking about it during the Romans where sometimes when you're young the world will push back of like, are you is that true, like, well, there's science and there's all these things, and some people will take that step back of like, well, maybe I don't know, maybe it's true, maybe it's not, like, well, this is what my Bible says. And now we gotta have like a backbone to be like, you know what, sure, science, I like to say like science is just catching up to what God has already shown us. And science can also have human error. A lot of studies kind of like, oopsie, teehee, we got this information wrong. It turns out what we said was not true. And technology is advancing to catch up to kind of rewrite what was before. Like when they thought mercury was good for your eyes. Mercury is not good for your eyes. So this
Spoiler alert.
yeah, spoiler alert. So this challenge that the world brings of like, trying to challenge God, it's like, you know what? The world is just trying to catch up with God. Leviticus has like a whole medical journal. Before there were medical journals, but just to tie it back in because I could yap about God all day. Is that truly we just need to trust in the Lord, even if our eyes, our circumstances, all of these things, the enemy is saying otherwise. We just trust in Him, even in weakness. We trust in Jesus because when we are weak, we are strong because the Lord is strong on our behalf, and when He fights our battles, He will win. And it shows it all across the scriptures, all across our life. Any battles that we hand over to the Lord, He will win, and we can have an assurance and trust that God's character is who He says He is. And I think that's a really powerful thing because it's really hard or really easy to slip back into like, I don't know, God, will you do this? But God is who He says He was. He's never once been unfaithful, and He still shows up to be faithful when we have been unfaithful. And that just already shows so much already. And like God's perfection, I have on my wall, God's perfection reminds me of my imperfections, and He still chose me. He still chose us. So why is He gonna leave us behind after He chose us? So just kind of trusting that God laid His life down for you. What else would He not be able to do? Like, He died for you. You know, that's the biggest statement of love God can show you, that you can trust in Him because He loves you and He laid down His life for you. You know.
Very, very true. Couldn't have said it better myself.
God is so good.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Alrighty. Melinda, I don't know if you're going to keep streaming, but I am going to end stream. If you are, I'll raid into you. If not, I'll raid into somebody.
I'll probably talk a little bit more, and then so if you want to come on over, chums.
You got it. Let me first end the stream with a prayer. I have some prayer requests that I want to do that, and then we'll raid over to the ever wonderful Melinda. Thank you again, Melinda, for this collab. It's literally a dream come true for this old fanboy. So I'm
You're like,
very
wow.
grateful to you. Thank you for, yeah, it was fun playing games with you, and I hope we can do this again. I like these Bible studies.
Yeah, I hope so too. And thank you for making the time today and just sharing like your time and space today just to have Bible study, have fellowship, and just talk about stuff. I really appreciate it. It was a fun time and hopefully we can do this again. It was great. I feel like we got to talk about a lot of things. And before we even streamed, I prayed that whatever we needed to talk about today, that someone in chat really needed it. So I feel like whatever we got to talk about today really got to move to whoever needed it today. So and I'm
Hmm.
thankful that you are still like, no matter what people say, you following where the Lord has called you has made a good impact because you're like it's an inspiration to be here or like for me to be here because I was an inspiration, but I see the trickle of the ripples of the waves that your community has have had on other people and other people talk in my chat of like, yeah, Samson talked about this and it's really helpful and I really needed that. And you just see the ripples of like you saw the ripples from where I was at when you were a viewer, and now I see the ripples of what you're doing as a streamer. And so I'm glad that we could collab today, but I'm also like thankful. Or no, I'm just want to like share my like I don't know what the word would be. Not kudos or like or maybe like proud of you. I don't know. I'm just like admiration
I
of
know what
like
you mean.
yeah, the Lord is working in you and you're following. And even if there's obstacles, uncertainties, and stuff like that that are, that you're facing, you are still going headfirst into where the Lord has called you and trusting in Him. And that's a big impact for everyone who watches you on the stream. But also, like, your wisdom that you get to share with people creates such an impact, especially when you can talk about topics that are more male uh, heavy than I can because I am a woman, and that's what people need. And so I'm just really proud of you making your own splash and impact and just going where the Lord calls you. No matter what people say or whatever about your decision, the Lord gets to see that it's making a bigger impact and a reward of eternity than anything else ever would. So it's not like you said earlier, like people were like, "Oh, it's kind of a dumb decision," but it's a decision that's saving people's lives. And obviously, you're not doing the saving, but you're following where the Lord is calling you. Tending the fields, and the Holy Spirit takes it from there, and God does the saving. So, like in the long run, it's like you're just going where God calls you, and you're building up the things for the kingdom and you're helping people find the key to eternity, which is Jesus. And so I'm just really proud that you're making a big splash where you are, and I'm glad that we could hang out today and do Bible study.
Me too. That means a lot, Mel. Coming from you, that really does mean a lot. I hope to just, like I said, for the first time, I'm actually following the Lord and His purposes instead of just saying it on the outside. So it means a lot to hear that, especially coming from someone who is on fire for the Lord, as you have been. You really do embody that kind of like righteous warrior of hope who genuinely wants to fight back what is evil and protect those who need it, like me.
Yeah, I will
So,
kick flip darkness.
alrighty. All right. I'll lead us in prayer, and then we'll raid out to the wonderful Melinda. Here we go. Our Father in heaven, our Lord and our God, I pray. Thank you for another incredible stream with such incredible people. Thank you for allowing my sister in Christ, Melinda Esperanza, to be here today. This was a dream come true in many sorts of ways. Thank you for the chums. And I'm sorry, what were they called? The Carinos?
The cariños.
The Cariños. Okay. Thank you for
Yeah.
them as well, who honor and bless us with such an incredible community. I pray on behalf of Gambam, who wishes to extend thanks to you for being there for her even when she was in the dark. She prays for blessings for Alternate, Durkad, Henry, Walaris, Irene, myself, and everyone on the streams. I pray on behalf of Durkad. She prays that everyone here stays safe, that they can be who Christ wants them to be, and that they're very thankful for everyone here. And even through her struggles, she has been supported. She wishes to return the favor. I pray on behalf of Outlaw, who prays for strength and patience until the one you have for him to be his wife comes into his life. He is tired, Lord. He is losing hope. But still, Lord, uplift his hands to you. May they not be comforted by anything other than your divine grasp. Strengthen him. Grant him patience and strength. Lead him where he needs to be. And lead his beloved to him as well, should it be your will. I pray on behalf of Late Night Noob. I pray, Lord, they say that they landed on their knee and let some words fly when he landed. His tongue had gotten away from him. I pray, Lord, help him to have a greater tight rein around their speech. I pray for blessings for Melinda, who embodies truly your warrior, one who chooses to fight for what is good and meet evil where it is, to fight it back more and more. We all feel safer spiritually when she's around. I pray for all the chums here as well. Bless and love them, forgive them, and strengthen them. And thank you, Lord, for blessing me. Though I am unworthy, you have shown me great kindness and favor. I am grateful. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, I pray all this. Not my will, but your will be done. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Samson.
Of course. Thank you for being here. Alrighty, everybody. We're going to raid Melinda because she is going to continue streaming for just a little bit longer. Here, let me get the raid started. And as the raid started, Melinda, truly thank you for this. It has been an incredible time being able to stream with you, being able to, play games and all that such. I hope we can keep doing it. Daniel Purple Crown, thank you for the follow, and also thank you to Shinigami Mel as well. But thank you so much, Mel. I hope we can do this again.
Yeah, but I'm not a stranger if you ever want to hang out, or that's on my heart too, for the Lord to help me ever since like Reach, try to really, maximize, or not maximize, but like really like reach out to friends, strengthen my relationships with friends. I can't be a warrior solo. I need to have support. I need to let people be my support, and I need to be in fellowship. And I think this was really fun. We did it Night Rain. Woo!
All right. I'll talk to you later, Mel. I hope you have a great stream. God bless you. I can't wait to do this again. And chums, show her some love, show her some support, and I will see you all tomorrow. God bless y'all. Take care.
God bless you, Samson. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I put on some BGM. Please follow Samson. As you saw, he was a beautiful and powerful warrior of hope on the seas. Hi, Samson. Hello, chums. Soy Melinda Esperanza, your local demon slayer and warrior of hope. Hello, everybody. And that little guy right there, that's you. Let me make myself smaller. I mean, bigger. That's a cariño for anyone who was wondering about that. And I remember someone had pointed in chat, what does that mean? In Espanol, it means beloved. Just as the Lord calls you beloved, you are beloved, loved by God here on stream. Yeah, it was. God bless you too, Samson. It was really a fun time. Thank you for hanging out and giving me some space and time on your schedule. It was an amazing time. It was so fruitful and spiritually powered up. So that's amazing. We're going to talk a little bit more about hope, especially since Habakkuk is all about, you know, kind of turning around of like trusting in the Lord, from going from complaints to prayer. I think is really powerful. So let me just scroll back. Hi John Deeds, hi Mama Hades, hi Magic Twilight, hi Lucky Animation, hi Frey, hi Jittery Squirrel, hi Magic Twilight, hi Captain Sammy, hi Mike, hi Knight of the Neil, hi Millicent, hi Snowy Graham, hi Sephirine, hi Lucky Animation, hi Strika. There's some people I can get to say hi to. Because we've already happened, as it be. Hi Late Night Noob. Your model reminds me of Urza Scarlet. That's my waifu. It's so funny. I told Cho, a friend of mine, that I need a family portrait. I also told my husband too. I need a family portrait because when I was doing my model, I was like, wow, she's so distinct. But I've never played Fire Emblem. I barely watched Fairy Tail, and I've never played Honkai Star. So like after I debuted my model, there was the 3 differentiating factors of like, you look like that one girl from Fire Emblem, and Ursa Scarlet, and Argenti from Honkai. I've never seen Argenti in my life, but he looks like he could be my twin brother, which is so funny. Then I'm like, I just need a family portrait with all the knights with red hair. It would be fantastic. Also, hi Nesto. Did I miss the Bible study? You did miss the Bible study, but that's okay. I'm gonna talk more about trusting in God and having hope. So, in a way, you also didn't miss Bible study, in a way. I need to go. I'm sad I didn't tune in before. It was nice to have met you. Daily Reminder, you loved. Y'all, you are loved, and God bless you. God bless you too, Lucky Animation. That's okay. There's still the VOD, and there's still future opportunities. So, all good, you know? You have to do what you need to do in the day, and that's okay. Hi, everybody. For those who just tuned in or are new here, I'm Melinda. Like I said earlier, I play horror games to take on darkness and show that hope and light will still win at the end. And show in darkness that we can still kickflip. Kickflip the enemy schemes and turn around things that seem so dire and drastic, but we can still overcome. I also do Bible studies. We did Romans. We're starting our Bible study in Romans, which I thought was really powerful. Or, I mean, all the Bible is really powerful, but I thought it'd be really important because I feel like there's so much in Romans that we need to be applying or thinking about in our Christian lives that we kind of forget or maybe just don't know. Or a good reminder as well. Namikaz, thank you for the follow. And hi, Zealous Pursuer. Is that a little Junie? Oh my gosh. Is it Junie in your little tank? Junie Zoom. I love Junie. If you also don't know, I'm in a group called Viangeli. So that's me and 4 other godly girlies. Jamie Roka, Solimaki, Okamira, and Juniper Wood. We are 5 girlies that are Viangeli. Thank you, Flashed. And we're just out here trying to spread the gospel and bring some hope. Woo! Samson's so incredibly dedicated, Lord. It's really inspiring. Inspirational? Yeah, it is. I could feel like the Lord just being so present and powerful in our stream today. Pretty cool. That's true. I do need to add that. I have everyone's link via name. So if you need more Christian streamers, you can check out my gals. But you're right, Flash. I still need to put everyone's link. I think that would just make it easier. But yeah, welcome in everybody. I just wanted to yap a little bit more about some hope. I really wanted to just really hone in on trusting the Lord, because it can be really hard. You know, there are things in your life that have left scars or burns in a way of from other people. And that could make it hard when you try to apply that to the Lord. And also, hope is the biggest thing I feel like that's trying to be robbed from you today. You know, if you are in despair, it's easier to push you around from the enemy's perspective. So, and I don't know, that's my whole channel. I'm here to help build our hope. I'm here to help build our faith together, you know. Like Samson was saying, like, I've got a spirit that really wants to defend. And that's true, because I've seen the enemy just hurt so many people. He's literally hurting everybody as we speak. And it makes me just so fired up to kickflip him. Because at the end, you know, when we just really hone in and trust in the Lord, and when we really really surrender and give our hope to Him, even through all circumstances, we can still rejoice in the Lord. And I think that's a very powerful thing, because if anything happens, you can still rejoice in the Lord. It just goes to show for the enemy, it's like, yeah, you know, you could do you do what you do, but the God will still, you know, take what was evil and make it for good. And I think that's a really powerful thing for us to remember as we go on in life. Just remembering that no matter what happens in the circumstances, and we can even think about our past circumstances. Like for me, I have a YouTube. I'm gonna put it here. I need to remember to put it as a command that goes back and forth. But on my YouTube, you can find past VODs. But on my YouTube, I have faith-based content. I am like half face revealed, because I remember my first video. It was like, whoa, yes, there is. I'm a human behind this 2D anime girl. But I talk a lot about, you know, my testimonies about, you know, overcoming fear. Overcoming the idol of love, when you let just like the idea of like being in love and being with someone be your idol before the Lord, and just some other things that when you get to see how God works in other people's lives or in my life or just all around, you can see that a lot of negative, bad seasons that felt like they weren't gonna be fruitful, or like there would be no light at the end of the tunnel, how God can really turn that around. Like I was in a toxic relationship for 10 years, and that was a long time. It was like 1/3-ish of my life, and that's so much. And that was before I was a Christian. I mean, my whole testimony shows that that I always knew God was real. I just didn't have anybody to show me any guidance, nobody to read the Bible to me. And there's so many things now that I'm a Christian that, like, if I had just known back then, I wouldn't have been trampled so much by the enemy. And that's why when I became a Christian, I was like, I gotta take this to the forefront, because we're out here getting crushed and ruffled around and pushed around by the enemy, that we need to be out here as lights in the darkness to help kickflip back the enemy and really like brighten your hope, you know, really fortify that no matter what tomorrow will bring. Oh, well, tomorrow isn't even guaranteed, but if tomorrow does come, the Lord is a day that the Lord has made. Thank the Lord that we have another day, but having a better perspective of the hope that the day can bring. Because we were talking about it on stream the other day about, like, they're just things. I think, like, Habakkuk, he was complaining. There's so much things that you can complain about that just kind of, like, start, I don't want to say tainting, but can taint the way that you talk to God or see God, of like, God, why aren't you doing these things? Why aren't you doing X, Y, and Z? Why aren't you giving me what I've asked for? But being able to be kind of open with God and just see, like, how God's already worked in your life, and just changing those complaints to prayer. Like, for me, I started to think about that before I even read Habakkuk, because I literally read Habakkuk just only, like, this past Sunday. But, like, just getting to, like, I was on the flight, and I always, like, try to sit away, or, like, in the back or so, or something like that, you know? And this lady got in front of me, because she was, like, the last aboard, and she was coughing, and I'm just like, ooh, about about people coughing and stuff like that. And so, but then I was like, you know what? As much as I could complain, I'm gonna pray for this woman because she has her family. They must have not had that much sleep. They were coming from a transfer flight, and I just prayed that she would be well, that she would be better, that her baby, just be able to have a restful sleep, so they can have restful sleep. Just turning those complaints to prayers, and we see that in Habakkuk, which is, it shows like his eyes were on everything that's happening around him. And then when he moves it to prayer after he's lamented, it's like, God, I put my eyes back on you and I put my hope back in you because you have been faithful before. And he asks for mercy during his wrath, which is very powerful, Yay for hope. I was in despair for so long, like true and utter hopelessness, and the Lord has been setting me free from depression and building hope in me a lot over the past year. Praise God indeed. Woo! What was the verse today? There was actually no specific verse. We just read through the book of Habakkuk, which is a minor prophet. It's very easy to miss because it's only like 3 chapters. But it has so much in it, and especially about like trusting God. And I think the biggest thing is, besides trusting God, is having the patience. We live, I think, because the world is so built in like Amazon now, DoorDash now. There's a comedian where it's like, we're gonna get to a point where I just want you to feed me the food. Feed me now. They'll get your food and somehow they'll teleport to you and you eat in like 0.3 seconds. And that was just a bit since he was a comedian, but it feels like that now, especially since social media videos formats have shrank and have gotten smaller in consuming it. Fast food, we just eat so quickly. There's just this continual ramp of busyness and quickly, like just doing it so quickly. And so it's so nice to just slow down and be still and know that God is God. Because in the busyness, we could be like, well, just gotta do this by my own means, and I just gotta do this, and I'm sorry, I don't have time for prayer, and blah, 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 blah. It's just a big like domino of like just never having a moment to breathe, it feels like. But truly getting to just be still, even for a little bit, is so powerful. Because then you get to see, like, you know what, Lord, you're still working. You're still working. You're still showing up. And getting to be in fellowship with other people, I feel like is a good practice. Thank God for the online sphere for us to hang out and have fellowship. Like for me, there was a point where and it was really interesting because like when I started developing depression, or maybe when it was becoming more prominent, I felt like a weird tug of war, like a feng shui, like the black and white when they're like in a little fish loop kind of thing. I felt like that because I felt like all of a sudden there was something trying to push more, and I was like, that's weird. I'm a very like positive person, so trying to like wrangle with this negative that was trying to just spill over and take over you, and then like having no fellowship or support or stuff like that. Since I was in a toxic relationship, I was just kind of cut off from people, and so I was isolated with only this one person who was so negative, and it's really consumes you. This darkness starts to really consume you. But thank the Lord for still having that flame of hope within me. But as time passed, I did have that depression, I did have anxiety, I did live in fear, and when I got to come to walk with Christ, all of those things just plummeted. I remember those like quizzes, and I was like, wow, I really am depressed. All of these things show me that there's such a buildup of like a 9 out of 10. And then once I started walking with Christ and having that peace beyond understanding, I was like, wow, it's starting to just I took the quiz again, and it was just like, it's just a 0 across the board. There were times I'd be like a little anxious and times I'd be sad, but like that overwhelming consumption of just this like weight of like darkness just like lifted. And that was really cool. That was just God's light breaking through these walls. So that's really good, Arachnid. You know, from here, the Lord will just keep, you know, doing it more and more and more. It's gonna be so bright, you know? And I feel like for me being a testament of like, oh yeah, I used to have depression and anxiety through the roof and a lot of fear, literally living in fear every day was so detrimental. A lot of self-loathing, a lot of self-hatred, and then coming to the Lord, getting to know Jesus and surrendering to my life is like, wow, all of these things just kind of like started to crumble because now the Lord is here to work and he's always been working on my life, but now I get to see that and know that and really see hope come to fruition as the Lord, you know, keeps weaving things in my life and just getting to see how he will continue to weave things in my life, all for my good, because all the things that I've gone through, there was a lot of suffering, there was a lot of negative, there was a lot of me crying for years, but there was always that hope that God had instilled when I was a kid, and then all these things did work for my good, because even in my toxic relationship, that's when I was birthed as a VTuber in a previous life, and then that helped lead me to getting to Melinda, and then I became a Christian and baptized in that journey too. So I had a kind of like, I still had the warrior of hope even from the beginning. And it's kind of funny how God works in these ways where I'm like, wow, I am truly a warrior of hope now that I know who hope really is, and where we can find that hope. And just getting to see like, wow, the birth of a new Melinda, born again, but having the opportunity to start as Melinda and show people like, here, I'm here to, you know, help with resources, with wellness, with physical, with emotional, and then being reborn again to help with the spiritual, and just get to show how God has worked in my life and how God has saved my life. But I'm really determined to, you know, I think it's in my, you know, Twitch bio that, you know, God saved my life, so I won't let the devil steal yours. Cause you know, our lives are are precious, are so super duper valuable that the enemy has decided to, you know, try to steal that from us. And that just goes to show how valuable we are to God if the enemy has this need to target us, you know? And that's just some food for thought. It's like, wow, I'm worth so much that the enemy is trying to steal me away. I mean, he already did that with part of the angels, you know? They were a group together and the enemy took some of them away. And now he tries to take some of the sheep away, and also tries to steal the lives that the Lord has given us. So that's why I wanted to reiterate some hope before we wrapped up, because hope is a very permanent thing. It's a for sure thing for us in Christ, and it's something that we can show other people who have lost their hope. And if you're someone who is a Christian and you're still wrangling with trusting in hope, you know, it's something that we could build together. You know, the more you see other people's, you know, testimonies, and the more that you see how God is showing up and being faithful, and the more that you reflect on your own life of like the moments that you were thought like it's so over, and then God being like, it is not done. Kind of like we talked about, Israel keeps getting like crushed repeatedly, and then God rebuilds it. You know, even God's temple gets like invaded and looted and crushed, and it is still rebuilt. And sometimes I think about that for myself, as I am a temple of the Most High, that like, oh, I could rebuild myself as well in a way that like, oh, if I want to get more healthy, if I want to eat better, I can rebuild from the inside out. I let the Lord help me, and then it goes from there. And so I just wanted to share that tidbit before we wrapped up today. We'll probably call it here because I am very hungry. But it has been a great and blessed time just to be here and get to have this beautiful time of fellowship and just hanging out. I feel like that's something so needed during this time because, you know, left and right you see, even like my coworker was like, there's all these things that are happening today and it's so unjust, it's so wrong, it's all of these things. But even when the elections happened, my friend, that she's not really a Christian, but she's kind of getting there, which is praise the Lord that she can even think about that type of direction. You know, she's like, you know, how are you feeling? That was kind of the thing. It's like, how are you feeling after all the things? And I was just like, you know, I trust in the Lord. I am not feeling overwhelmed. I'm not feeling negative. I'm not feeling all these things other people are feeling. I just trust in the Lord. And I just knew that no matter what happens, no matter who or what or when, that we're just in the Lord's hands. And, you know, he's not going to forsake us. And that is such a beautiful thing to remember. The Lord will not forsake us. He did not bring us this far just to leave us behind, which is hopefully like a reassurance, you know. Thank you, The Matrix, and thank you everyone else who also had followed while prayer was happening, before prayer was happening. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the land of growth. Welcome to the land of hope, where we try to strive and grow together and build our faith and, of course, build our hope. The young man, Samson, is going to be a huge blessing. So many. He was a very wise collab choice. Yeah, he was. It was so awesome. I was just like, wow. We got to, like, especially that person who was on YouTube, you know, we got to give good insight. And, you know, the things that are hard for people to swallow sometimes are built with the best intentions and best love. And I feel like we got to really handle that really well. And just all the things that we talked about, you know, from the male perspective, the woman's perspective, or like my perspective, and just like some things that we get to share from our own lives. It was really cool. I feel like it was a very blessed stream. So thank you, God, for answering our prayers and just getting to help be that light for everyone today. And maybe someone's very specifically lurking that really needed it today. Because I felt like, I don't know, it's one of those things where I feel like the Lord saying like, this is so needed. And I'm like, that's great, Lord, let's do it. So the word of the Lord never returns void. Thank you for the stream and Bible study. Thank you, chat. God bless you. God bless you too. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I really appreciate it. For our schedule this week, is it all collabs? It is all collabs. And mine is Bible study again. Let me check my schedule. Oops, that's not my schedule. Oh, I forgot to change my Twitter banner. It's gonna be great, Arachnid. We've got some gameplay. We've got some godly apps while we gameplay. And then we have Bible study. It's really great. So next stream will be on Thursday at 5 CST to 6 EST with all the Vangeli girls. So I'm very excited. We're gonna have our sleepover that we had reached a goal for when we were doing time for charity, or our goal for charity. And then Saturday we're going back to Resident Evil 5 with Mira. I used her PNG that she had made that one time, that we had collabed. That was pretty cool. So it was kind of fun showing Mira the ropes and her like doing the also kick flipping evil. So that was cool. And then Sunday we'll gather back together at 4 CST to 5 EST to continue and finish the last part of Romans 1. There's gonna be I feel like there's gonna be a lot of Sundays to go to finish Romans, but it'll be so fruitful because there's just so much in Romans that I feel like it's so needed to either go over again or rehammer or really like reflect on, especially as we see other people walking in Christ, you know. Yeah, well, we're not currently playing RE5. It's kind of funny because we did play RE5. I think we just finished chapter 1, And we were like, we just got really busy, so we never got to return to it. But now that things have kind of like slowing down a little bit, me and Mira are getting back into it. So that'll be really fun and exciting. We'll have to finish also Silent Hill F at some point. Right now it's just like a week of collabs. So Silent Hill F will just be pushed to like next week. And then next Monday, well, we'll see where that fits, because I have collabs still to be planned, date and time, with Sully and Mira, and then we're gonna collab with Zafanaf this coming Monday. Good to know that I'm locked out of Minecraft in our server, so I'm gonna ask for help to get back in there. But that's okay, you know, sometimes things just like, even though it's kind of like scuffed sometimes, I take it as like, you know what? That just wasn't meant for today. Minecraft was not meant for today. Night Rain, that's what we did. And then we got to talk about growth, and, you know, Samson got to talk about how, like, that related to the James in the verses, and how, you know, we overcome darkness. So that was still really cool. And hi, Clark Alter. Welcome in. Good to see you again. Even though, I'm about to say, it hasn't been too long. So that's the schedule for this week. I'm really excited. I'm gonna go eat now, and I hope that you can all take care, and just remember that God loves you. Sometimes we gotta remember that we need to accept that love, and I think that's a really big one. Sometimes we just don't accept that love, and that could be, and then that's how we get so like so down on ourselves, you know, because we don't accept the love. And that's something that I had a really big breakthrough, is like, I accepted the love that my husband gives me. I accept the love that my friends give me. And I accept the love that even chat gives me. You know, I can't just keep a wall like Jericho that keep people out, when people who are really there for me and really love me are here to support me. And I need to let people support me. So that was a big thing that I learned after Reach. And God really had a breakthrough as we entered into the new year, especially getting married around end of November, after Thanksgiving. So the God is good, you know, even if you don't feel like you are where you want to be, remember that every day the Lord works in you, and you may not be where you want to be, but boy howdy, are you a lot further along and away from where you used to be, that's for sure. You could make art of me and Samson. I imagine that it would be fine. I wanted to make some art before stream, but I didn't have any time. I was thinking like Samson like punching like darkness, and I'm just like using my sword or something, but I didn't get a chance. But it doesn't mean I can't make it in the future. And speaking of Christian streamers, we're gonna go right over to Sir Derpy. Sir Derpy also gives such good wisdom, so if you're a fan of Samson and you're a fan of me, I feel like you'll really enjoy also hanging out with Sir Derpy, because he's just very down to earth. He's also one to, you know, be like, I will also share of the things that have happened in my life, and he's also very uplifting and filled with the Spirit of the Lord. So he's on right now, so I'm gonna have us move over there. In godly timing, we go from one stream to another. So just thank you. While we go into the raid, I'm gonna also close out in prayer. Our Heavenly Father, thank you for this blessed time of fellowship between Samson and I, the Chums, the Cariños, and just everyone who's lurking and watching. I just pray, Lord, as we go into the rest of the week, that you keep us sustained in your strength, that you remind us that we can always lean on you and ask you things. You know, we can ask you for wisdom, we can ask you for help. Remind us that we don't need to do things by our own strength or by our own means. You know, that's when we get really overwhelmed and anxious and fearful, when we try to put it on ourselves. But Lord, you have told us over and over again that you are there for us. So let us be able to accept that love and accept that help, and just be able to work in all aspects of our life. If there's things that we're stubbornly holding on to, Lord, let us be able to soften that grip and let it go, and just help continue to soften our hearts, and to help us to build in our faith, to build in our love, to build in our hope. The world is always trying to push back on all of those things of growth, but Lord, let us be able to be strong in your strength to push back the world and grow in all of those things, like we learned from our Bible study yesterday. There were so many things happening in Rome, but those Christians were still flourishing. So let us be able to keep still flourishing despite all things, because you are a good God, and you take care of us. So God bless you all, everyone. In Jesus' almighty name, I pray. Amen. Bye!